In the illustrious harbor city of Little, a new ship arrives, one full of adventurers who are ecstatic to be here. One of them in particular is amazed by all of the shops and stuff going around. This place truly is alive. One of his friends, Walker, is surprised that he's so happy with this, calling him Raymond, but another fat guy named Taryn knows he's just as excited as everyone here. After all, this is where their big adventure will begin. This is the era of the adventurer, where people from all around the world go on their own adventures and become heroes. The gates suddenly appeared, and beyond them were creatures one could never find in the Maple world. Countless adventurers who dared to go in died, but the huge amount of valuables and powerful items that are inside of these gates lured in people who wish to be legends, or perhaps live comfortably. Inside the inn, Walker tells them that they need some bait, which they listen to intently. They can't plan anything until they know what is hiding inside of the gate. Countless adventures died because of these variables. That is why they need a slave to act as their bait. The woman that's with them understands. They need someone to throw in front of the monsters as they get away. It's a pretty solid plan. With that in mind, they go to the slave market, run by the Gafford Merchant Union. Apparently, this practice is something a lot of people do, to the point where the slaver has slaves specifically to be used as bait. He ushers Walker further inside and recommends 2 slaves in the back, who are in good shape. Walker takes them both, and without delay, they go to the portal. Walker places a cut on the portal's bark, to signal that someone is inside to the other adventurers. It's customary not to go into the same portal after all. This signals that they are ready, and with excited smiles they enter. Raymond feeling quite strange about the whole teleportation thing, but it all fades away as he sees the striking fauna around him. This is totally different than what he has imagined, but Walker tells him to not get nervous. They should keep moving as the gates usually don't spawn inside of monster habitats, meaning that they are good for now. Since they can't use the same gate for leaving, they have to find an exit gate first to ensure an escape route should something happen. Suddenly, their female companion notices something behind her, but it's too late. The beast has its gaping jaw right behind her, and with a crack of her bones, it shatters her upper half. The others immediately become frightened, but what's more frightening is the fact that the monster is not alone. It has brought a pack with it, ready to feast on their flesh. Walker immediately uses a fire spell to kill the one that went after Charlotte, and screams at everyone that they need to get out of here. This is not normal for a portal spawn. One of the slaves begs to come with them as Raymond ties their chains, but Taryn holds a knife to his neck and tells him to stay put. Raymond apologizes as he does this, and after he is done, they all run away, leaving the slaves to be eaten by the beasts with no defense of their own, only their tender bodies as a shield. Walker carries Charlotte with him, or what's left of her, and tells them that this one is a failure. But clearing is not important. They need to hurry and find a way out of here fast. Raymond goes into a full-blown panic attack, forcing Taryn to grab him and scream to get it together already, and listen to what Walker is saying to them. Even if they failed this one horribly, they can always prepare and go again, so he should not give up and focus on the present. He knows that he will surely make it out of here. Unfortunately for him, the beast that followed them had other plans, and crushes him under its mighty fist. Walker screams for Taryn, and Raymond falls into another panic attack. Walker tries to take it out the same way it did its comrade, but the beast has learned of his abilities. It unrolls its tongue and grabs Walker, allowing it to feast and crunch on his bones. Raymond is the last one. He tries to run away but fails, much to the beast's amusement. It opens its jaws and starts eating his legs, making his death a slow and grueling one. Suddenly, Raymond sees one of the slaves in front of him. He's very glad to see him alive and begs for his help. His team members are dead. He apologizes for what he did earlier. He really had no choice. He can't get out of here alone, right? So they should escape together, right? The slave says nothing, making Raymond scream at him to help instead of watching. Is he a dumbass? This makes the slave smile and go down to the ground. He probably doesn't realize this, but he's already dead. That's when Raymond feels death looming over him, his body knowing that it's over. Raymond smiles. He may not get out, but he can't get out of here either. He will be next to die. With that, the beast swallows him, leaving only his hand as a memento that he even existed. It charges the slave, who does not seem to care for the creature. He won't die in this place. He cannot because he has died already. Where he died wasn't in such a low-level place. In a distant future, hundreds of flying beasts approach a party of adventurers, and the one leading them is the king of dragons, the mighty Gornthale. A female adventurer guesses that the centaur's nest fell since he got past. There is nothing they can depend on now. The Cygnus Knights, the Resistance, even the Cross Hunters, the 6 heroes everyone saw as their beacon of hope. Everyone has died. He is the last adventurer of this world, El Palm. He beckons everyone to get ready, as this, no matter win or lose, is their last adventure. The battle lasted for a long while. The entire area is in ashes, and Palm is surrounded by dead comrades. They have successfully cut off Gorntail's head, but this wasn't anywhere near enough, as this was just one of 3, and since it's regenerating, Even this was useless. The mighty dragon charges in on Palm, who knows that there's nothing he can do. So he closes his eyes and accepts his death. This is the end of his life and of their adventure, which has lasted a good while. He suddenly smashes his fist in the ground, damning the world for what has happened. He will not accept this ending. Philip, Jaden, and even Alexis, they all sacrificed themselves to give him this opportunity, and it was squandered in the blink of an eye. He gets up, barely standing on his own 2 feet, and raises his hand towards Gornthale, ready to deal the final strike. He puts everything into it, even his own life force. No matter what, he will see this through. Unfortunately, his body fails him. The spell shatters as he coughs up too much blood. Gornthale has had enough of him, and almost mockingly, it releases a strike way too heavy for him to even consider blocking, let alone in this state. Palm has died, yet his mind still lingers, wondering why it had to end in such a gruesome way. If only he were more powerful. If only he had one more chance to make everything right. Suddenly, with a splash of water on his face, he wakes up, confused by his current predicament. He wonders what happened to Gornthale, but then realizes that he's actually alive, and this place he remembers very well. This is the slave market. This was his home for a long time. However, slave trading was abolished long ago, but this place seems to be doing just fine. The merchant in front of him is similar. He is the guy that was in charge of him 6 years ago when he was still a slave. This can only mean one thing. He doesn't know how, but he went back into the past. On this day, he was revived and thrown into his story's starting point. He wonders if he's dreaming, but this is all too realistic to be a dream. There's no other explanation besides regression. He was the one who asked for a second chance anyway, so he mustn't overthink it. He will make sure that he does not waste his life, and that everyone important to him will live their lives without worry. He picks up Walker's staff, noticing the fire arrow skill on it, which is not bad at all. It's actually perfect for him since he's so weak right now, but this is nowhere near enough. An adventurer should be packed with more than just one weapon, otherwise they will not have a chance if they lose this one. He notices the foot of the fat guy, and remembers that sometimes people hide valuables in their shoes. Sure enough, he finds a ring, and upon wearing it finds out it has the telekinesis skill on it. The beasts suddenly close in, their mouths salivating because of the blood they have smelled. With a large thud, they all charge Palm, who expertly takes care of the ones in the front. But one of the beasts manages to grab his spear, and because of its weak construction, it comes apart immediately. This leaves Palm wide open, a beast ready to take his head off, but he backs away and at the same time uses a fire arrow. Since this is a straight shot, he uses the telekinesis ring to change the arrow's direction and takes out a bunch more beasts without fail. With his current body, he cannot keep doing this over and over again, but he doesn't need to anyway, as these beasts are pretty weak. Palm attempts to use the fire arrow again, but he is forced to get out of the way again, as it's not working. It doesn't seem to be working, meaning that it's on cooldown. Another beast sees him off his feet and charges in, but he swiftly plants himself on the ground and uses the staff as a bludgeoning tool, which proves quite effective against a single beast, which he defeats. As soon as he is done with that, the staff reactivates, just in time for the beasts to rush in with their maws open. Palm immediately fires the arrow and uses the ring to annihilate any and all threats, proving his skill. Charlotte, who is somehow still alive, has seen everything and knows that he is no ordinary slave. He used the spear and magic too. Just who is he? Palm is surprised she's able to breathe. She really got lucky, but more unlucky in a sense. Charlotte asks why he has Walker's staff and that thing on his wrist. How did he awaken when he is just a mere slave? Her mind puts things together that aren't even there, and believes that this was all his scheme. Palm stares at her with no remorse, and after a long time, asks if she's done spouting nonsense. She got it all wrong. Not that anything would have been different if he had planned this. He would have killed them all one way or another. They really shouldn't have hired slaves because he abhors those who use human lives as bait for their selfish gains. After some time, he gets out of the portal, and everyone in Lilith is shocked that he came back alone, an achievement even more impressive considering he is a slave. With his reveal, the dice has been thrown. He must hurry in order to not incur the same fate he had in his past life. First thing on the list, he must free himself from slavery and become a free man. At the Gafor Merchant Union, the branch leader, Mr. Abbas, gets informed of Palm's exploits by a subordinate. Apparently he had no scratches on him. Abbas doesn't get how that's wrong. It's not unlikely for someone meant to be bait to return safe from time to time, right? The subordinate informs him that the adventurers who bought him died in the dungeon, meaning that he was the only one to get out alive. Abbas does find that unusual, even more so since he did not decide to run away and came back here on his own. People who have been reduced to the lowly status of slaves because of debt will end up as bait again, even if they return alive. Despite the fact that this guy did not run away, meaning that he's well aware he cannot get out of his contract so easily. After all, the only way to escape it is through the sweet escape of death. This is the way of the Gafor Merchant Union, is it not? Why has he decided to report such a trivial matter anyway? It seems to him like this is a common occurrence. The subordinate explains that besides all of this, the slave also unlocked his first circle, something which shocks Abbas and makes him fall deep in thought. A slave would naturally harbor resentment towards their merchant union, and if things go wrong, they could suffer some unnecessary casualties, to their pockets, that is. The subordinate also tells him that he asked for a change in contract. He would apparently like to register as an adventurer. Abbas can't believe it. A lowly slave dares to even look that high. Does he not know his place? The subordinate cuts him off, telling him that Rakan has ordered him to look into this matter personally. Abbas gets up from his seat in surprise. That guy is an executive of the Gafor Merchant Union, and he is showing interest in a slave. Maybe it's because of that. But he shouldn't jump the gun just yet. After the subordinate leaves, Abbas ponders the advent of a slave wanting to become an adventurer. Under Queen Cygnus, the status of slave will not exist. This is what is said throughout the land, but it's superficial at best, as humans have always been slaves to money, also called mesos in this world. If they fail to pay back what they had to borrow for whatever reason, they will pay for it through labor. This notion was created by the Maple World's slaves. He was one too. On the day when his only family, his father, fell to an illness, he became one. Black moss is an herb that he purchased from the Gafor Merchant Union on credit, but it was not fair, as they set its usual price at multiple times its normal price, 100,000 meso. He naturally had no way to pay this back. He was brought to a court against his will, where the judge swiftly decided that he will perform labor equivalent to that amount for the merchant union. Thus, he was exploited for 6 entire years under the union, but now, it's about time he has his revenge. Palm introduces himself, but he already knows of Abyss. He is the left hand of Rakan, one of the executives of this merchant union. This is certainly a good catch. Abbas already knows that he wants to change his contract, and since he received a detailed report, he will keep this short. He will change his contract into an F-rank adventurer. This much is already a mercy. Palm is surprised by how easily he agreed. He's probably being cautious of that thing, so he decides to push further and say that he wants rank E. Abbas is curious about his choice. The Adventurer Association has yet to give him a rank, yet he already wants a promotion. Palm explains that he has explored hundreds of gates in the past 3 years as a slave, but Abbas believes that's only bait experience, not fighting. Palm asks, since when has monster hunting become the main thing? The reason the first adventurer was able to become a legend was because he survived. The true virtue of an adventurer is getting back alive. Abbas understands the information they get from returnees is much more valuable than any treasure, so he admits that it's true. He's right in believing that surviving as a slave for 3 years is no ordinary thing, but that is all it is. He only entered low-rank dungeons anyway. Does he really think that his pathetic survival abilities will work in gates of higher rank? Somehow he can't help but feel that he's being taken as an idiot who would offer a risky contract to someone who would die without ever making the money he has to pay. Abbas can't believe that this slave thinks so highly of himself. He will die before he gets far, but why does he feel so repulsed by him? He decides to give him a shot. There is one gate that he can try. Only the 5th of May enter, and it has 12 scars, meaning that at least 12 parties are buried in the foliage. If he's so confident, he should prove he's worth an E rank. He vows to give it to him, if he returns, that is. Palm naturally takes the offer and soon after meets up with his new team. Their leader is Shev. He is a tank, and has heard everything about him being a slave and stuff. He shouldn't worry because his comrades don't really care for those kinds of things. They are all pretty good people. Palm hopes that they can have a good time working together, and the white-haired member already heard that he can use fire magic. But how does that work? Is the elemental magic he can use already decided? Shev heard that mages can't use magic of the elements other than those they're born with. Apparently, any item unrelated to them, even if magical, is pretty useless. Well enough talking. He must have heard about it, but this isn't a monster hunting mission. Their goal is to safely retrieve the items left behind by the 12 parties who went in before them. After that, they will return to the Merchant Union, as they are giving 3,000 meso per item. The white-haired member doesn't believe that's a fair price. Items for first circle adventurers are like 7,000 meso or more. That's not even half the price. The other one tells him to stop complaining, and Shev tells him to get ready, as it's time for them to make some money. The dreary atmosphere immediately becomes apparent as soon as they enter. But Shev grabs everyone's attention and explains that there's a good chance they will encounter fights around here, so they should find some place to camp first. One of them recommends a nearby tree. It has all those branches, perfect for hiding and moving around. Shev agrees, so they get to work, with the white-haired guy telling Palm that he should relax. Building stuff is his and that guy's specialty. After some time of construction, they manage to set up the base, and Shev decides to split into 2 groups and search their surroundings. He puts Max, the white-haired guy, Tom, and Roa in the same group, while he and Palm will go alone. They will take the east and west side, and if something happens, they must use the signal and rush back here. With that, they split up. But even after a while of walking, they have not seen a monster or any equipment. Perhaps they set up base too fast. They will have to go further inside the dungeon tomorrow. Chev asks Palm how his first mission as an adventurer is, who thinks for a while and says he's nervous, which Chev understands. He has been an adventurer for some time now, yet he is still nervous every time he steps inside a new gate. That's just human nature. Despite that, he can have the courage to continue because of his comrades. He knows praise coming from him is weird, but he can assure him that they are amazing people. He felt sorry when he heard his story, being a baiting slave. He can't even imagine it. He tries to ask him to join their group, but Palm stops in his tracks. He's next to some scratch marks, and Chev retracts his earlier offer. Night falls and they all gather at the campfire. It seems the other group hasn't found anything either, but Chev tells them to stop talking about work while they are eating. They will have enough time to discuss it tomorrow. Palm remains silent as he takes a sip of his drink, not being interested in the social aspect at all. After the night comes into full swing, everyone should be asleep, but the group comes close to Palm, who is in his sleeping bag, and Chev asks if he's still sleeping. He gets no response, and Max asks why he's even trying. That bastard is already in the world of dreams. He is far too cautious. They mixed a sleeping herb in his food that could take down 10 bulls. He ate so much, in fact, he would be lucky to even be alive. This little slave has some really nice loot on him. That wand must be at least 10,000 meso, meaning that they will have a big payday. As soon as he stabs the sleeping bag, he feels that his dagger has hit something hard, and sure enough, Palm is nowhere to be found. Only a log he left behind to cover his tracks. The others are shocked, and Chev immediately screams at them to find him. But suddenly a gigantic explosion sends planks flying everywhere and causes the entire tree to spark up in flames. They wonder how the hell this happened. Surely it must be Palm's doing, but they can't think about him now. They have to get their food and supplies out. Tom tells Chev to look in a direction where a gigantic, slimy monster looms over them. Chev is sure of it now. That slave bastard. He used them as bait. They all jump off the base before the monster chomps down on it with tremendous force, Palm watching all the while. He finds them quite lacking. They should not have been so kind if they wished to trick him like this. But really, in a gate where over 12 parties of veteran adventurers have died, would they welcome someone who used to be a slave so easily? It was obvious from the start that they were up to something. Anyhow, the boss monster of this area must be that guy. He had an inkling that it was this from the broken foliage around the area, but he did not expect it to be this large. Chev and his party continue to run. Chev mad that this type of monster is disadvantageous to them. Tom asks if he knows what that thing is, so he explains that is a gold slime. It is not normally seen in Maple World. It's a rare boss monster that only appears out of red gates. Its entire body is made out of pure acid, so it's the worst matchup for melee adventurers like them. But the most dangerous part is something else. He doesn't have to explain it to them, as the golden slime shows its ranged abilities by almost hitting them, leaving a pile of acid on the ground. This is Acid Arrow, a skill that lets it shoot as much acid as it wishes to. Tom's mind rattles as he understands the danger, but Chev tells him to keep going, as it's still coming. The first thing they have to do is get out of here. Its Acid Arrow should have a 1-minute cooldown, so they will recover and look for a chance. All they have to destroy after all is its core. With this information, Max decides to try and end things quickly by charging in. Surely he will have an advantage since it's on cooldown. Chev screams at him to come back as they have to attack together, but it's too late, as the gold slime shoots another arrow, cutting him in half. Chev is shocked, more so by the fact that there are still 10 seconds left of the cooldown. How did it shoot another? The gold slime begins a barrage of arrows in their direction. They were not prepared for this, so the only thing that remains of them is their bones, and even those are beginning to decay. Palm watched all of this from afar. Chev's assessment was not entirely wrong, however. A gold slime eats items and grows stronger according to them, meaning that its cooldown decreases the stronger it gets. This abnormal size and small cooldown on its ability is something else. Now he knows why the other parties who came before them failed. That thing has grown so much that it would much rather fit a yellow gate, which is 2 levels above a red one. This is no longer a beast a first circle adventurer can handle. He is sure that this slime ate all of the items, so this mission is a failure. However, he still has to prove himself, so he won't leave empty-handed. The slime goes on about its business, looking for the next meal, but suddenly, a large explosion distorts its face, making its acid drop everywhere. Palm is surprised at its magic resistance. He aims straight for the core, but it seems that he will still need at least 5 or more shots to go through. It doesn't matter anyway to him, as he will prove he can do it. The slime shoots an arrow at him, and then continues the onslaught, making it more and more difficult to dodge. Palm ties up a knife to a piece of rope, and uses the telekinesis ring to hit the exact same spot over and over again. A normal mage surely would not think of doing something like this. However, he is not ordinary. One of the titles he held proudly in his past life was the perfect telekinetic. After a bunch more arrows, Palm finds the opportunity to fire an arrow of his own. Now he only has to hit 4 more shots. He runs away from the next acid arrow and climbs a tree to dodge it, but he also uses a fire arrow at the same time. Now he only has to hit 3 more. The slime is getting desperate. Its accuracy decreases, allowing Palm another shot. He only needs 2 more. Unfortunately, the slime adapts to his combat style and dodges the next arrow. Palm is surprised by its quickness, but it's all for naught, as he uses telekinesis to make the arrow hit. The gold slime's core is now completely exposed. Palm jumps in with the final arrow, but at the same time the slime creates an arm for itself, which descends on him. The hand proves to be much faster than Palm, so he decides to retreat with his knife hook and fire the arrow from a distance. The golden slime, now desperate, hides behind its newly created hand, but Palm was waiting for this. Using telekinesis, he completely ignores the hand, and the arrow hits the slime critically. Its core goes into overload, and its entire being begins to swell up. Palm runs away from the acidic explosion. He is forced to use the knife again to dodge the incoming acid avalanche, which leaves only destruction behind it. After the acid clears up, Palm approaches the core of the slime and grabs it using telekinesis. He has earned this, so he uses it and escapes. He immediately goes to Abyss, who is actually pretty surprised that he's still alive, but he's alone once again, and without the items they commissioned him for. He explains that the ones he teamed up with were newbies, who were up to no good and tried to steal his items. He decided to leave the group and avoid them, but they encountered the boss monster and subsequently died. Abyss asks what kind of monster it was, so Palm tells him it was a gold slime, which he knows means that all of the items melts away. Abyss damns it all to think that their rented items were destroyed like this. A loss such as this cannot be ignored, but the problem here is that this bastard actually came back alive. There are a few common rules at the gates that everyone follows. First, the number of adventurers that are allowed in is limited. Only the number of people marked by the gate itself are allowed, and after that, the gate will deactivate until everyone inside is dead, or they kill the boss monster. Second, there are entrance limitations based on the gate's difficulty level and the circle level. The gate's difficulty levels are indicated by the color, ranging from red to purple, and people with higher circles than the gate difficulty can't enter. Third, there is only one chance to raid a gate. This is the biggest obstacle when entering them, and if someone who enters survives and comes out, that gate is destroyed and nobody can enter it ever again. Abyss knows the gate is a lost cause. Even if it wasn't destroyed, the gold slime would have been too difficult for the first circles. Still, he was barely able to get out of there, and since all the items were melted, then he didn't retrieve them, and that means he failed the quest. Palm notes that he's really impatient. He has not finished talking yet. The gold slime was a bit of an annoyance, but still, he managed to eat it. Abyss is shocked to see a second circle on his arm. Did he really absorb that monostone from the gold slime? Palm believes that he has proven himself with this, so he expects to be given his promised E rank. Abyss wants to go further. He will give him D rank, and if he works together with him, he will treat him like a C rank. As Palm signs the contract, Abyss thinks that normally, giving someone who is not even a third circle a C rank would be considered pretty excessive treatment, as adventurer ranks are pretty much only influenced by circles. They signify power, and the difference between 1 or 2 is evident. However, this bastard is nowhere near normal. One can't just circle up because they used a mana stone. He previously talked about survival instincts, and it might be that. No, perhaps it's an overwhelming talent. Someone who just became a first circle returns as a second circle the next day. He has never seen such improvement, so he needs him to prosper from now on. Palm is surprised this guy is treating him so well now. He must be quite impatient, but it's fine, as there's not much time left until the Red Rank's first 100-member gate raid appears. This is a big event that Lilithport merchant unions and guilds were all watching for. Obviously, the Gafor merchant union would also be interested in it. This works for him too, as he's in a rush, but he also needs to advance his plans. He asks Abyss for a favor, who tells him to speak comfortably from now on. Palm simply asks to lend him some money, making Abyss pretty mad, as this is quite the bold move on his part. Most think that the gates started the Age of the Adventurers, but it was all a trap of the Black Magician, as many good people died in the gates, killing off the future potential of the Maple World. After most of them died, the last day came, when all the beasts that were usually docile swarmed out of the gates, and humanity lost completely. Exactly 3 years from now, this fate that the Maple World is forced to meet face to face will appear. Abyss has indulged his request this time. Even though this is not enough money, it should be good enough to get him started. The 100-member gate found this time is red level. Only those up to 2 circles can enter. Usually Gafor would only select high-circled people, but the reason for them to invest in a second circle like him is because they are aiming for that gate. While he has some money now, spending it all on some items is a fool's errand. Items fitting his level are far too expensive. So now, the only thing that is useful to buy with this money is right behind these golden gates. As soon as he enters, a young man immediately welcomes him to the slave market. He looks like an adventurer, so he should follow him. As they walk, the young slaver asks what kind of slave he's looking for. Some dungeon bait, or perhaps a warrior to fight alongside him. Palm shakes his head. He is looking for someone specific, but he should lead the way and show him around. The young slaver presents him with the punishment ward. They use it to punish those who decide to act up, like that person he is looking for. As soon as they arrive at the slave, the young slaver gulps down as he sees his burly hands. He asks Palm if he really wants this guy, who confirms as such. He wouldn't have anyone else. Before his return, there was an incident where the death of a single person sped up their end, that person being the polearm hero Aren. She was brutally killed. The one who did such a thing was her first and last student. The person that set off the end of the world is right in front of him. This is the hero killer, Daibo. He immediately dismisses Palm. He doesn't know him, so he should get lost while he still can. The young slaver apologizes for his rudeness. His mental state is quite deteriorated. Palm thinks that his behavior is quite different from what he knows him to be, but he is just a slave. Even so, treating this guy in such a manner is beyond rude. The young slaver sighs and says that he hasn't seen a crazy dog like this bastard in all his years working here. Palm grins. This guy is not a mad dog just in personality, but in skill too. As alongside himself, he is one of the few who gained popularity after the last day. They often got compared, as they were from the same region and awakened around the same time, while also being quite skilled. What made them so similar, however, was something completely different. Palm asks how much he costs, but Debo thinks of him as a young master from some snobby rich family. Since he's so damn right, 1 million meso should be adequate. Is that okay with him? This is what connected them. They both needed a lot of money. In this guy's case, he had a younger sister who had the black blood disease, something quite expensive to cure. Debo tells him to get lost if he doesn't have the scratch, but with one swift movement, Palm lifts up a stack of 1 million meso, shocking both him and the young slaver. Palm suggests he listen to what he has to say before deciding anything. The contract terms are 1 year, and profits are 7-3. He will have the priority of choice for the items that drop from the gates. The young slaver is even more shocked. Is this guy trying to make a contract for a party member or a slave? Palm hands him the contract to read, but Debo takes it swiftly and subsequently signs it, accepting this without hesitation. Perhaps it's because his sister's life is on the line, which is good for him. With the contract sealed, Palm wants to go straight to a gate, which Debo finds no problem in. Palm looks him in the eyes and says that he must prove himself, but Debo is ready to work harder than ever before. It doesn't take long for them to end up at a gate, and while Daibo is grateful for this new weapon, he normally uses a longsword, not a polearm, so they should go and change it. Palm explains that he will only use a polearm while working under him, if he does not like that they will end the contract. Debo can't say anything against that, and asks if this is really the place he will use as a test. It has 1 scar and an entry limit of 8. Palm presumes it's the right place judging by these 2 things, but Debo wonders where the rest of the party is. Since he has so much money, he must have gotten some pretty good adventurers, right? Palm looks at him as he continues to theorize what kinds of people will join them, making Daibo think that they are alone, but Palm assures him that they have enough party members for this dungeon. Daibo feels assured. He thought of something crazy just now, but that's when Palm points at him, showing that he's the only one he needs. Before Daibo can say a few or more words of disapproval, Palm kicks him inside of the dungeon, and they end up in a sandy place, void of any life. Debo immediately asks if he's insane. How can they even think of attempting an 8-man dungeon with 2 people? Is this all a goddamn joke to him? Palm pays him no mind, as the most important thing is behind him. A pack of stumps is fast approaching their position, having heard the commotion. Debo knows that this happened because of his screaming. These stumps are known for their tough barks that spears and swords can barely pierce. Combined with their numbers, this is a mess to deal with. Palm simply gets in front of him and summons his fire arrow, guiding it along the stumps, who don't stand a chance against this fiery onslaught. Palm is disappointed. He did not expect him to act so childishly as soon as they entered a gate, but he should not make the same mistake again, as he's not playing any games here. Somewhere dark and secretive, a woman bows down to her master, explaining that the merchants took the bait they set up. They are still working out a time for the plan, but they have already picked out the people they will be sending. The master swirls his dark blood-like wine in his glass, and the woman asks if they have permission to proceed like this. The man looks at her with his reddened eyes and confirms as such. Everything shall be done according to that person's will. The Maple World shall soon see true freedom. Debo is sent to pick up the mana stones, and in total, he has gathered 27. Palm is satisfied with this and says they should go. They have much to travel after all. As they traverse the shadeless earth that has been scorched by the sun, Daibo thinks about the man in front of him. He knew he was crazy, but it's much more than expected. He probably used telekinesis, but he has never even heard of someone using it like that. If he stays with a talented person like him, he will probably have the chance of getting a lot of money, which is awesome since it's 7-3 shares. He will be able to cover all his sister's medical expenses. Suddenly, Palm says that he found it. It appears that he was looking for a group of stumps, which Debo counts as having 9 of them. Palm says that this is the perfect number, making Debo question why, but judging by the look in his eye, he can probably guess. Before attacking, Debo creates a distraction with a rock, allowing him to cut one of the stumps without much force. The others immediately become alerted to his presence. All the while, Daibo damns Palm. He is making him fight all alone, even though he has never used this kind of weapon before. Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for this crap. Palm knows he only used swords. It's pretty obvious from his rather awkward moves, but he will soon come to realize that the polearm is the weapon that will make him a powerhouse. There is no doubt about his talent since he is the sole student of the polearm hero Aran. One of the stumps tries to plunge its roots deep within him, but with a single movement, he takes multiple of them out, surprising even himself. It seems that the polearm has quite a big range, and is powerful enough to be even better than the sword. After he stopped tensing up, everything became lighter, like he's not even holding anything. With his newfound abilities, he sweeps through the remaining stumps. Palm pleased to see that he can do so much without even awakening a circle yet. This guy really is too talented. Suddenly, the earth quakes, making Daibo think that it's just an earthquake. But the piece of mountain next to him suddenly splits open under the pressure of another monster, one much larger than the stumps. A mighty stumpy has appeared, its smile showing the depravity it holds. Palm grabs Daibo out of the way before he can get hit, and subsequently throws him so that he can use a fire arrow. Size really doesn't matter here. If anything, it makes it a much easier target. Daibo thinks that magic will surely work here, but the stumpy actually blocks his strike. Palm doesn't give up, and uses telekinesis to make the arrow fly around a bunch of times before attempting to strike again, but the stumpy still blocks the attack. Debo urges him to get out of the way if he doesn't want to become fertilizer. The magic clearly is not working. Palm knows it's not that. It wouldn't have blocked the arrows if it wasn't affected by them. The real problem is those branches. They continue to run, but the stumpy suddenly smashes the air, which Palm was prepared for. But Debo is left helpless as the stumpy strikes. Fortunately, Palm uses telekinesis to grab one of the stone slabs and uses it as a skate to get both of them out of there. Debo thanks him. He really thought that he was going to die, but Palm tells him to focus. He will have to take on these stumps while he deals with their big brother. With that, he leaves. Debo surprised that he's so fast and rather straightforward. Palm summons another fire arrow and aims it straight at the stumpy, but even Daibo knows they cannot defeat it like that. They have to run. Just as he thought, the stumpy deflects the attack without issue, but that's when another arrow scratches it, making the stumpy lose its demented smile and surprising Daibo. Palm has figured it out. The stumpy's branches move faster than anyone could expect, so it's impossible to use telekinesis to try and attack the gaps because, realistically, there aren't any. However, since he is a second circle, he can summon 2 arrows at the same time, allowing him to hit the stumpy. Debo finds it incredible that no matter how fast that oversized log is, he will not be able to block one attack after another. He never expected to see that thing looking so helpless. His boss really is more of a monster than he thought. Because of his distraction, some of the stumps get through and immediately attack Palm, and Debo screams at him to look behind. Palm had already sensed them and easily deflects their attacks, but he wonders if he can't even handle such a small number of lowly monsters. The stumpy notices the gap in his attacks and begins attacking. He dodges the first one, but the second one comes so fast he can't do anything against it. Surprisingly, Debo jumps forward, slicing the stumpy's tendril before it can do anything. After landing, he exclaims that he just saved him, so he should take back what he just said about him, right? Palm smiles and agrees. He finally seems useful, so it's time for them to end this. He lets out 2 arrows as Daibo charges in. The first one takes off another branch, but the stumpy notices the other and tries to intercept it. That's when Daibo arrives. He cuts off the tendril, allowing Palm to change course and attack one of the branches. This has left Daibo helpless, however. The desperate stumpy attempts to crush him with a 2-sided attack. Palm tells him that he will take the right branch, so Daibo knows to take the left, both of their strikes being successful. Daibo lands on the stumpy's bark and runs at the top, cutting up even more branches, but this leaves him vulnerable to a strike he could not hope to escape. He is now at the grinning stumpy's mercy, though fortunately, Palm uses the rock trick again to get him out of there, but even that proves difficult, as the stumpy refuses to let him go. Palm puts up even more stepping stones. Daibo, knowing that he cannot stay on one for more than a second, begins jumping from one to another, while Palm continues to damage the stumpy. After enough damage, Daibo jumps in with his mighty polearm, hitting the stumpy right in one of its eyes, making the creature recoil in pain. Due to all of the flailing, Daibo loses his grip on the polearm, causing him to have quite a rough landing on the mountain. But he charges in once again. He will not back down until this is over. Palm grabs his polearm and with a swing of his fist, puts it right in his capable hands, allowing Daibo to unleash a flurry of concentrated strikes on the Stumpy's other eye. The creature flails around again. This time Daibo falls on the ground, and the Stumpy immediately goes to swallow him in a desperate attempt to eliminate an opponent. However, what it did not account for is that it let itself be wide open, so Palm launches both arrows right into its gaping mouth, damaging the core critically. The Stumpy screams out in pain as it sears open, and Palm congratulates Daibo for a job well done. They both watch the ferocity of fire spreading on the Stumpy's body, signaling their first victory together. That night, they go their separate ways for a moment. In a village, Debo's sister prays after having her evening meal, but suddenly, there's a knock on the door. She opens the door to see who it is, only to see her beaten-up brother who is smiling. She clenches her skirt as tears roll down her face, and she hugs him tightly while welcoming him back. At around the same time, Pume goes home too, but he only finds a corpse in that place. His father has been long dead. This is no longer a place for him to visit. He decides to burn it down to the ground, a piece of him burning with it. The next day, Abbas is fast at work. Since the 100-man gate is coming up, he does not know how to organize stuff, especially since Rakon will be in charge of things. This time around, all of the 10 major merchant unions will be focusing on clearing that gate. Epic or higher quality gear is guaranteed in that kind of gate. He wouldn't be surprised if a legendary item popped up along the way either. However, under these circumstances, it will not be easy, as the 3 Natasha sisters of the Goldrich Merchant Union will be present too. They are so powerful that it is hard to believe they are just second circle adventurers. They are so strong that their 2 circle adventurers don't stand a chance were they to compare. If he were to simplify it, the Goldrich Union aren't the only ones doing this, but all the merchant unions are sending in their top dogs, and their union is pretty outclassed. He feels a bit hesitant about inviting this guy, but honestly, he might be the best they've got for now. Suddenly, someone enters his office without knocking. That someone being none other than Rakon, who has stopped by with an unexpected visit to see if he has prepared a list for the parties that will be going for that gate clear. Abbas apologizes as he has not got it yet, making Rakon surprised that he's late, as usually he's not. But what does he think about their young slave friend making the rounds? Abbas certainly feels that they have some considerations to take into account with him, even though he's talented. They have no way of knowing what truly happened when Shev's party got wiped out, which is why he's skeptical. Rakon suggests they simply test him again. There just happens to be a place perfect for that, and he should gather all of the other parties he was considering too, as there will be a lot of witnesses this time. After getting the order, Palm and Debo don't take long to appear at the gate. Debo glad to see that they are not going in alone this time. One of the party leaders asks if they are the 5th party. He really did not expect to see 2 people with slave backgrounds here. Palm notices all of their crude expressions. Obviously, they are not welcoming. They probably think that slaves like them will get in the way. Although for experienced parties, it's safer to think that way. They all seem to be 1 or 2 circles max, totally different from Shev's party. These bastards are pros who do not need baits. Abbas arrives too, wanting to keep the explanation short. They will go on with the test now. He will give them all a chance to prove their abilities and aim even higher. As they might have expected, they will get an invitation to clear the 100-man gate. This makes everyone shocked. Palm more surprised that this is how he wants to play it. Abbas wishes them good luck as they enter the 40-man gate. He hopes that they will find what they seek here. Some groups are annoyed to see the same type of forest, and one of the leaders suggests they go for the boss immediately, which should be fine with everyone. Another says that they should split up and gather when there is a signal, completely ignoring Palm and Debo. One Dolan tells his party that they will kill everything in their path since they don't have that much time. And lucky enough, the first specimen arrives, a monster with a carapace. Dolan doesn't want to waste time and uses Energy Bolt to completely eradicate it, finding its entire existence boring, but the monster has survived the attack, making Dolan falter and try to sick his teammates on it. But that's when, with a rumble, they are surrounded by the same type of creature, all of them ready to feast after a long time. The fight is pretty rough, but they eventually manage to take down the last of them, although barely. One of the teammates asks what they should do, as the monsters are stronger than usual. Dolan knows that winning this with just a kill count is difficult. If they keep going at this rate, they will run out of stamina before doing much. This is a bit of a risky choice, but they will break the alliance and go for the boss. Palm thinks that the other parties are thinking the exact same thing, which Daibo understands, but he would have appreciated his help instead of him just standing around. Palm did not feel the need to help, as there were only 3 monsters. Daibo gets what he means by not having any time to waste around here, so they should get moving. Unfortunately, Debo thinks of killing the boss monster, while Palm actually wants to kill all the other mobs. Debo doesn't get it. Wasn't he just saying they should go too? Palm wasn't. He was only talking about what the other teams were thinking, as killing the boss mob is not the only way to get a good score. The way one deals with these mobs is also pretty important, and besides that, the boss is dangerous, and combined with the competition, it will be too much of a headache. They might pull some tricks even though they are supposed to work as a team, but besides that, there's also something ominous about this gate, something he can't quite place yet. Dolan and his party continue their journey, eventually stumbling upon an escape gate. Not that they are looking to escape now, but they should put a marking here so they know where it is. Suddenly, one of the members begins to laugh maniacally, Dolan asking what's wrong with him, but when he turns the member around to tell him off, he sees that this laughter is not his own. His face is struggling to maintain its unnatural smile as tears roll down his face. A miasma overtakes the rest of the team, Dolan knowing that it's poison, and since his team is already doomed, he attempts to escape on his own through the gate. Unfortunately, the mushroom monster who is letting out this poison has noticed his attempt at cowardice. It lets out even more poison around him as it smiles, making Dolan laugh with the same reverence as the others. The day continues for the other adventures. Daibo is kind of mad that Palm hasn't fought once today, but that's when he notices the boss flare, meaning that at least one party is about to start it. They approach the signal, Daibo surprised that they actually used it, instead of taking the boss for their own. Palm immediately sees that one party is missing entirely, not even a member left. One of the party leaders starts to explain what they should do, but another suggests they wait for Dolan's party, who doesn't seem to be here. The party leader says that it doesn't matter anymore. They found the boss monster, and along it, they saw Dolan's party get completely wiped out. The boss of this place is the mad poisonous mushroom. Everyone gets riled up at this revelation. Most of them are not equipped to deal with such a thing. Some even want to find an escape gate and make sure they live. Daibo asks Palm if this boss really is that dangerous, but Palm is deep in thought. This boss is the worst type to deal with at their level. Its spores will make it difficult to approach, which also means that their numbers are useless. If they want to kill it, they have to use ranged attacks, but at this level, it would just tickle it. The party leader with the red bandana also reveals that the boss is in the way of the escape gate, so nobody's getting out until they are done killing it. Daibo says that they shouldn't be scared, that the boss will not stand a chance against his boss's invincible fire arrow. Palm suddenly tells him to shut it. They will all die if they just go in without a plan. His fire arrow won't even scratch it at this point. Daibo asks why that is, so Palm explains that since the regular mobs are also tanky, it's a given that the boss is too. The red bandana party leader, Ibaru, can't believe he has to say something so obvious, and one of his party members suggests they need to figure out a plan. But suddenly, Palm raises his hand, offering a price of 50,000 mesos. He wants 50,000 per person since there are 30 here, which would amount to 1.5 million meso. If they pay that, he and this guy will be their bait. The entire forest falls silent for a moment, and Daibo despairs at his boss's words, but Ibaru immediately screams at him to not get cocky. He must be used to those slave tactics, but this is not the same as his low-level dungeons. This is not a boss that they can bait easily. If they were to go along with his plan, and he failed to actually bait the monster, they would all be dead within the second. Slaves like them only get in their way around these high-level gates. That aside, that guy next to him doesn't even look like he awakened. What can he do, even if he's a two-circled adventurer? Daibo is starting to get pissed off. These bastards seem to be picking a fight right now, the snobby pricks. Palm asks what they will do then. Do they have a plan? Of course they don't. If they had a way to deal with the boss, they wouldn't have shot that signal flare to begin with. And also, he should clear something important up. His party consists of one two-circled and one circle, who has just awakened. While Daibo celebrates his geniusness, Palm asks if his party doesn't also have the same amount of circled people. The other party leader tells him to wait. If he's really going to do it, she is willing to pay him, but they do not have that much on them at the moment. Palm says that it's not a problem. They will collect their due once they are out. If they are not able to escape, they will just end up becoming a sacrifice they can remember for like 1 or 2 years. Everyone must agree, however, so they should decide now. As this offer will not be available for much longer, his patience runs thin. At the escape gate, the mushroom enjoys its new meal, making sure to savor every single bite. Suddenly, a fire arrow springs up and hits it. Palm and Daibo have made some face masks to combat the spores, and Palm tells Daibo that they will move once the boss comes for them, lest they suffer the same fate as that guy. The mushroom, enraged that it was interrupted, charges its 2 attackers with incredible speed, the 2 of them barely being able to maintain a distance. The other parties rush in on the escape gate, and they all move in quickly to get out while they still can. As the 2 run, a bunch of smaller shroom monsters attack, but with his newfound powers, Daibo easily takes care of them using a new skill, /burst. Unfortunately, this leaves him wide open for the mushroom to attack, but Palm covers him with a fire arrow, making the mushroom gurgle in anger. Palm sends another, but the mushroom dodges with no wasted movement. Palm tries to redirect it with telekinesis, but the mushroom simply dodges, and at the same time advances on Daibo, who can see that it's catching up faster than expected. They see a ravine up ahead, and jump in it, the mushroom not giving up until it can no longer reach them. Even though they have escaped, Palm lets out one final arrow, making the mushroom spores explode all around the area. The two end up falling into the water, with the current faster than expected. Eventually they arrive at the end of the river. Daibo's surprised that they even made it out, but what he's more curious about is what that thing even is. Palm tells him it's just a boss monster, and it appears that they must prepare better if they are to kill it. Daibo's heart stops for a second, and he asks if he's really saying that they are going to try and kill that thing. Palm confirms as much, making Daibo scream at him, but Palm doesn't find it to be a problem. They came here for that reason in the first place. Daibo explains it was before knowing that they knew it was a poisonous mushroom. Does he not know about a little thing called retreating? Palm tells him that they won't be able to re-enter this gate if they escape, which Daibo knows. He wonders why they are not escaping. They have done their job as bait, so how are they going to kill something they can't even damage? Wasn't he the one who said that they would die if they tried to fight it? Palm explains that the situation has changed since the competition is gone. This is a free kill, and they are even getting a bonus. Isn't it already too great? Additionally, he shouldn't complain so much. It seems to him like he's going against the contract. Daibo immediately retracts his statement, but he expects a bonus for all this hard work. Palm smiles and agrees, but Daibo at least wants to know this. How are they going to kill that thing when their attacks do nothing? He's not in the mood to throw his life away just yet. Do they even have a way of dealing with that thing? The ones who escaped rush outside. Ab is surprised by their speed, so he asks the other team leader Jubari how the gate went. He sees a few people are missing. She explains that they failed to clear it. Dolan and his party got killed, and Palm is still inside. They were only able to get out due to him and his companion acting as bait, but that boss is impossible to take out. Even if they attacked it once, they wouldn't stand a chance. Abbas is not pleased they couldn't do shit, so they decided to run away like weaklings? Jubare tells him that this boss was the infamous mad poisonous mushroom. There was nothing they could do. Abbas finishes his cigar and says that they should go back already, but Jubari doesn't want to leave without Palm. If the gate is still active, it means that they are still alive in there. Abbas tells her that they won't live. It's only a matter of time before that poisonous mushroom gets to them, and like she said, it's impossible to defeat. If they want, they can wait around here for all he cares. He honestly doesn't have the time for such theatrics. Abyss thinks of them all as useless, but at the same time, this is a serious case of unluck. A two-circle killing that thing is impossible. It's never been done before, but it's not bad, as he has no use for adventurers such as that. What he needs is someone who can overcome even something like that. Someone who looks at an impossible challenge and meets it head-on. Palm is doing just that. He has prepared a mighty fire arrow and launches it at the forest with a loud thud. This boss monster is faster and sturdier than anything they have faced up until now, and in such a situation, it's best to keep distance and attack with overwhelming force. Currently, he cannot achieve that level of power with just his fire arrow, however. If he uses telekinesis to spin the arrow at high speeds, it will increase the pierce effect tenfold. This is something that only he can do in this world. It is something he came up with when he thought of creating a bullet. This is a skill that can make the impossible possible. It is called Revolver, and just as the name implies, it begins to penetrate through the mushroom as soon as it hits it. The arrow rips through his flesh like a bolt, and soon comes out the other way, taking a few trees before it disappears. Palm was aiming for the head to end the fight, but it seems that he has missed slightly. The mushroom now knows of his position, and starts running towards him as he tries to hit it again, but this time, it knows to get out of the attack. Palm's revolver is hard to use while on the move, and the main problem is the cooldown. He has to end this before the boss can get to his position. The mushroom dodges again, shrieking out of anger as it does so, but that's when Palm screams at Daibo to do it now, who pulls with his entire might on a rope, causing the mushroom to trip right into a marsh. Still, it is closer to its target. The end of its hunt is near. Suddenly, Daibo smacks it across the face with his polearm. The spores try to get out of its skin, but are now blocked by the mud. Since he can now breathe normally, it's time for him to show what he can do. With this happening, the conditions have been met. Their entire purpose was to lure the monster here into the swamp, since the basics of the hunt is to nullify the strengths of the prey. This should ensure that the mushroom can no longer let out its spores, allowing Daibo to move in and deal some damage. He combines his polearm with the rope to create a ranged weapon, making it easy for him to unleash a flurry of blows at a distance. The reason they had for luring this monster here wasn't just to block its pores. This muddy swamp, for fast creatures like this one, is the worst place to be in. Palm uses the revolver again. The mushroom is now stuck. The only thing it can do is block the attack with its hands, but even that is proving difficult. After the explosion, Debo wonders if it's dead, but once he sees its handless shadow, he knows that it's still standing. Palm screams at him to aim for the core, which should be in the head, so Debo gets right to it, thinking that this will be an easy hit. Unfortunately, the mushroom has fully unlocked its primal instincts of survival. It grabs his polearm and pulls him in. Before anything can happen, Palm takes a log out of the water and smashes it into the mushroom, just as Debo grabs on it. Using it, he is able to get behind the mushroom and unleash a mighty kick, allowing him to take back his polearm and continue attacking. He moves in circles, and Palm makes the water drop on the mushroom, blocking its vision somewhat. Even so, it seems to still see him. It lunges forward at his shadow, only to find nothing there. Debo is actually behind it, and with a powerful cut, slices its head clean off. The mushroom's body doesn't even process what happened, and Debo gives Palm a thumbs up, signaling their victory. However, what Palm sees shocks him. The body moves on its own and strikes Debo away with a powerful swing before it screams in an even more sinister tone. Palm doesn't know how it can still move without its head, and launches a fire arrow, but the body is much swifter now without its limits. Palm tries to throw it away from him, but the desperate body jumps off the platform and right onto the mountainside. Now Palm only has enough mana for one single arrow. One last chance to kill this thing. Debo is not out just yet. He is angered and throws his polearm so hard it directly takes off the mushroom's lower half, making him think that it can't climb anymore. Unfortunately, this has made it even faster. Palm seems to shoot his last shot, making the mushroom reveal its true self. It grins at their failed attempts. Palm appreciates it showing them the real head. Now he knows where to aim. He used a signal flare as a bluff. The real revolver shot comes now, and since the mushroom has no means of defending itself, the shot goes through, ending the fight. The mushroom leaves them one last gift, an explosion of spores. Debo mad that it's still a nuisance even after death, but Palm grabs him and takes him up, where the spores can't reach. Debo asks if this time it really is over, and Palm confirms, while also congratulating him on a job well done. Now, they need to only grab the mana stone after the poison clears. Suddenly something passes him. The shadowy body of the mushroom is giving its last hurrah. Its core is exposed and almost cracked, but it still has enough energy to release a final flurry of spores over the two. Abbas immediately reports what happened to Rakan, who is amused that he came back just like this. His temper really is unchangeable. Abbas suggests they let the Cygnus Knights take care of this, but suddenly, someone knocks at the door, even though he has told everyone to not disturb him. The one who knocked comes in. It's none other than Palm, who has completed his quest. Rakan can't help but smile, as he is a truly interesting specimen. He asks Abbas what's going on. Did this man rise from his grave or something? He introduces himself to Palm, but no introductions are necessary. He has already heard of his exploits, and he is the type of man they need in Gafor. Palm thanks him for the praise. Rakan is a businessman, so he gets right to business. With his abilities, can he show off at the 100-man gate? Palm looks him in the eyes and says it will be quite tough, something Rakan did not expect. Abbas immediately screams at him. How dare he talk that way to Rakan? Does he think that him being an adventurer means he can pick and choose the mission he's given? Has he forgotten about his debt? Rakan has interpreted it differently. He didn't say it was impossible. They shouldn't beat around the bush, so he should name his price or what he wants in return. Debo spits out his drink after Palm tells him. He actually requested 5 million meso per person? They are 2 people. That's 10 million, and it's far too much. Palm stares at him because of what he just did. Debo apologizes for it, but still, is he not being too greedy here? They will surely decline this deal, and it's their first big task. Palm says it's not his problem. If they want them, they will pay the price. As they talk, Iburu and Jubere approach, with Iburi surprised by how relaxed they look, unlike them, who feel like shit. Debo has had enough. Is this how they thank people for saving their goddamn lives? He didn't like them anyway, so they should all go outside and settle this with their fists. Suddenly, they both apologize. They judge them on the bias that they were slaves before. As an adventurer, he cannot help but feel shame. He wanted to apologize personally. They have brought the promised amount of 1.5 million, and they have a bit more in there as a thanks. Palm says that they don't need it. The only money they will take is the agreed upon 1.5 million. They just did the work they were supposed to after all, so he can take that money back. He shouldn't be mistaken, as they do not need charity work. Debo trusts his boss, but he's mad that he will have to count all of this on his own. Palm calls Iburu and asks if he is capable of doing the work he is paid for, work that pays rather well. Inside of his office, Abbas tells Rakan that he can't take that offer. 10 million is an amount they would pay for a 3rd or 4th circle adventurer, and while Palm might be best among the candidates, a bad precedent will be set if he accepts. It may be possible that he was just highballing them. They should call him in and discuss the payment. Rakan wonders if it is so. Honestly, it would not be weird to ask twice that amount. He gives Abbas a paper while explaining that they will only be sending Palm and his companion to represent their union this time. Upon reading the paper, Abbas's eyes show shock, and he immediately asks if this is real. Raken kicks back and says he would be in trouble if it wasn't. It's information that he got by paying a large sum about Dark Lord Jin and the others. He really shouldn't be mistaken here. The war between the unions is already on. They are just fighting with paper for now. There are a lot of people at the 100-man gate. Some of them have been here for quite some time setting camp, but Palm and Daibo have just arrived, as Raken has agreed to those terms, and now they bear the union's sigil. Everyone around them has scornful expressions, but one man approaches them and introduces himself as Shulden, an E-class adventurer from the Genis Merchant Union. Palm introduces himself as a C-class adventurer, which shocks Shulden. He thought only 1 and 2 circle people could enter the gate due to the restrictions, so how is he here? Suddenly a woman approaches and tells him to back off, as she has business with that man. Shulden didn't know he was with them. He wouldn't have wasted his time otherwise. Before this, Palm asked why he had to bunch up with those guys. Abbas mad that he had to ask so many questions, but he explained that their merchant union will be working with the Cygnus Knights for this gate. They follow the teachings of the Cygnus Empress, the strongest group, the Cygnus Knight Order. They have shown interest in this gate, and the quota for the gate was already taken up by other unions, so they decided to work for them. Even if they are trainees, the probability of success with them is higher than if they are alone. Even though they probably have ulterior motives to go to this game, the offer they made wasn't bad at all, so they will be working together, at least this time. Palm understood. If it was just cooperation, he really didn't mind, but Abbas considered him lucky if that was all. He doesn't know why, but something about those guys just seems off to him. Kiri introduces herself as the one leading the trainees. She hopes they don't think they are of the same status just because they are exchanging a few words. They should not cause any extra trouble for them and obediently listen to orders. Debo doesn't like her already, but she has to make sure. Are they the ones sent from the Gafor Merchant Union? Palm confirms as such, making Kiri wonder just how far that union has fallen. The other union parties begin to arrive one after another. First is the Dig Merchant Union, with Crocus being the leader. Next is the Murdia Merchant Union, with Kube as the leader. Debo has felt the atmosphere change completely. These guys really are the elites. Next are the 3 Natasha sisters of the Goldrich Merchant Union, who are proudly wearing their gold-plated badges. Kiri doesn't like how cocky they are acting, but she doesn't have time to say anything. As a man grabs everyone's attention, he and some others were chosen to be the guards for this raid. He is Longko. They are here to provide support after they get out of the gate. He is sure they must have heard from their respective merchant unions, but he will explain further that the legendary item that comes out of the gate will not belong to them, even if they obtain it. The right to the item will belong to the merchant union they are under. They will be paid based on the agreed terms. They will be happy to hear that they can take any monastones they find, and if by chance they are caught trying to pocket items, they will have to face off against an entire party of B-class adventurers. Debo notices the 5 circles on his hand. He is shocked to see them, and wonders if they are the same ones he's thinking of. With these words, the announcements are closed, and everyone begins to slowly head inside. Kiri immediately tells Palm to follow. She will lead, and they will certainly succeed. Debo really doesn't want to work for someone like her, but Palm is just glad that the moment has finally come. All his efforts were to join this gate raid. It's something that he did not get to do in his past life, but he must succeed. In reality, this is the real start of his adventure, and of his way to the top. Unfortunately for him, this gate will prove that not everything is as it seems, and that even the knowledge he possesses will take him so far. With a red light, they all enter the gate. Debo's surprised that the grass is taller than them, but Kiri tells him to stop sightseeing and not lag behind. He can't believe her, and wants to ask Palm if they really will continue to get treated like this. But Palm is with his ear to the ground, apparently listening for something. Sure enough, heavy hooves can be heard as a band of ribbon pigs approaches them. One of the adventurers counts at least 1,000, and Kiri screams at them to spread out already, as there are still parties that have not arrived, and it's an unspoken rule to not draw danger to the gate. Every merchant union goes its own way as the pigs descend, most of them choosing to go after Kiri's group, which she thinks is good, as they can drag them someplace with an advantage and hunt them down. But one of her subordinates tells her that the Gafor Merchant Union people are gone. Palm and Debo are further away. Palm has anticipated the ribbon pigs, but how did he even anticipate them? Palm explains that it was based on experience. There are many herds of beasts traveling just like this one. The ribbon pigs have an average length of 2 meters, and are a beast that comes with a violent personality. They usually hunt in groups consisting of hundreds, and in rare cases, thousands. Even though they are tough to deal with, they are not impossible to take down. It should be around the same for the other merchant union people. The thing is that they are probably trying to avoid fighting, since they don't want to waste their energy so early. Nobody knows what monsters are in this gate, so there's no way it will be over with just some piggies. Before his return, The raid for this gate resulted in a complete failure, with not one person getting out alive. Debo walks forwards while looking behind and asking why he's so deep in thought. But suddenly he springs a deadly trap that Palm barely has time to drag him out of. In other places too, the adventurers deal with traps, but the most experienced easily take care of them. This guy, Babel, is advised by Crocus to remain vigilant, as these traps are rudimentary at best, but can still instantly kill a man. It seems that these monsters copied the way humans hunt. They are very irregular in that aspect, making him think that the suspects are none other than the Hobbs. They are quite difficult to deal with, as they are equivalent to a boss monster in a red gate. At least they know what to expect now. The difficulty of the gate is higher than the others. If low-level adventurers entered here without their help, they would have no chance. They should make use of this fortunate situation, so they should follow him. Babel isn't moving, however, and that's because his head is already off, along with everyone in his team. Before Crocus can react, his head is cut off too by a mysterious man, who laughs in his place, as he thought that he knew everything like a smartass. Somewhere else, a mage thinks of the idea of using ribbon pigs to distract the people entering the gate. He does not know whose idea it was, but it worked out well enough. Such an opportunity means that he should start working, but he would have liked to sit around doing nothing longer. Well, duty calls after all, so he should get started. Behind him, the Natasha sisters stand, unable to move because of the paralysis. The mage tells them to not resist. This paralysis magic will not let them move for at least 30 minutes. Suddenly the eldest speaks, asking why he's doing something like this, surprising the mage, as this is the first time someone has talked while under his magic. She's too dangerous, so he will kill her now. The two other sisters can only watch as their eldest is torn into half, but her question makes the mage ponder. Why is he doing something like this anyway? That's when the truth reveals itself to him. He's doing everything for the Black Magician. With a powerful fire arrow, he takes the last two sisters down, but can hear fighting nearby. There really is no end to this. He just wants to laze around all day. The mage met with the master previously, who called him William. He has waited quietly for the longest time, but now is the moment. He hid from the people, spreading their power, but now it's fine for them to reap what they sowed. William promised not to let him down, so the master handed him a gift, something given to him by that person, meaning that failure will not be allowed. William knows he can't do this half-assed like everything he does, so at least now, he should get serious. Night comes soon, and the Hobbs are inside of their base, going about their day. Debo can't believe his eyes, especially since these are all boss monsters. Palm already told him that among them there's only one boss, but yeah, they all possess high stamina and strength. Facing even one is risky. It also seems that they looted dead adventurers already, so it will be even more of a pain to deal with them, since they can use the skills that are on the items sometimes. Daibo's whole world comes apart. As with the weapons, those guys should be considered adventurers at this point. And what? He wants to go in with just the two of them? Palm is glad that he's catching on quickly, but Debo doesn't get it. Something like this is impossible with two people. They should call Kiri, or whatever her name was. Palm thought he didn't like to work with her, but he said that before he knew about the monsters. Some of these Hobbs go back to weather more loot, but as they walk, Debo rushes through with his polearm, but the Hobb swiftly dodges. Daibo can't believe that he's doing something like this alone, but he doesn't have time to scream at Palm, as the Hobb goes on the counterattack. Daibo successfully gets out of the way by using his polearm as a boost pad, and he lands successfully. The Hobb does not sit around and charges Daibo again and again, adamant to take the life of this intruder. He eventually does manage to hit it, allowing him to cut its leg, making the Hobb stumble. Daibo moves in for the killing blow, but the Hobb swiftly gets out of the way and punches Daibo straight into a tree, proving that it won't go down easily. He gets out of the Hobb's next attack as it takes down the entire tree and with a sidestep, takes off his hand. The Hobb, however, does manage to grab his head and put him to the ground, but Daibo uses his polearm as a crutch and gets away from his mighty clutch. Daibo knows that this is almost over, so he rushes in, same as the Hobb, who knows that it must fight for its life. After taking it down, Palm comes. Debo mad that he did not help him, but he did take care of it alone. Thanks to that, now he knows they are not as invincible as he expected. Debo is starting to doubt even more. If he were to fight even two at once, he wouldn't be able to do crap. Suddenly, he sees something horrible, an area filled with dead bodies. More specifically, Cygnus Knights. They were all brutalized. Someone seems to be alive, however, but even he is barely breathing. Palm asks what happened. Did they get ambushed by the Hobbs or something? The survivor says that they saw no Hobbs. What did this to them was none other than a trolling. Inside of his office, Abbas smokes his cigar and says that this makes no sense. A trolling is a person who enters a gate with others, and their whole purpose is to collect info and kill adventurers. Since the gate would disappear after their escape, all the evidence of what they did would be erased, however. This time, this is a fight with no winner, since they would have to clear a very difficult gate with wasted energy and basically no manpower. Even if they somehow clear it and bring out something like a unique item, they would not be able to escape the suspicions of the people outside. They are probably going after the elites of the merchant unions, but that makes no sense. Even if that is their goal, if word got out, they would have to fight a war with the merchant unions, and with their powers combined, they wouldn't stand a chance. Debo doesn't see her in particular among the bodies, and Palm is certain now. Kiri is the trolling. The survivor smashes his fist in the ground. It's his fault, as he did not think there would be a traitor among them, but just why would she do it? Palm doesn't get it. Why is she, who is a part of the Signas Knights, a trolling? The survivor doesn't get it either. Something like this should not be possible. But if he thinks back on things, the orders she gave at the gate entrance seemed like a part of her plan. Before finishing them off, she herself said that she is a follower of the Black Magician. Palm knows of him. 800 years ago, he was transcended and threatened the entire world with his followers. To stop him, the 6 heroes fought him, but it ended with both the Black Magician and the heroes being sealed. With the follower army in chaos, the Allied forces pushed back, clearing any and all followers they found. Any citizen of the Maple World knows about this story, even someone like Daibo. Palm guesses that it's not time to be worrying about the monster since she's still on the loose. He asks the survivor if he would join them, but he must prepare for battle, as that's the only outcome when they meet her. The survivor doesn't care. That's exactly what he wants anyway. Somewhere else, Kiri runs away, her face filled with worry, but she soon meets with William and the other trolling, who are glad to see her. William is glad she dealt with the ribbon pigs. They were able to go on with their plans easily thanks to everyone splitting up. Did she receive their present? They had a lot of time wrapping it up. Kiri unsheathes her blade and asks who they are. Debo carries the survivor, saying that they can slow down if he's hurting, but Palm went to search for clues anyway. The survivor says that he's fine, and Debo calms down his worry, as his boss is amazing. They will be able to find her soon. The survivor slowly draws out his dark blade, glad to hear what he just said. Kiri charges in on the trolling, William watching their fight while being amazed. She really is a training captain of the Cygnus Knights. However, she will probably not be able to keep this up for too long. Kiri steps back elegantly and summons the rising sun, making the trolling believe that she has the upper hand. But Kiri deflects her blade and with a spin completely annihilates her. This has taken a toll on her body, but she demands to know why she shouldn't kill him. William doesn't like how noisy she is, and tells the others to come and kill her, who do so out of the tall bushes. Before they can descend on her, however, a dark visage cuts them all apart, shocking William. That visage is none other than Debo, who looks back at Kiri. Before all this, as Debo was dragging the survivor, he showed his true colors and immediately went for the kill. But before he could do anything, his hand was taken off by one small fire arrow. Debo was confused as the survivor screamed and Palm came out, so he asked what the hell was going on. Palm expected him to be the trolling, as his acting is really awful. He was pretty unlucky to meet them, as he has a hard time trusting people. William finds it strange that an uninvited guest would show himself at this stage, but no matter. One of the trollings tells him that he's from Gafor. The fact that he's alive means that the one they sent failed. William knows Patine, that bastard who could not even die honorably, failed to complete his objective, so it's better he just died. These two look strong, however, so they will bring out their full might. Kiri tells Daibo to be careful, but he already knows he won't lose against a bunch of perverts. William commands his men to move in, making both of them get ready for battle. Daibo rushes in with a savage blow, but the one he was aiming for dodges swiftly. Unfortunately for him, Daibo has a polearm, so he redirects that attack right into him. Suddenly, however, an arrow flies towards him, one that he can barely dodge. Another trolling comes from behind and successfully hits him, but the hit was too shallow. He moves in to finish him off with a mighty leap attack, Kiri being concerned for him as she deals with her own problems, but Daibo swiftly gets out of the way. All of this time, he was just playing with this guy, so he cut him in half with ease. A spear-wielding trolling is next, but Daibo dodges and almost takes him out. The spear guy regains his footing, but soon has to dodge his teammate, which Kiri has thrown. If they are the elite, this will be over quickly. William knows he cannot sit idly by anymore, so he uses his staff to make sure that they are eradicated. Debo is surprised to see the fire arrow being used, but his time instantly arrives in his face, being much faster than Palm. The arrow blows up, William knowing that he let his guard down because this is a weak spell, but he is on another level. Nobody can dodge his arrows. He thinks that this is over, so they should start sweeping out any stragglers. But Palm has actually blocked his attack and saved Daibo. Before William can ask who he is, Palm tells him that there's another guest coming, a mighty ribbon pig mother who rushes in with her insatiable herd. William and his squad barely get rid of the herd and their mother, William finding it especially annoying since their targets ran away. He calls over Gerald, who has just finished with his side, so he's severely out of breath. William knows that regrouping now would take time, something they do not have. They must chase after those bastards right away. If they somehow get out of this gate, the entire situation would flip on them. That mage is a really bothersome opponent. Someone suddenly finds some footprints, so William tells them to give chase, but if they see that mage, they should leave him, as he personally wants to eliminate him. Gerald wonders if that's wise. He's not in the position to say anything, but that guy seemed really dangerous. William tells him to save his worries. That brat and his tricks will not keep him alive for long. In this gate, it's impossible to find a mage stronger than him. As they walk, Debo is amused by the situation they left their attackers in. He doesn't even know if they will survive that ambush. Palm believes so. Those bastards are like roaches, but that aside, he should be careful where he steps, as there might be traps. Debo assures him he's alert, but wonders why they didn't just finish them off right there when they had the opportunity. Palm reveals that William is stronger than him. That fire arrow he sent towards him, he countered it with one of his own, but his penetrated through with no issues. The best he could do is parry its trajectory, showing the difference in their power. Debo thinks that he's joking. Who can be stronger than his boss after all? Palm actually isn't joking, and to prove it, he shows his circles. They seem like they have widened to their limit, but Debo doesn't understand how that's of any concern. Palm explains that depending on the thickness, even when using the exact same magic, there will be a difference in speed and power. Since he is at the peak of the second circle, they should be equals, or perhaps even stronger than that guy. However, his magic was something above his understanding. Seeing how he was able to enter the gate, he is certainly a second circle too, so he must have found a way to strengthen his skill. It would be pretty accurate to say that he's the strongest person in the gate right now. Daibo can't believe it. What should they even do if that's the case? Perhaps the earlier tactic. But with Hobbs, Palm says that won't work. Hobbs are different from simple-minded pigs. They will figure out that they are enemies, and they will use that against them. Kiri asks what he's even talking about. Does he even recognize the situation they are in? The important part of this is that a follower of the Black Magician was hiding within her Signas Knights. This one single piece of information is something that holds the entire fate of their world. No matter what, they have to go outside. Clearly, they should all give up on this gate. Who knows how many have already died? Palm calls that pointless, making Kiri even madder. She knows of his history as a slave. It appears that he's still after the clear reward. Palm tries to reason with her. After alerting the people she wants, then what? Does she truly believe that this will get rid of them? They are much smarter than she expects. These followers have been hiding in the shadows, biding their time and strength. Exposing them now would only reveal a glimmer of what they really are. They must dig deeper than that. If they get spooked from this, nobody will find them anymore. They will become a parasite too well hidden for them to even recognize. Kiri has had enough and grabs his cloak. All her ideas are shut down by someone like him, but what the hell will they even do then? He should never talk if he has no plan to back it up. They are being chased as they bicker. They need to get out before they suffer the same fate as her comrades. Palm smiles. What they need to do is let them know who the real monsters are. William's men soon get closer to them, with Shulden telling them to spread out and find them. They cannot escape from this gate. Suddenly, Debo descends upon him, and with a smile swings at him. The spear guy wants to take his revenge and blindly rushes in, but he is suddenly hit by a large trap, triggered by none other than Kiri. With this opportunity, Debo swings for Shulden, but he dodges and attempts to strike his neck. Daibo actually manages to swiftly get out of the way and use his knee to incapacitate Shulden. This has become personal. He drops his polearm and absolutely decimates him with a series of hard strikes, most of them to the face. Their ranged ally would like to help, but she cannot aim for Daibo when he's so close to Shulden. Suddenly, Kiri appears behind her and attempts to strike her more than a few times, the woman barely getting out of the way. Unfortunately, she cannot keep up and trips, forcing her to use the crossbow as a shield. Kiri tells her to not look away from their fight. She's already pissed off and doesn't mind taking a head or two. William hears the commotion nearby. It means that the fighting has started, but he's still curious. Were they waiting for them? Palm appears, answering with nothing. But that's fine to William. They should just get started, right? They both unleash their fire arrows. It is time to prove who the better mage is. William unleashes arrow after arrow on Palm, who retaliates with his own, which William finds extremely fabulous. Palm's strike seems to go through, but soon, something comes out of the dust, forcing him to dodge. This was actually a decoy. The real attack comes from behind, and William unleashes it with a feverish swing. The ground around them is entirely in flames, and Palm still stands, making William wonder how he survived, even though he did not have the time nor the power to block it. Will he tell him? Palm says nothing, and William, seeing that he's not a talker, charges up his staff again. It's not like they can chat while in the middle of a fight anyway, so he will figure out all of his tricks by himself. Palm uses a revolver to block the next strike, making William gasp audibly. He's using telekinesis to spin the arrow. It's like a magic drill, something he has never seen before. After the strikes explode, William understands. To even consider doing something like this, he is what they call a genius, right? His type is what he hates the most, so he will have fun with him and make him dance around until there's nothing left. Palm uses telekinesis to make a rock shield, allowing him to get away from the attack. William is amused. Is playing hide-and-seek all that he can achieve with his geniusness? Suddenly a fire arrow comes at him, forcing him to dodge again and again, making him grow madder with each dodge. He uses another arrow on Palm, who retaliates with a revolver, leaving them at a standstill once again. William knows that he must recharge now, so he gets behind him and uses poison breath on him, which covers the entire area in a green smog. He admits this skill is useful, but leaves one open for attacks, so that's why he had to wait and make sure he had no way to strike back. Now he will be at his mercy for the next 30 minutes. And since his spells are on cooldown, it's time for his favorite pastime, something he cannot wait to do. He will gloriously cut off his skin inch by inch. He wonders what kinds of sounds he will make. Will he squeal? Will he cry? Suddenly, Palm moves right in front of him and prepares a generous punch. William is too stunned to dodge, so Palm crashes his ugly mug with his fist, making the bastard fall to the ground. Ibru went to have a drink with Daibo after their account was settled and asked how they overcame the mad, poisonous mushroom. He would even pay his tab if he told him. Daibo tells him that he would just waste his money. What his boss did is something that not just anyone can do, just because they want to. He called it something like a room. It's a skill using telekinesis to suck and trap in air. Just when he thought they were doomed, he sucked all of the poison in the entire area, letting them live to see another day. Iburi thought of this as basically cheating, and Daibo did too. His boss, after all, is a cheat character. He continues to beat up William for what he has done, not stopping until he is satisfied with the hurt on his face. He eventually throws him into a tree and grabs his staff, letting him use a fire arrow. William cannot get out of this one, and his horrors finally end. He loses his arm in the attack, but manages to save himself for one last attempt at an attack, using the poison ring once again, hoping it hits. Palm simply uses room to consume the poison again, but he knows this is a trick. He's acting crazy while aiming for something in particular. He knows that his poison is not working, so he's probably reaching for his staff, but he wants him to go for it, as he will end his life in one shot. Without a single warning, a flaming orb descends on Palm. He cannot hope to dodge or even counter, and it fully hits him. William has shown his final trap card. With this, he will make his skin burn. Palm recognizes that he let his guard down. He never expected him to have a flame orb hidden. He really would not have made such a blunder if it was before his regression. Truly, he lost his touch in fighting. Daibo hears the explosion where Palm is fighting, and Kiri continues taking enemies done, before telling him to finish what they started. Even if his boss is strong, he cannot handle someone like that. Daibo was getting to it, but suddenly Shulden gets an arrow to the eye, and an army of Hobbs descends on them. Daibo knows that this will slow them down, but Kiri tells him to not lose focus. They can finish them up quickly. Daibo says that besides her underestimating them, they have one with them that seems weird, his smile being the most ominous thing. William wonders if he finally killed that bastard, but that becomes the last thing on his mind as he begins pouring blood out of himself. He will at least acknowledge that he is not half bad. He never expected to meet someone who would drive him to such a point. Should he have asked for his name before taking his life? Suddenly, he gets his answer from Palm, but he better keep it in mind as that is the last name he will hear while being alive. William can't believe this cockroach, but it's pointless now. He cannot use bluffs anymore. His abilities are not good enough. Palm gave up on that already. It seems that catching him with just 2 circles is impossible. William recognizes the thing in his hand. It's a mana stone, but he really is crazy. What is he hoping here? To absorb a mana stone and get a circle up? He truly is idiotic. Just absorbing that won't make him evolve. What he needs is enlightenment through countless struggles. Palm knows that already, but he has enough experience and enlightenment to the point where he could cover his entire body in circles. William thinks of this as another bluff instead of accepting the truth and uses fire arrows to attack, but Palm only needs summon one to eradicate his mockery of magic. William desperately uses another flame orb, but Palm upgrades the arrow by spinning it, allowing the flame orb to be easily destroyed. William's last words is a pathetic scream of Palm's name through his blood-ridden mouth, as the revolver makes sure that this time, he is dead. Palm stands victorious, but he forgot to ask the name of this bastard. Oh well. The Hobbs seem to have put the other 2 into hiding, more specifically Kiri, who is forced to carry an unconscious Daibo around. When they started fighting them, Daibo was actually doing really well while Kiri was struggling. He thought that this was all too easy. He could read their movements now. Sure enough, he could, but just as he was about to take down another Hob, a flaming attack pushed him into the ground before it blew up. Kiri knew that spell. It was the orbital flame, and it was cast by that hob, no less. She never expected to see a monster use an item. This situation has become too troublesome. As she thinks of staying hidden until Palm arrives, a hob reaches for his target, forcing her to dash away into the open forest. The hobs immediately try to grab her, and one of them, brandishing a weapon, readies it to end them. With no choice, Kiri throws Daibo into the air and uses her blade to slash the hob in front of her before catching Daibo again. She can't believe she has to carry this lump around, but she can probably handle the hobs if they come one at a time. But suddenly, another orbital flame stops her. It seems that this one she cannot handle. The magic hob attacks again, this time going straight for her. And sure enough, his hit lands, blowing the land around them up as the hob cherishes his kill. Unfortunately for him, Daibo has woken up, and without saying a single word, he charges into an army of hobs sent by their leader. Daibo easily cuts the first few ones up, however. One of them attacks from behind. With movement like never before, Daibo cuts him in half, just in time for the magic hob to blast Daibo once again, at the cost of his army. Once again, Daibo comes out of the ashes, jumping straight for the magic hob's neck. Fearful for his life, he unleashes a mighty fire spell to throw Daibo as far away as possible. But he did actually manage to hit the magic hob, who now has only half a face and a broken jaw. Extremely furious by these debilitating injuries, he uses all of his power to hurl one last gigantic fireball at them, but it gets intercepted by a revolver, which goes above and beyond, killing the magic hob. Kiri is shocked, as Palm has come to the rescue, glad to not be that late to their party. Outside of the gate, Longko is bored as hell waiting for the people to come out. It's been 4 entire days since they entered. He took his job because it seemed pretty easy, but his body is growing restless. Just chilling around does not suit someone like him. He will probably decline these types of missions from now on if need be. Suddenly, the gate starts to make a strange noise, and with a large crack on the upper half, it comes apart, falling to the ground as people flee. He immediately charges in to see what happened and asks one of his members, Kite, to report. She explains that 3 people have returned alive, and since the gate disappeared, this means that nobody else is getting out. Eventually, Palm wakes up in a bed, checking himself for any injuries, and Longko stands beside him, glad to see that he has come back to the land of the living. He advises him to answer these next questions carefully, as it seems the only people who survived are them, people from the Garfor Merchant Union. Just what the hell happened inside of the gate? Palm acts the fool. He guesses that everyone else died. Longko tells him to answer properly, if he wants to save his life, so Palm comes up with a fake story. There was a demon inside of the gate. If he had a pen and paper, he could draw it for them. He is handed one, and Longko is surprised once he sets his eyes upon the drawing. He immediately gathers his people, as this entire situation makes no sense. 100 people entered. Most of them were aces representing their respective merchant unions. Even if it's a 100-man gate, it's still a damn red gate. Are they to believe that they all fell to the monsters? They should have easily dealt with them. The Sky Merchant representative Toriel is especially mad, as his cousin was among them. Longko has surmised that Palm is not lying. This is what he said the boss of the gate looked like. The members can't believe their eyes. It's a green hob, the ones that can use items. And since they are extremely intelligent, 100 people would never be enough. The gold-rich merchant representative, Franco, cannot accept such an outcome. He does not know about the others, but there is no way Natasha and her sisters would fail like this. Longko asks what he's trying to say, but Franco believes it to be rather obvious. This is a case of trolling. None of this makes sense, unless someone stabbed them from behind. There is no way for them to confirm anything that happens in a gate. People have been known to take advantage of this, whether premeditated or not. Is it also not strange that those who survived are from the same group? Abbas cannot listen to his incessant speculations. Is he truly saying Gafor betrayed everyone? Is it not simply that their side just happened to someone who became a third circle and survived, while the rest were unlucky and died? Franco asks if he's really saying that their adventurers are weaker, but any which way, it's the truth. Franco believes that if they were that good, they wouldn't have been placed last within the 10 great merchant unions, but Abbas rebukes this. They are new after all, so climbing up the ranks is something they have planned for the future. Anyway, Franco wants to know if he has any proof for their innocence, but Abbas feels that there's no need for such a thing, as they did not bring out any items back from the gate, so they have no motive. Palm thanks Longko after they are done healing them, who tells them to take care of themselves as they leave. Kite wonders if it's wise to let them leave like that, but they already came to a conclusion, so there's no point in holding them. As the group walks away, a small snail comes out. Kiri's surprised that it actually managed to follow them. After they wiped out the last of the hobs, Kiri saw Palm hesitate to throw away the items. They simply had to. This is the plan they formed, to kill the boss and throw away all items. However, the item he got from that man, the Phoenix Feather, was too incredible. Just holding it increases the output of fire magic by 30%. and unlike other items that don't stack, this item can have its effect stacked indefinitely. This was likely the reason why the adventurers were wiped out so easily, and an unexpected gain. He had to take this out no matter what. Kiri warned him, if they took anything out that they have not registered prior to this, they will be suspected of trolling. He must already know this. He should not be greedy, and they should move on already. Suddenly, a small snail appeared next to them, proving to be a fortunate boon. This is a pet snail, which, unlike other snail monsters, does not have any attacks. Its only purpose in life is to find and collect items, and with each item collected, its shell grows larger. This is a life form that was found after the gate was opened in his past life, but now he stumbled upon it sooner, letting him smuggle the feathers out. Kiri is surprised he actually managed to succeed. Just how did he know to use the snail anyway? Palm says he had to try something, as he couldn't just leave empty-handed. Kiri asks what they are going to do now. What are his plans for the future? Palm tells her not to be in such a hurry, since they made their way into the Cygnus Nights too. They should be careful with their movements. If they are not cautious, they will hide in a hole and stay there. They should have already heard of what has happened, so they should wait and see what their next move is. Sure enough, the masters informed that everyone was wiped out, including Willem. The raid has failed. The woman who reported this tells him about the leading theory, about the boss monster that supposedly killed everyone, with only 3 from Gafor returning alive. They were suspected of trolling at first, so Gafor got questioned instead of them. Thanks to this, they are not exposed, so she will go and prepare the next mission right away. The master is surprised their people were not caught. Their plan was to kill all the parties and then the boss, so one of those 3 who survived must have seen William. But there was nothing like that in the reports that Palm shared. The woman does not know why he would hide it, even if he did so. Since they have people in more than one merchant union, it will be hard for them to point at them specifically. The master thinks, what if he realized that the one behind all this is not just a merchant union, but them, the followers of the Black Mage? They would be the only party who would know of their return. So what if they decide to share this information? The woman becomes spooked. If it is so, they are in danger. They must cut off all the members from their infiltrated guilds at once. The master feels another way. This is simply an invitation, which he will accept wholeheartedly. However, he will be the one to pick the stage this time, and he will send him to one where countless have already perished. Before all of this, Debo's life was hell. He suffered from extreme poverty and could only dream of living like a normal person. All that he was able to do was watch his sister suffer from the black blood disease. Even when everyone important to him died, he could not send them to the afterlife. He simply had to watch. However, at his lowest point, he encountered Aaron, who gave him help. Soon enough, he was able to acclimate to his new way of life after training with Aaron, and he also bonded with his squad. He looked up at Aaron with pride and reverence. All of this happened in 1 year. His outlook on life had completely changed. He saw Aaron as a hero, unswayed by emotion. She protected people and took the lead in most things. Watching her was what gave him purpose. His goal had become to help her. One day, they stumbled upon a dark cave in the ENA's mountain range, a place with a dark aura. This is because a girl asked them to help her. She could not go alone, but she needed help to find her brother. Aaron did not do personal requests. Besides, taking someone like her, who is only a third circle, will make the mission even harder. There is also the fact that her brother may already be dead. Just when the girl thought her chance was lost, Daibo cut in, saying that they might be her last hope. After the last day, there weren't many adventurers who could go into a cave of trials. He wanted to help her and would take responsibility for anything that happened. The abandoned cave was filled with signs of war. They searched corpse after corpse for the girl's brother, but they didn't have any luck. Although Aaron was surprised to see so many dead, suddenly something almost crashed on them, something which revealed itself as the Zakum, who was now trying to take them out. Debo charged in, but Aaron hit the monster first, telling him that they were taking the left. With this, the entire party charges in, fighting the monster with great efficiency. All the while, the girl stumbled upon a dark cave. After they defeated the danger, everyone was pretty tired, but the girl, Shannon, was nowhere to be found. The best thing they could find was her hairpin. Debo wondered if she went into the cave right in front of them, but Aaron advised caution, as she felt a strong aura coming from it. The party was hesitant to go in, so Daibo wanted to take responsibility and go by himself. He was responsible for her anyway. The others told him to come down, but Aaron simply said she's coming with. What is inside that cave is her job to deal with anyway. With that, they all decided to go in, passing a pile of boiling lava on an efficiently built bridge. Soon enough, they stumbled upon Shannon, who was next to a corpse. This was her brother. Aaron looked sternly, and Debo wanted to come over there and rescue her, but Shannon simply smiled. She knew that he would come for her, since he's such a kind person. But now there's no turning back. Does he know the meaning behind the name Zakum? It stands for the Tree of the Demon, and while many believe the moving statues are that, they are only a medium, the real Zakum is this ancient tree. Debo did not know what she was on about, but Aaron thanked her for the info and told her to get out of the way so they can slay the tree. She should really go, as she would likely get crushed by it if she got caught, or perhaps she still had something to do there. With her brother as a sacrifice? Shannon was disgruntled that they did not understand her, but it already started as soon as they entered. Zakum uses his mediums well, but they are not limited to only statues. Suddenly, Debo was stabbed in the back by one of the teammates, and the other charges on Aaron. Debo looked at Miria, asking what she was doing, but her mind was already corrupted, only seeing him as that which took her friends away. Shannon confirmed this fact. They only see them as revenge. So it's time for the finale. The real Zakum rose from the ground, and Shannon awakened, pleased to do the Black Magician's will. Debo desperately tried to not hurt his teammate, but Aaron screamed at him to snap back to reality. The person in front of him was no longer Miria. As he despaired, Aaron used an adrenaline boost to use a smash wing that made a bunch of rocks fall, and as a result, killed the other teammate. Debo faults himself for this. If he hadn't pressed Aaron, none of this would have happened. He charges Miria and slashes her body, apologizing for what he has done. She suddenly reached for him, forcing Debo to cut her in half completely, but she gently caressed his face and thanked him for his mercy. This made him despair even further, to the point that he could not contain it anymore. Aaron went after Zakum with a powerful attack, but he simply blocked and retaliated. Aaron dodged, and Debo joined her, vowing to take this thing apart. Together they unleashed a multitude of rock-cracking attacks, but it got the jump on Debo eventually, and pushed him back. Shannon saw this as an opportunity, and went to strike him while he was distracted, but Aaron swiftly intercepted her and made sure she did not get up again. The only thing they had to deal with now was Zakum, but unfortunately, Debo's mind had begun to be corrupted. As he barely grasped consciousness, he begged Aaron to kill him before he did something he would regret for the rest of his life. Aaron knew she had no way around this. She had to do it, making Debo happy. This is a better end for someone like him, a punishment for a fool who let his emotions rule his mind. He apologized to everyone once again, before his mind had become corrupted. Suddenly, he saw his sister lying on the ground, motionless, and right above her, Aaron. The corruption made him think that she did this. His personality had become volatile, and the only thing on his mind was revenge. As Zakum attacked, Debo did the same, Aaron being barely able to get out of the way before another attack came. They began to exchange blows, but Aaron was the one who taught him everything she knew. So with a feint attack that made Zakum protect his new vessel, Aaron went behind Debo and unleashed a final toss, throwing Debo to the side. She knew there was not much time, so she jumped in on Zakum and summoned every ounce of power in her body in the form of a final blow. Unfortunately, Daibo's revenge-ridden mind ignored the pain and charges her at the same time. Aaron knew that it was too late to stop the attack at this point, so she apologized as the attack completely eradicated Zakum. Somehow, Debo was alive, his mind no longer clutched by Zakum's corruption. Aaron was glad to finally see him awake. She really thought that she had to leave without even saying goodbye. Debo could not believe his eyes. He reached out for her, asking why she had not done what he requested. Aaron explained that they had failed already, 800 years ago. She is no longer someone who can stop the Black Magician, but he could. He had great potential and talent, much more than she ever had. That is why right now, she will leave the Maple world in his capable hands. She is sure that he would be able to achieve much. He was her disciple after all. That is how Aaron, the polearm master, closes her eyes for the final time. Debo let her friends know of her death, and eventually he left. There was nothing for him there, if he did not have Aaron. This life was hell. He could not protect those near and dear to him. His sins remained unrepented, and even Aaron's final request, he could not fulfill. He gave up. He had no reason to fight anymore, so he let death take him, in one final death-seeking fight. Debo wakes up in his home, his sister glad to see him awake, and notes that he was sleeping talking. Was he having a nightmare or something? Debo doesn't remember anything, and suddenly someone knocks at the door, apparently for Debo. He slowly gets out of his bed and goes to the door, where Palm was waiting. He explains that their plans have changed, or rather sped forward. They have to get ready at once. Debo wondered if they had no holiday time, but Palm was confused, as he has rested enough. Additionally, he will have to lend him some money. 200,000 should be enough. Palm tells Abbas about the Hob base, and how they killed all the other people, but they managed to defeat them only because he raised his circle. Abbas could not know what he was planning, so he asked if this was really it. He's only going to say this now. He would only be rewarded for the gate once they got enough information. He should be in need of money, right? Palm excuses himself for being forgetful. He has also come here to pay his debts. In full, that is. He has 2 million mesos here. With this, their account is settled. Abbas could not believe this bastard. How did he manage to save up so much scratch? The amount they paid him is nowhere near that, so it seems he had a side hustle. With this timing too, it seems he's trying to get maximum value on this information. He congratulates Palm. He's now a free adventurer, so it's only right they resign a contract. He should tell him how much he would like as a sign-on bonus, and they would do their best to match it. Palm already had a number, 50 million mesos. Naturally, this shocks Abbas. He's just a C-class adventurer. Who in the hell would even consider paying that much for him? Palm has no time for games. If that's the case, he will just have to leave. Daibo asks how it went after Palm gets out, so he explains that Abbas rejected his offer for the sign-on bonus, which was 50 million. Daibo thinks he's crazy too. How can he even ask for that much? He doesn't know why he does these things without telling him first, but anyway, why are they here of all places? Palm asks if he knows of this place, which he could not. This is the slum grounds. There is nothing he has not tried to get out of here since he was young, and while he knows where he lives now is not the best. Compared to this place, it's heaven. Apparently this area used to be the best in Lys, but that was in the past. Now it's basically a bandit den. If he had to guess, this was the worst place to be in the entire Victoria Island. To prove that point, a random man is thrown their way, and soon they are encircled by a bunch of bandits. The man thought things were going well, but it seems he was wrong. Daibo advises that they better ignore this and go around. But suddenly, the man begins to call them his brothers, asking why they are so late. Those thugs were calling him a thief and began to beat him. He begs them to stand up for him, just like how they have done before. Daibo asked what the hell he's saying. They don't even look alike, but the thug boss did not care. Since they were brothers, they would have to pay for what he stole, which was worth 3 million mesos. The man asks if they saw him reach for it or something. Perhaps if they did, it was their bad eyesight, so they shouldn't try to blame a kind man like him and get away. The thug boss had enough, but Palm simply threw the 3 million in his face and told them to get lost. Daibo literally did not know what to think anymore, but it seems that Palm knows this man, and his name, Ralph. Palm tells him that they came to this place to recruit him, but what about the money? Palm says he hasn't got any. He threw everything he had earlier. Ralph wanted to know who they are affiliated with, which is with nobody. So what reason did he have to join them? Daibo had enough of him and asked for the money they splurged on him back, but Ralph never asked them to pay. This guy just acted without even discussing it. Seeing how they came to this backwater place just to look for him, they must be aware of his skills, so they should pay accordingly. He will give them a special discount of 3 million mesos. Sounds fair, right? Just as Daibo is about to charge him, the woman from before appears. Introducing herself as Beiju, of the Kanya Merchant Union, she is looking for one El Palm. He analyzes her before revealing himself, and Ralph is quite confused by her appearance. She says it's a pleasure to meet him. She would have liked to meet in a better spot, but things just happened like this. They of the Kanya Merchant Union looks at his skills with praise, especially since he survived the 100-man gate, so they would like to scout him for his part. Naturally, there will be a simple gate rating test as a test. They will pay 3 million now, and 50 million if he passes the test. This makes Palm smile, and with the money given, Beiju reveals the raid will happen in 3 days. She wishes them luck. Daibo thinks that this was an amazing fortune, but Palm immediately throws the money to Ralph. This is what he asked for, but he promises another 7 million after each successful raid. Daibo does not know what to say. Did he perhaps eat some strange mushroom? How can he spend so much on that bastard? Palm has no time to argue, so he just tells him to follow, so they all go to an inn, where surprisingly, they meet up with Kiri once again. Daibo immediately asks why she's here, so Kiri explains that she only came to fulfill her promise. 3 days pass, and they go to the gate. This seems to be a 50-man raid, considering there are 5 parties. Not a bad number for a raid at all. Ralph looks around, but can only see useless people, who will decrease the pay he will get. Beiju greets everyone as she stands in front of the gate, as they have been briefed already. This is an orange-level gate, with a maximum entrance of 50 people, and only 3 scars. She believes that with their numbers, clearing something like this is not hard. Palm knows she's a part of the followers. He expected Kanya Merchant Union to contact him, but not so soon. It seems that they are quite greedy to already use this place. Even though the timing is different from his past life, it's a gate he has cleared once already, so there will be no changes in the plan. Beiju tells everyone to shoot a flare if they spot a second gate. Daibo does not know what that is, so Kiri explains that gates are divided into colors based on their levels, as the second gate means that there is another dungeon inside of an already existing gate. Since the orange ones usually have a 2-gate layout, they have to raid a whole nother dungeon. Additionally, the monsters and terrain will change tremendously, so he should be wise and practice caution. Ralph did not expect to have such a greenhorn in their midst, perhaps he should be worried. He also makes things clear with Palm. When he contacted him, they never decided who the leader is, which should be determined on skill, right? Palm likes how greedy he is. They should decide the leader based on the contribution for this gate after all. Ralph can't believe that this noob fell for it. Once he becomes party leader, he will have tons of fun and even more cash. As they go in, Daibo is happy that they will get 50,000 mesos from such a simple dungeon. They should do so diligently. Ralph asks if they are on a picnic since he's acting so giddy. He really will be useless in this place. Daibo has had enough of him and flips him off while asking for a fight. But Ralph believes the outcome will be obvious, so there's no real point in trying when he has no money to make. Daibo tries to tell Palm something as he enters, but he is soon distracted by the sight of death. Everyone that has gone in before them is either being butchered or already dead by a dangerous enemy, the Evil Eye. One immediately jumps on Daibo, who can barely hold its jaws from swallowing him whole. But fortunately, Ralph comes in for the rescue, kicking the Evil Eye into a tree. He tells him to pay attention, and Kiri can't believe that this gate was placed right inside of their territory. The Evil Eyes charge their next meals with giddy smiles, but those who attack Palm are instantly dealt with by his arrow. He knows that they did not go into their territory. The Evil Eyes did not attack them like this in his previous life. Kiri tries to use her expertise of the blade to take care of an Evil Eye, but it dodges attack after attack, seemingly reading her attacks with ease. The Evil Eye manages to sneakily hit her, making 3 more show up to feast on her flesh. Before they can do so, however, they are blown up completely. Daibo is struggling too, but suddenly someone strikes the Evil Eye and throws it so hard it comes apart as it hits a tree. This was done by none other than Ralph, who finds the feeling of winning exhilarating. He might as well say that he has achieved victory over their little bet. Kiri is amazed too. She doesn't want to admit it, but his powers are something else. He continues to take down Evil Eyes one after another, and thinks that since the other 2 are fine, he will check on Palm. Upon doing so, he sees that he's doing extremely well. He can see now why Kinya was interested in him. He does not know about bosses, but his hunt speed is much faster than his. This can only mean one thing. He has finally found someone useful, someone who can make bank for him. The offer he got for 50,000 mesos is not something just anyone could get. They will probably pay him even more in the future, considering his potential. He can see his future. He will be able to swim in coins after he takes over this party. Kiri notices that he's enjoying this battle, but as he goes for another kill, making the Evil Eye in front of him horrified, he suddenly gets struck by Palm. He screams that this was a cheap attack. He should only say that he wants to fight, and they will. Palm says that he will take that as thanks, and before Ralph can ask him about it, a bunch of arrows eradicate the Evil Eyes in front of him. They are surrounded entirely, letting the archer pick them off easily. Palm has already seen where he's shooting from, so he uses the Evil Eyes that are coming for him as cover. Sure enough, the mystery archer takes them down, allowing Palm to come around and strike him immediately, seemingly taking the archer out. Ralph is amazed, both by the idea he came up with and the execution of it. Daibo suddenly tells him to look out, as a bunch more arrows are already behind him and explode upon impact. Even if hit, Palm has been barely damaged, but this is enough for Kiri to go into panic and suggest retreat while they still can. Usually Ralph would agree with such a tactic, but unfortunately, they have nowhere to run to. The remaining adventurers desperately try to get away, but the arrows seemingly follow and take them out. Kiri uses her solar slash to save some of them, and demands they get their asses moving to the forest if they want to get out alive. The adventurers would have done so, were it not for the fact that they are entirely surrounded by Evil Eyes, who are just waiting with their salivating jaws open. Suddenly, however, most of them are blasted away. Palm has opened a path for everyone, so they get to booking it while they still can. The arrows still follow, taking out those who are not fast enough, and Palm retaliates by creating a smokescreen. He then tells Daibo to listen carefully, as he will share something important. The archer is shocked that he aimed for him once again with that smokescreen. It seems that Evoke's worries were not baseless as he previously thought. He will have to apologize. He was not familiar with his game, but this is the end. He shoots at Palm, but he immediately jumps from tree to tree, skillfully dodging every attack, much to the annoyance of the archer. As he looks closer to the group, he notices that one person is missing, more specifically, the polearm user. Suddenly, a fiery blast approaches swiftly, too fast for him to do anything. It seems that Palm and Daibo changed appearances, and Palm was glad that the hit actually did hit this time. Daibo is glad that the plan worked, but it's all thanks to him for being such a good staller. With no warning, an arrow tears through his side, and soon enough, even more approach, this time with even more hatred put into them. The adventurers continue to run, but most get taken out in an instant. Kiri grabs Daibo and tries to run, but an arrow hits her leg, causing both of them to fall to the ground, now fully at the mercy of the incoming arrows. Before they can hit, however, Ralph saves both of them, mad that he has to play the father role when he doesn't even have kids. The archer lets them run. They will not be able to escape him in the end. Before firing another flurry of shots, he suddenly stops, seeing something that spooks him. Ralph continues dragging the two, wondering why they were told to run in this direction, but Debo tells him to just do as his boss says, even though he's barely clinging to consciousness. After they pass a bush, they finally see why Palm told them to come here, the second gate. It seems that he knew the location all of this time, but they will live thanks to him. The distance from the enemy and them is 100 meters, give or take, so they can reach the gate with no arrows threatening them. Debo asks if he really plans to go in there without Palm, but Ralph guesses that this was his plan since he told them to come here. He tries to scream for Palm, telling him that they will go in first, but suddenly, a barrage of arrows appears from the front, hitting them with no mercy. Ralph drops the two as a result. He tries to make sense of how the attacks came from the front. Did he really get in front of them on such short notice? A bunch more arrows suddenly appear in front of him, but he is saved by Daibo's axe being thrown in front of him. Daibo knew that he would save them, but when he looked closer, he could also see a gigantic log hurling towards them. Knowing this was Palm's doing, he uses the log as a baseball bat to throw them inside of the portal, making even the archer think of him as a crazy bastard. The archer keeps looking for Palm, but the best thing he can find is an evil eye most of the time. Just how long will he play this hide-and-seek game? This is extremely foolish, but he will play his game, as at this point he can only struggle. During the 13th year, Evoke took him in. A selection match was held, where 300 assassins fought, until only 5 remained. The killing filled the battlefield, and went on for 7 straight days. Nobody was able to find him in that entire time, and Evoke granted him the title of a ghost. He takes another evil eye down, letting Palm know his position, so he almost hits him. The archer gets out of the way so as not to be caught, but amidst that, he was close. However, he should have figured that his position would be exposed with that attack. He attacks where he thinks Palm is, but he finds nothing. Only an arrow that comes straight for him once again. The archer figures out that he's using telekinesis as he falls. He truly is a petty trickster. As he runs away, Palm summons 2 arrows to deal with him, but he retaliates with arrows, making him unable to see much because of the blast. This allows an arrow to get dangerously close from behind, but he takes care of that one too, even if it makes him fall to the ground. The archer is now enraged. If he likes to play so much, he will show him what real play looks like. Palm notices the forest has gotten quiet, too quiet, meaning that he's hiding seriously now. Pretty impressive, honestly. There was nobody capable of such a thing during his previous life, so if he considers that, this is probably a Kanya assassin, meaning that the future already changed because of him entering that 100-man gate. Suddenly, the archer screams at him to come out from the other side. He should know that this is a time waster. Nothing will change if they both hide like rats. He has heard rumors that he likes to fight head-on, or perhaps he is also in the hiding business. Palm is confused. How did he get to that spot without leaking any presence? Perhaps a teleportation spell, but he can't know that just yet. Suddenly, the archer exclaims that he found him, and dozens of arrows threaten Palm from behind. The next gate takes the 3 into a frosty land, or rather throws them. Debo is still mad that they abandoned the boss, but Ralph says he was the one who threw them in, so there's no reason to pout. Debo wonders how he will ever handle it alone, but Ralph is sure he probably has a plan or something. Debo looks down, only to see piles of bones scattered everywhere. He is sure this was just a 3-scar gate. These bones are enough to account for 100 parties. Kiri has realized, though, those Kanya bastards actually tricked them. The sudden request, then the trolling happening on the first floor, and now the corpses. It's clear as day, they are followers of the Black Magician. They probably lured adventurers that got in their way to this place, but this time they sent assassins too, probably because of Palm. Ralph is interested. He would like to listen to her story a bit more, but they should talk about it later, because the homeowner has just shown up. A mighty beast approaches, the boss monster of this dark and cold place. Ralph knows that it's time for him to show what he can do. They should consider themselves lucky, as he does not do this for just anyone. If people were asked to describe Ralph's character, they would use adjectives such as trashy, greedy, and lowlife. But if they were to describe him as an adventurer, things would change. He is a pretty useful person. He has top-notch skills despite his personality, and he's probably at the peak of the 3rd Circle Bishop Healer. Suddenly, Kiri and Daibo are engulfed in a healing light, rejuvenating them in an instant. Debo is amazed, to say the least, especially since he did not expect for this bastard to be a healer. Kiri knows that this means he was fighting without skills. He's just that naturally strong. Ralph tells them to get ready if they are better now. It seems that this huge guy is about to lose his patience. Immediately as the monster attacks, he runs away, leaving the two to fight it. They barely hold on as the monster picks up the rock they are standing on and attempts to swallow them, but they manage to get out of the way. Debo grabs on one of his teeth and hits the beast straight in the eye. while Kiri strikes at the same time. The beast tries to deter Debo with his huge hand, which suddenly gets blasted away by Ralph, who continues to attack. The beast eventually manages to hit Kiri, but Ralph immediately uses heal on her while he keeps fighting. Daibo knows this is different. He's not just standing there and healing, but also attacking. And on top of that, his heal timing is immaculate. He's not just doing it randomly, he's only casting when they are in danger. Ralph apologizes for not telling them previously, but from now on, each spell will cost them. He uses Bless on both of them to boost their powers, but from this point forwards, it's 100 mesos per cast, something which the two do not agree with. Eventually, the beast stands defeated, Kiri extremely out of breath, and Ralph wanting to quickly tally up what they have to pay. The creature suddenly lets out a lot of air, Daibo thinking it's just a death reaction, but suddenly, it begins to cover its wounds with ice magic, allowing it to slowly get up and tower over them once again. Poem runs away to the best of his ability from the arrows, which are inching closer and closer by the second. He can no longer detect the archer's firing position, meaning the only thing he can do is run. Usually, third circle archers have access to quiver flow, a teleportation skill. However, that skill does not bring the user back to a set point, so it should be impossible to move like that. The archer laughs maniacally. He already told him that running away like a rat is useless. He's so slow. In fact, even a stump could catch him. Palm tries to hit him, but misses entirely, making the archer mock him more. He should really count his shot from now on. If he keeps wasting that much mana, he will soon suffer from mana shock. Indeed, Palm is already coughing up blood. The archer moves in. He guesses that Palm is trying to distract him with his skill, so that he could go in the second gate, but he will not have a chance in hell. Palm knows he cannot fight this battle. When he doesn't even know the location of his enemy, before he gets cornered, he has to do something. After another barrage of arrows takes him down, he swiftly takes out a potion from his bag as even more arrows approach. He does not have the luxury of calculating every little thing anymore, so he will have to take a gamble. He uses a flame orb to counterattack, but the archer simply gets out of the way, thinking that he is a fool. What he did not expect, however, was to see 6 arrows come at him, but this is suicidal. He used the highest grade skill someone of his caliber can cast during a mana shock. Is he trying to die before he gets to him or something? Palm already has an idea of how the archer operates, and if he's right, he will take him down even if he has to force his body. The arrows crash into random trees. The archer, knowing that he's not really aiming for him, he must have lost his mind to do something like this. Palm summons another flame orb, making the archer jump higher, but Palm is not done, as he summons blast after blast, even though his body is giving up. The archer calls him a moron. Did he seriously think that such an attack would hit? His fate is already written. He will die from mana shock slowly. He will feel his body slowly decay and fall apart. Palm's body condition worsens as he lets out even more abilities. His pupils become dilated. He's giving everything he's got. Soon, the archer realizes that the entire area is now on fire. He will definitely be burned if he stays here, so he has to leave. He suddenly spots an open field, thinking that this is the perfect place to go to, but also realizes that the timing is far too suspicious to be a coincidence. He finally understands. This was a trap. He has to go back no matter what. As one archer rushes through, another tells him that they have to go back because it was a trap, but he does not have time to react. As Palm hits him with a flying rock, his brother reacts quickly and takes care of it, but Palm has already reached his target. This is only one of 2 archers down. The archer does not just let himself get hit, however. He uses his bow as a boosting pad and gets away, before countering with a kick. Palm can feel his body losing energy. He has to end this now. He trips the archer's bow, causing him to fall, and allows him to unleash a mighty kick. Now away from his bow, he is an easy target, but Palm is interrupted by his brother. He has to get up. That bastard does not have any more mana for offensive magic. Out of nowhere, through a dagger swiftly tries to pierce his neck, something which follows him constantly, making him think that he's only using telekinesis because it has a low mana cost. The other archer rushes in with his knife, forcing Palm to dodge and swerve, and making him lose control of the knife. The brother tries to shoot him down, but Palm puts him in his place with a bunch of rocks, all while he fights the other archer. He's shocked at his skill. Just what type of mage is he? Palm cannot let them get the upper hand, so he uses telekinesis with the knife to make the brother lose his grip on the bow, allowing him to aim at his other opponent with ease. Unfortunately, he was still able to let out a shot, allowing the other archers to kick him down, making Palm lose grip on his staff. The other archer moves in. He's cocky now because he's only got one arm left, so Palm uses this cockiness to disarm him and catch his hand. He swiftly twists it, making the other archer scream and recoil in pain, allowing Palm to summon a flaming orb over them both. This makes the other archer get thrown into a tree. He can barely breathe because of all the smoke going around. The brother sees that Palm has created an area around them, trapping the smoke inside. The youngest wonders where his brother is, running through the fire and smoke with reckless abandon, allowing Palm to move in. This is the final attack in their battle, so the youngest uses his cloak as a tarp to block Palm's vision and charges in, with something slashing someone's skin. The eldest moves in as soon as the barrier is down. He sees a body and his brother barely standing, so he swiftly picks him up and tells him that they have to leave after grabbing the phoenix feathers from Palm. That's when he looks at the body on the ground. It's of his brother, and Palm is actually right next to him. With one swift strike, he takes him out and falls face first into the ground. If he has gotten anything from this fight, it's that he hates bow users. Inside of the frozen domain, the beast's power continues to grow. It smashes through the cave and throws Daibo around as he cannot even move. It has grown twice in size, this evidently being its true mighty form. The beast attempts to take Daibo down, but Ralph attracts his attention, making it attempt to go even faster. But Ralph gets a hit first. Unfortunately, he realized that where he hit was too tough, giving the beast the chance to crush him against it. He cannot get out of this pickle on his own, but fortunately Kiri is there to help him with a solar slash, although she hopes this counts as payment for earlier. She grabs a hold of him as the beast attempts to splatter them, but misses entirely. Having had enough, the beast jumps high into the air with all of his force, and then comes down with even more force, clearing the entire area around him of snow. With one heal, the party is back in play, but Daibo asks Ralph if they have any way of dealing with this thing. If not, they will surely wear themselves out. Ralph tells him about its back, but cannot specify anything, as the beast lunges its hand forward to grab them. As everyone dodges, Daibo demands him to be more specific, but Ralph tells him to just shut up and draw as much attention as possible, so that he can get to the weak point that's in the back. They do just that. Daibo acts as a tank, letting the beast pummel him, while the other two rush in to grab the sword that's sticking out of its massive icy back. It notices them, however, and deflects their attacks. Daibo, recognizing that it's not just a big dumbass like he previously thought, he tries to jump in, but the beast easily puts him into the ground with a fierce punch, and then attempts to crush him with its hard foot. Kiri tells Ralph to quickly cast heal, but he's too late, and the beast crushes him under its weight. Ralph would have liked to do something like that, but even he has his limits. He only has about 4 heals left, so from now on she should do her best to get the hell out of the way of any attack. The beast charges them with more confidence. It crashes through the snow with no resistance, and soon enough it hits Kiri. He is mad that she did not listen to him and casts heal on her, but she does not get up, because the attack was so tough it made her faint. This was a waste of his skill. Ralph runs away the best he can. Daibo is not dead yet, and his mind recollects a conversation he had previously with Palm. He told him to circle up. He already had plenty of experience for the second circle, so it would be best to circle up swiftly. Daibo did not get it. Was that something he could just do because he felt like it one day? Palm revealed that enlightenment comes differently, depending on how he thinks, so Daibo asked him to teach him if he could, as that would be much easier than just guessing. Palm told him that it's different for everyone. Even if he would share his story with him, that would not be of any use to someone like him. Daibo wondered what he wanted him to do, even if that was the case, so Palm simplified it for him. He just had to find a keyword that suited him best. It could be about his understanding of mana, perhaps the desperate search for knowledge, or even an unforgettable memory that he will always cherish. Suddenly, as soon as his heart begins beating at an incredible pace, he rushes the beast, who is naturally surprised by his enemy's sudden revival, so he tries to take him down again. With a single slash, Daibo takes down the beast's hand, shocking Ralph. In the past, he couldn't even get past the fur. What the hell happened? There's only one explanation to this surge of power. He circled up. Daibo charges in feverishly. He launches himself up with a cut, and then smashes his mighty polearm on the sword, making it come even closer to the monster's glowing core. The beast is now desperate. It throws itself on its back in an attempt to crush him, and it succeeds. Ralph goes on the attack too, congratulating Daibo and healing him, as he has to be the one that finished this fight. With newfound energy, he slashes at the beast's tough back, forcing it to get up. Daibo has successfully escaped, but the beast punches him once again, making him take the full brunt of the attack, face first. Ralph uses his third heal on him, the beast now recognizing him as a pest that it must get rid of, so he grabs him tightly. Ralph knows that it's just made the blunder of its life, and with final healing, Daibo charges in. He has his full power rejuvenated for just a short moment. The beast screams out as it tries to do something, but it's too late. Daibo smashes the blade inside so hard that it falls down, and the blade goes fully in its core, ending this fight, and allowing them to live another day. The beast screams out in pain, and launches Daibo into a nearby mountain. Because of the blast, he wakes up from his berserk state, and wonders what's going on since he has Ralph next to him. The beast attempts to run away in fear, but it slowly starts to crack apart. First its hands, and then its feet, forcing it to yellow in pain as the ice takes it completely. Kiri eventually wakes up, only to find herself alive and well inside of a cave with a campfire. She's surprised to see the other two alive. But what happened to the monster? Debo hopes she can guess what since they are alive. He also tried to eat it, but it was way too icy for him. He wasn't waiting for them to wake up, but there's nothing else to do here, so he just took a rest inside the cave. Considering the current weather too, it was a wise decision, and Ralph himself looks pretty bad, making him think that he should go and scout. He's going to do that now. She just needs to rest with Ralph. Debo takes his cloak and ventures out into the frozen tundra. He observes that the day is already over, making him wonder what his boss is currently doing. Suddenly, a bunch of frost evil eyes appear, and they immediately attack their new meal. As the sun beams rays into the cave, Kiri wakes up, only to see Debo, who has just come back, blood scattered all over him. Kiri is surprised that there are still monsters in the area and wants to come with him next time, but Debo refuses, as someone has to take care of this dying penny pincher. Kiri refuses and asks to join him again, but Debo tells her to shut it, even if it's just to avoid scouting the same areas. It's better for only one of them to do it. She has to regain her strength. That's the most important thing here. Kiri is kind of mad that he's trying to play it cool, but she cannot undermine the facts. He's right. Debo continues to explore and fight, but at one point he gets cornered into a ravine, and one of the evil eyes goes completely haywire and charges him into it. Debo does kill it, but he can't believe that these beasts have such a small brain. Suddenly he sees someone, or rather a corpse, preserved here by the cold conditions. Debo comes closer and finds a letter, written not too recently. He will entrust this letter to anyone who finds his corpse. Though it is not much reward, he will offer his best gloves. If he is a warrior, they will be of great use. As seen, he fell into Kanya's trap, and his comrade was felled by the snow yeti. The silver lining of all this is that they found the escape gate, but this is a special gate after all, and it seems like they have to defeat the boss to activate it. Inside, they will find a drawn map of the location of the gate. He sincerely hopes that they are good enough to escape and deliver this letter in his stead. Out of respect, Debo buries the man and puts his blade aside the grave, showing that a true warrior has died here. After countless battles, the group finds the exit portal, and they get out into the first part of the dungeon. Before they can even wonder what their plans are, a masked man begins speaking. He figures this as a possibility, but then escaping is truly a surprise. Debo recognizes them as Kanya, but this is bad, as in their current conditions, they cannot do jack. The leader tells them not to worry. Their lives will be put to an eternal rest shortly, and sends out his men. Kiri tries to block one of them, but she gets hit by a bunch of flying knives, as another attacks Debo from behind, leaving him completely at his mercy. Suddenly, a fire arrow comes and wipes out every single one of the assassins with extreme precision, not allowing even the slightest mistake. Debo smiles, as he knows that Palm has come back. He guesses that they missed him pretty dearly. Debo just leaves it at that, but since he's so fashionably late, he owes them a couple of rounds at the bar. Inside of his mansion, the master pets his pet thing, wondering why Palm, who is so skilled, appeared out of thin air, but nobody knows how. It seems like there is an uproar from his people, and rightfully so. Beiju suddenly arrives and tells him that Palm has survived. What should they do about the contract? The master has had enough and tells her to kill him. They are in no situation to be worrying about public opinion. Who knows what organization is even backing him? Beiju also reveals that he is not alone. He's with another, someone well-dressed. Before all this, Ralph and the others had food at Debo's house, where Ralph critiqued his sister's food, causing him to scream and tell him to just shut up. Debo knew he shouldn't have brought them here, but Kiri is sure she already knows of this situation. This place is the safest for everyone, including her. But even if they were to hide, they would get caught eventually. Palm came back too. He was gone on some important business. Ralph immediately wanted to talk about splitting the reward. Besides the party leader bet they put on, when will they get that 7 million extra? Debo asked if he had something in his brain. Does he really want to go and ask for money now? Besides that, he defeated the snow yeti on his own. He did nothing but sleep. Kiri added that Palm fought 2 assassins all alone. But Ralph asked an important question. Is there any evidence of such a battle? Kiri asks what they are going to do, with Palm telling her that the Kanya Guild will attempt something soon, and when that happens, they will be ready. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, asking how long they're going to keep him here. The man entered, revealing to be Abbas. He got told by his betters to fix this situation. He did not expect Palm to get scouted by other unions. He didn't even have time to react, and they went on the raid. His mind was filled with worry and doubt, wondering what he should have done. Suddenly, Palm came to him, making him ask if the raid did not go well. Palm tells him that he was offered 50 million if he succeeded in this quest. Since the gate raid is over, the contract is the last connection he has. Abbas asked what he's here for. Did he just come to boast in front of his face? Palm wanted to leave if he had nothing else to say, making Abbas reluctantly pull out a reworked contract. It's 60 million mesos. This is more than he's worth. So he has no complaints, right? Palm gladly signed it, while Abbas asked him to be honest from now on, since they are partners. So Palm immediately told him that the troll is actually Kanya, that the gate was a trap, as they even sent assassins to deal with them inside. Abbas couldn't believe it, but it made perfect sense. He smiled though, as this is the best opportunity to take them down. Palm wondered why he was satisfied. He only has his testimony, which they can easily deny. Abbas was sure they would, but if he had a chance to manipulate the population, as the other merchant unions needed a scapegoat for the failure of the 100-man gate. Palm told him not to fret. They can still be destroyed. Instead of just dragging them down, they can eliminate them. Abbas was shocked and asked him to tell him his plan already. Palm began telling him about the Black Magician and his minions, making the plan as he explained. Now, Beiju welcomes them inside and asks what brings them here. Abbas just wanted to apologize. There's just been a misunderstanding between their union and Palm, the young rascal. He's just harsh because of his age. To make things clearer, Palm works as Ghafor's official business partner. He just wanted to apologize, because it seems like they are stealing him away. Beiju understands, but she cannot hand him the promised fee if he did that, which Palm is fine with. Abbas apologizes for being personal, but he has realized how valuable human life is. He decided to treat his best people with his best luxuries. Beiju asks what he means, prompting him to smile. From now on, he is going to have skilled guards on standby all the time so that nothing bad happens. And naturally, that will include all of Palm's party members. He realized how good their team is, so if anyone wanted to bring harm to Palm or his people, they would naturally have to confront the entire Ghafor Union. Debo was shocked when he heard how much Abbas gave them. Just what kind of mind magic did he learn? Kiri was more surprised that they actually sent guards. Did the Ghafor Merchant Union really do all of this? Ralph was the happiest, calling him a master of business. But Palm tells him to stop being dramatic. Ralph always believed in this party. All they have to do now is get rid of the useless people. He guarantees that there is no bishop like him in the entire world, as he's someone who can not only heal, but also protect, a master of two things. He also points at Debo, who is raring to go, but Ralph just calls him a monster. He thought he just passed out, but he circled up instantly and defeated the boss on his own. That's something not easily explainable with just words. Kiri also remembers him going wild while they were fighting the Hobbs. Just what is with him? Debo couldn't tell them even if he remembered, but there was one dream he had. In it, some woman with white hair appears. Sometimes they fight, but most times they are close. Whenever he wakes up though, he just forgets her face. All that he can get from her is that she uses a pole arm. Palm is shocked to hear this. Everyone knew before the regression that Debo and Aaron were together. This mysterious power of his and the appearance of Aaron suggests that a part of his power before regressing comes back when he goes unconscious. This is truly a strange case. Could it be that something went wrong when he regressed? Ralph notes that this is his only problem. He's as dumb as a sack of potatoes. But finally they have Palm. He circled up incredibly fast, and he can't really believe he has no experience with those awareness and judgment skills. Now he gets why Ghafor is so desperate to have him. About her though, he's still unsure. She's not bad, as she has good basics and is clever in most situations, but there is nothing that makes her special. The Ghafors aren't idiots. They were used as bait, and they pay the price. From now on, their work is to go into the trap that Kanya dug for them to find the followers. It's crazy. He's willing to do all of that as long as there are coins in his coffers at the end of the day, but he does not like the fact that he has to share the rewards with someone they just have to carry around all day. He would appreciate it if she could just return to Cygnus now, as he's sure she would be appreciated there. Before all of this, Kiri actually went to the Cygnus HQ, and on the way met up with Kasim, who thought she died since he did not see her around much. He guessed that she's on the way to their master, and also heard she went and joined some explorer party. She sure is going down in status, but perhaps that is the place she deserves to be in. She should really consider quitting at this point, to not shame their name. She went to the master and expressed this feeling of wanting to quit, making him confused. Is she not the stalwart person he trained? Kiri apologized. She could not tell him at the moment, but someday she will. The master understood her and reported that she was joining the explorer party as a part of some secret mission, but she will have to report to him every 3 weeks. She should not forget that she is still his disciple and a knight of the Cygnus Knights. Always. Kiri knows this is a lot to ask, but as long as one of the followers is in her organization, she cannot return to her master. She does not need money, but she promises to get better. Palm smiles, but Ralph calls her immature. Is it that hard to understand they want her out? Palm asked if he's confident in that decision. It would be bad for them if she went around looking for the followers on her own, considering her personality. He also said that she lacked skills, but did he think before speaking? He seems quite confident in his own skills, and rightfully so. But he is not the only one who is disappointed by the skills of his team members. The reason he even sent them to the second floor in the first place was because he was confident he could clear it. But without Debo, they would have been dead. Ralph agrees that it looks bad, but that was really no ordinary opponent. Palm laughs. A snow yeti is easy. He has hunted down all alone before, after all. Everyone is shocked by this reveal. And while true, it was before the regression. At first, he planned to fight the yeti alone, but he had no choice but to switch to the assassins, as Kanya sent people who were much more skilled, and his party members were not up to the task. Ralph doesn't believe him. He was a mere slave not too long ago. Palm knows they won't believe him no matter what he says. So shall he prove it to them? Ralph believes that's not necessary, but does he not need him? Palm says it's simple. They just have to get stronger. And since it's about a month until the next raid, violence is the only answer. Beiju reports that things didn't go as planned. If they get into a fight with Gafor, the attention will switch on them, which would not be good. The master wonders how much they know. Perhaps the negotiation was just a show. Beiju can't say. Even the spy is left in the dark. This might be information that only the executives know of. The master believes that Gafor should not be an issue. Eliminating them will be of no consequence once that day arrives. Their most important enemy is the Maple Association. It was the same 8 centuries ago, as with Empress Cygnus as the head. The Cygnus Knights aligned with the Resistance. The Explorer Association and the Nova Tribe got together to form this alliance. After 6 heroes got sealed, the only threat facing them was these guys. A mere conflict between merchant unions does not need the attention of the higher-ups. This is giving him a bad feeling, though. Did Palm really do that with just Gafor at their side? He tells Beiju to get more info on Gafor, and she disappears, letting the master think about Palm and how much of an interesting enemy he is. Inside of a forest, Ralph and the rest are getting a beating from Palm, who just simply asks them to land a hit on him. He charges into Ralph, who runs away as Kiri readies her weapon. Debo is trying to concentrate, but can't because of their incessant yelling. He would much rather train like that too, but Palm told him that he has to learn to use that power voluntarily. He does not even know if it's possible, but it would be amazing if he could. Debo still wonders though, is this going to make him stronger? After training, Ralph can barely say that he doesn't consider this training through his swollen face, making Debo laugh, but Palm actually adjusted the difficulty to their circle level. Ralph ignores Debo's continuous laughter and asks if it's fine to let his sister all alone, which Palm believes so. She has guards after all. Debo also wanted to speak with him about something. He found a relic in the gate. They were able to get out thanks to it actually. He thought he would give it back, but he does not know where it goes. Does he have any ideas? Palm remembers that cross ring and takes the letter, as he will resolve it right away. He should also go to bed early, as tomorrow he will participate in the training too. Kiri continues to do so even through the night, the mocking of those around her pushing her further and further. As soon as everyone goes to sleep, Palm knocks on a door 3 times, prompting another to open up, the man inside asking who he is. Palm shows the letter and says that he is a mailman. The incident of the gate destruction, where the gate entrance got destroyed, was investigated by a merchant union, but the culprits were not found. To be exact, there was no point in finding them, as surprisingly enough, the gate reappeared somewhere near the original location, and after that, gates no longer got destroyed. Later on, he realized who the people behind this act were, and the reason for it. Palm is invited inside, and a woman asks how he knew of this place. He has 5 seconds to explain, or he will get a belly full of lead. These are the Cross Hunters, an organization that knew the gates were traps set by the followers, and they were the ones who destroyed the gates. It was a noble sacrifice that went unrecognized, but this time, things will be different. He puts the letter in front of the woman and says that he came to return this, though he guesses they don't have any reward put up for it. She starts counting down, while Palm explains that he came to tell them of a shortcut. Them wasting time is not good for anyone. He cannot explain how he knows of them, but if they do kill him, the Edelstein assembly basement will be found. More specifically, where their leader is, will be exposed. The woman walks forward, demanding to know who he is, and Palm greets her, calling her Cheryl. In this life they do not know each other, but in the past they used to be friends, as she joined the resistance after the Cross Hunter disbanded. They fought in countless battles, but one day, she sacrificed herself, just like the others. He wants to be direct with them. They should withdraw the branch in cunning, as it's already been exposed by the followers. He also picked up this recently. It's from someone of the Kanya Merchant Union. Cheryl does not get what he means. If he's trying to provoke them, he will regret it. Palm tells her to look, revealing the follower tattoo. The others are naturally surprised, and Cheryl is too, as that only appears when the skin is imbued with mana. There are not many people who know of this, let alone the followers, so she asks Palm what he wants. He better not be just a good Samaritan or something. Palm wants only one thing: information. After a talk, they kick him out, and they all think that this might be a trap schemed by the followers. So for now, they will pretend to fall for it. Palm got something he did not expect to get, while also getting the info he needed. He did not expect Kanya to be so swift. Perhaps they are also changing their plans. And since he cannot let them be, it's decided that their next destination is Nautilus. As soon as Debo and the others arrive at the port, he gets excited, as it's been a whole month since they've seen some action. Before all this, Abyss gave him two choices. Either he takes a 60-man gate, the Six Fork Road, or the 77-man gate, the Gate of Alinea. He only gathered these two because Kanya would want them too, and since it's been a month, it's time they actually got started. Palm looked at the two and wasn't sure, making Abyss ask if he's scared, but he already chosen where to go. The Grave of the Eagle Eye. Abyss was surprised, as that place is way dangerous. Karen, the captain of the Nautilus ship that reigns over countless pirates, had a pupil named Eagle Eye Leah, and so the gate where she died became her memorial. Abyss told him that the reward for clearing that place is 99.99 million mesos. It's been assessed as practically impossible to clear, so is he really going there? Suddenly, Raken entered the room, glad to see they are having an interesting conversation. He was just passing by, and thought to bring a gift, two special items for their prodigy, the feathers of the phoenix. He wishes him success throughout his journeys. He knows that he will need it. Palm assumes that's his way of telling them to not mess this investment up, but whatever. Now he has 4 phoenix feathers now. Debo asks if it's time to go in, but Palm says they are still waiting for someone. Suddenly, Ibaru shows up. He got what Palm asked for, although delivering them was pretty rough. What he brought was clothes for everyone, light ones that are of the highest quality. They are made of snow yeti leather. Palm brought it to him earlier, which Debo remembers. Ibaru is glad that they are doing well, although that's a given since they cleared a 100-man gate. He also hands them another spare outfit, but Palm tells him that it's his so he should get changed already. Ibaru doesn't even have time to refuse, and gets dragged into his plan. Somewhere else on an island, the Nautilus waits patiently for someone, that someone being Mineru, who seems to have been hard at work. The news immediately spreads that she cleared an orange-ranked 200-man gate. She's single-handedly changing the game. Inside of the captain's ship, she asks for something, but the captain refuses, making her ask why that gate would be easy for her. She is stronger than Eagle Eye too. There is no reason to refuse. The captain asks if this is her talking back. Is this insubordination? Mineru begins to shake and asks what about avenging Leah? She already knows how hard she tried to get here. The captain will not repeat herself again. She should leave now. After this encounter, Mineru goes to the bar, making her wonder if she's ever going to give permission. Should she just take down that wanted poster? Just as a crewmate told her that the captain just loves her, someone rushes in and tells her that some guys just took the wanted posters for the Grave of the Eagle Eye. Everyone's expressions change as Palm and his group enter the Nautilus, Debo wanting to go, but Kiri tells him that this is their territory. They also ignored an unspoken rule, so getting shot out is not ruled out yet. The rules of this place are simple. The ones who take down the wanted posters first get priority. Once one takes down a poster, they must enter that gate, but it's unsportsmanlike to take a poster someone has been calling dibs on. The one they took down, well, let's just say it's infamous. Mineru Swifty swarms them and asks who dared to take down that poster. It's hers. Palm asks why she did not take it yet, but she did not have permission. Palm does not recall needing something like that, but she does need it. Captain Kyron is her mentor after all. This also doesn't count, as they are just land people, and those posters only count for pirates. Those who are not affiliated cannot enter the gates taken by the Nautilus. Debo begins laughing, as now he understands why he went through the trouble. Mineru demands the poster and him to stop laughing, but Debo doesn't want to, as they are the Ibaru Pirates, a band of rugged thugs. Ibaru himself just laughs, hoping to not attract much attention to himself. Mineru tells them that they can't just call themselves pirates just because they want to. There are procedures to this stuff. Debo says that she's desperate, calling them fakes. She really does not know of Captain Ibaru from the Ibaru Pirates. This man right here is a tried and true pirate. As she wants, it's practically impossible to ignore, from the fact that they are here in the first place. A party whose leader is a pirate is basically a pirate party, is it not? Suddenly, someone speaks from behind, saying that they are forcing it quite a bit, and what he just said would mean that the rest of them are not pirates. This is Marath, which Palm has never heard of before, but he says that they are not breaking any type of rule here. Marath doesn't know about that. The captain was the one who put them up in the first place, so it's up to her now. Where are the rest of them anyway? He will assume that there are more. Yes, Palm tells him that they are all here, making Marath call him crazy. Does he realize this is a 74-man gate? Marath finds him suspicious, making him ask for his name, which Palm reveals, making the people around them surprised. He is the survivor of the red rank 100-man gate. Debo feels confident as they begin to praise them, but one of them doesn't care. They barely managed to survive in that raid and failed, so they are just cowards. Mineru cleared an orange-ranked 200-man gate. Is that not better? Murath has heard of them, so they should all compromise if that is the case. Since they took the wanted poster first, they can have priority, but why do they not give the remaining spots to another party? Debo wants to refuse at first, but Palm agrees. 100,000 mesos per person, 10 people max. Back in her room, Mineru is asked if she's serious about this, but she believes that they will die anyway. They can't just sit around doing nothing. She's preparing just in case if they escape the gate trying to survive, it will be over. The crewmate asks what the captain will think of it, but she doesn't have time to ask that. She will just do this and beg for forgiveness later. She will not allow that gate to be taken from her, no matter what happens. Ralph is rightfully lost. With that decision of his, they lost 690,000 mesos. They should just go back and take the money already. Kiri tells him that there will be too many of them if they do such a thing. Has he forgotten about the followers too? Palm cannot go back on this decision. The goal of the followers right now is to assassinate Karen's second disciple, Mineru, where her first disciple died. After losing Mineru in his previous life, she began isolating herself from everybody, and the followers used that to completely annihilate the Nautilus pirates. This happens roughly 2 years from now, but it's currently different. He just got some information that Kanya moved some cash to Nautilus. That means they are proceeding with their plans much earlier. He must stay ahead no matter what, and also has to limit the people going in to ensure her safety. He will also minimize his mana usage, as going into mana shock twice is not good for his health. While they bicker, Ibru just stares at them and wonders why he's even here in the first place. At night, Palm gets a knock on his door, and he immediately prepares for battle. But when he opens it, he's surprised to find Karen and Marath waiting for him. Apparently she just has something she has to check, and he better not lie. Is he actually a follower of the Black Magician? Palm is shocked that she knows of the followers. Did the future change once again? Or perhaps she knew something like this from the beginning. If she knew, why did those past events even happen? Marath sees that he's pretty shocked. Is he perhaps affiliated after all? Holmes says that he is not. He just did not expect them to know about the followers. Karen is surprised that he does not deny their existence, but Palm finds no reason to do that. She doesn't get it still. How can she trust that he's not one of them? Does he have even some small evidence? Palm does not, but she probably came asking even though she knew who the followers are and what kind of relationship he holds with them. Otherwise, she would have shot them down long ago. It was the Cross Hunters, right? He certainly did not know she had connections with them. Karen confirms that the Kanya Merchant Union are the followers, meaning that he is their enemy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's their ally. Palm could be. He presumes this is why she even came to see him. There is something she wants, right? Karen tells him that the situation has become dire. She knows that the Black Magician followers are behind the death of her first disciple, but they have infiltrated Nautilus, and quite deep at that. She cannot trust anyone, other than Murath and a few others. Palm did not expect it to be that bad. This is advancing much faster than he anticipated. Karen also knows that they will act again soon. They are probably going after Mineru, as she's the icon of this ship at this point. If she were to die, chaos would rule this place, and even she would not be able to stop that. This is a negotiation after all. So if he protects Mineru in that gate, he will be rewarded with an item from the treasure storage. Eventually, they all go to the Eagle Eye Gate. Mineru determined more than ever to complete it. Once inside, Debo is excited, as he did not see such scenery before. The others just think of him as a dumbass. But suddenly, a cute dino creature appears, curious about their existence, making Debo think that this will be an extremely easy gate. Suddenly, the dino's mother appears and sees Debo next to her child, causing her to tower over him. The group begins fighting one dino after another, but their guns are attracting more of them by the minute. One of them believes that they can hold them out. They are just drakes. They should not pose much of a problem. He says this as a drake is ready to take a bite of him, but he gets saved by a bunch of magical bullets that completely eradicate the beast. Mineru tells them that he's right, so they should get back in formation and let her handle everything from now on. Palm's party continues to run away from the tide of drakes following them, as apparently Palm has just disappeared, saying that he had something to do. Eventually, they reach a giant tree, which a drake suddenly smashes into, letting Debo strike before it regains its composure. Palm has told them before that the way they fight is disastrous to say the least. If they keep going wild like this, they can throw efficiency out of the window. They will be fighting as a team from this moment forth. They are all family. Debo will always make the first move. He will go in the front lines and do what he does best: create chaos. It is all right if he does not get any kills instantly. He just needs to focus on injuring the enemy. Basically, he has to keep moving forward, no matter what may happen behind. He will ignore all attacks from behind, because his father will protect him, and that would be Ralph, who seems to be enjoying his role. Palm told him that he will act as Debo's shield. He should forget his selfish combat techniques and fight for him from now on. That is an order. With that in mind, even as two drakes charge them at once, they are able to clear them out with ease, proving their skills. However, Ralph notices that his son is about to be hit by a tail, so he jumps in front of it to take the damage. This must be the power of a father's love he has heard much about, but Debo has already had enough of this roleplay. Palm told Kiri that she has the most important role here. Her skills do not let enemies heal from the burns they suffer, so she will use that to finish the enemies who are low from Debo's attacks. Swear enough, she is able to do so with ease, because out of all of them, she improved the most. With this newfound structure, the party is confident that they will be able to do anything. Two guards were put up in front of the gate for any occasion, but suddenly saw one of the crewmates, Cadril, who seemed extremely mad. He tells them to move as he has no time to explain, but this is urgent. He must notify Mineru now. She and the others also take care of their side of the drakes, and one of them is glad that these drakes have gigantic mana stones. They will rake in the cash with this. Suddenly, an all too familiar arrow strikes her, and begins going after every crewmate. Mineru is able to destroy one of them, but notices killing intent from behind and uses her ability blindly, revealing who was shooting at them. It was Palm, who explains that he's just cleaning up, so they should just stay still. Their deaths will be a lot quicker. Ibaru, who has also joined the party in this gate, has been completely and utterly forgotten about. Debo said that he would take care of him, but at the first sign of battle he left. Why did they even bring him in? He would have died here if he didn't find this little hole to hide in, but he cannot stay in this place forever. If everyone else escapes, he will be stuck here, all alone. With this in mind, he begins trudging the land, holding on to his pride as a second circle adventurer while hiding from all the monsters he encounters. Eventually, he finds the second gate, making him wonder what to do, but suddenly, something appears behind him, causing him to fall on his ass. What he got scared of is Palm's snail, who looks puzzlingly at him. Ibaru did not see it come in with them, so he got scared. But unfortunately, he also touched the second gate, dragging him inside without his consent. The snail just lets out a heavy breath and dives in with him. Palm readies his arrows, but Mineru demands an explanation, and he should give it before he does anything. Suddenly, a large cannonball hurls itself at Palm. It was shot by Cadril, who is glad to see that he is not late. He sees Palm run away and six his men on him. While telling Mineru that this guy did something similar in the 100-man gate too, Karen realized this and sent them here. As Palm runs away, he easily takes care of those chasing him, until one of them uses a mighty attack to blow up the entire area. He thinks that he got him, but Palm actually sent a fireball throughout that fire, dealing with 3 people at once. Palm did not expect to see this many people at once. Perhaps they caught on to his plan? Suddenly Mineru appears in front of him and begins shooting, again and again, creating tons of debris all around. Palm sees the second gate, and Cadral throws a bomb at him, which allows Palm to take a portion of debris and crash it in front of Mineru. The bomb blows up and covers both of them in debris, making the others swiftly get to work and dig them out. Inside, Palm holds his arrow right at Mineru's head, and so she points her gun at his, while also asking what the hell he's even trying to do. Palm does not react, and asks if she's really ready to handle the truth. This makes Mineru shake, and question him further. The crewmates berate Cadral for what he has done, but suddenly, the debris comes apart, creating a large opening. From it, an arrow flies towards them, which they dodge, but this leaves them vulnerable to Mineru's shots, and Cadral gets shot down and killed on the post. One of the crewmates, Zio, does not understand, but Mineru asks for the results, which makes Palm say that he wasted too much mana because of how stubborn she was. But it's as expected. All the guys that just came in are traitors. Mineru tells Zio to get the crew and get out. This is the captain's orders. Ibaru knows that he wasn't supposed to come to this place. He was supposed to wait, but he also wonders if there is anyone here. Suddenly he sees what looks to be a person, which makes him rush towards the presumed ally, but the snail trips him. Ibaru swears that he's going to cook him, but that's when the presumed human comes forward, revealing its ghastly appearance. Even more get out of the nasty swamp, woken up by the sudden ruckus. Inside of the rubble, Palm asked her if she knew about Leah's death, making her even more confused. Then he revealed that amongst her comrades, there are followers of the Black Magicians, the ones behind the death of Leah. Karen already knows about it too, hence his presence here. Does she not understand? The reason they were trying to isolate her so desperately is that their next target is her, the captain's second disciple. This realization came crashing down on Mineru like a meteor, and to prove his words, Palm handed her something Karen did, her necklace. She certainly wouldn't have given this to just anyone because this is her symbol. It seems that Karen already knew of all this and was simply trying to protect her. Mineru understood, All the guys he took out previously were followers, but how did he even differentiate between them? Inside of the Cross Hunter HQ, doubt continues to grow. They already know about them and have intel on their items. They simply can't trust that guy. They were the ones who gave him the penetration monocle, an item that allows people to see through the flow of mana. It's a nice way to tell who's a follower and who's not, but its flaw is that it consumes mana. Cheryl thinks it's fine. Nobody was going to use it after Chorus died anyway. Doesn't he know that it only works if it matches the user's element type? Although she doesn't know how that guy who is basically a mage can even use it. She also doesn't trust him, but they have the same goals currently, so it's fine. One of the members thinks it's a trap. They do not know who is behind all of this after all. Cheryl already let him take it, so they shouldn't worry, as it will be fine. If his mana cannot keep up, he will just end up dying anyway, so they should wait and see what kind of information he can get them. Palm tells Mineru that all of them, other than the three in the front, are followers, which she now fully believes. One of them tries to deny this, and asks if she really believes the words of a random person, but Palm can give him proof, if he wishes to. It was a pain to deal with the followers before his regression. Their tattoos did not appear unless their skin got imbued with mana, and they placed them just about anywhere on their bodies. Just because one cannot see the tattoo with the naked eye, however, does not mean that it does not exist. Usually he is respectful of the dead, but he has to do this. He grabs Kadral's body and reveals the follower crest on his forehead. This makes the accuser start to sweat, and they all pull their weapons, shooting at everyone that's not them. Zio still does not get what is going on, but shoots back at them, and Mineru joins him. Palm tells her that he used too much mana tracking them down. They are at a disadvantage at this rate. The second gate is nearby, so they should cross over and rest. Mineru tells him to shut it already. She's done with them, and will kill them with her own two hands. Suddenly, one of them pulls something out and tells the others to get out of the way, as it's time for them to hunt. With a dark explosion, they are all dragged into an illusion that does not allow them to see a thing. The illusion maker smiles. This item is really amazing, and she'd better be prepared to suffer now. As the others try to locate her, the maker points his gun at her and says that he will send her to Eagle Eye, since she misses her so badly. Just as the bullet is about to reach her, Palm gets in the way and swiftly dodges with her. Normally, he shouldn't be able to see anything, but because of the monocle, he can see their auras. They all shoot at him because of this, but he blocks their bullets with ease and uses an arrow to take care of 3 at once. Another uses a cannon to destroy the debris shield, but gets a faceful of arrow as soon as he breaks it. The illusion maker cannot believe the force of these arrows. It doesn't make sense, but he can fend them off. With the 4 phoenix feathers, Palm creates a revolver that crashes through his measly attacks. But that's not all, as he rushes in to cut the hand of the illusion maker and blasts the others who dare to charge him. The illusion maker does not fret, however, as his death will mean something to the black magician. He throws a bunch of bombs all around, making everyone flail around in the air. But Palm catches them using a piece of debris and rushes to the second gate, as he's getting to his limit. Suddenly, however, the followers charge Mineru and drag her away into the forest. Palm tries to save her, but the follower has another bomb in his sleeve, forcing Palm to enter the gate as it comes apart completely. It takes a while for Mineru to regain her composure, but when she does, she sees the gate completely destroyed. The rest of the crew are shocked upon finding this out, but they have other matters to attend to, as the gates will be restored soon enough. Their main goal should be to kill that girl as fast as possible. One rushes Mineru with his fist weapons, but even if she tries to shoot him, he uses Willow defensively to mitigate all damage. In this manner, he can easily close any distance she makes and strike like a bear. But Mineru is as agile as a panther and easily goes behind him to place 2 shots in this leg. His allies try to shoot her down from his back, but she grabs his head with her legs and uses him as a shield, making him take the full brunt of their attacks. After this, she lands down and begins spraying in the group, continuing to use the main guy as a shield all the while. He naturally gets furious and tries to strike again, but Mineru will not allow it. She first puts a bullet in his stomach and then in his mouth, ending his life. She beckons the others to come at her all at once, since she does not have time for this crap. Upon entering the second gate, the Palm party are surprised to find even more secondary gates, which Ralph recognized as special gates. He has heard of something similar before. They are connected to different places in this second region. Once a certain number of people go through, that gate will close, forcing anyone who wishes to go in to use the other gates. Debo wonders how they will all get back together if the gates go to different places, but Ralph says they just have to wing it and hope they are lucky. The 3 of them go into a gate. Lucky it was a 3-man gate, so they should look around closely. Palm will likely come through another gate after all, and keeping together is important. Suddenly Debo sees something in the distance, someone running towards them, and that someone is Ibaru, who knows that they will eventually come to save him. Debo tells him to not come this way with that thing, but he continues, much to their dismay. Palm and the others continue to fend off the creatures, with Zio seeing the clothes on their backs, making him wonder if they are, or were, human. That's the least of their worries, however, as even if they shoot their heads off, these things keep moving, and they're running out of bullets too. Even Palm is surprised. He has never heard of such monsters before without cores. He wonders if they are zombified human corpses, as there is no real critical point to them. This is way too different from his past life. Suddenly he sees that some threads connect all of them, and they are all going to one spot, but that spot is extremely far away. This forces him to look further, and he eventually finds Debo, tipping him that they also made it to this gate. He does not have mana to keep the skill up, and with the combined advent of the monsters circling in, it seems that this situation is doomed. Suddenly, though, someone begins to help them. That someone being Mineru, who shoots off the stalagmites of the cave to crush the zombified creatures. Before the others can express their gladness to see her alive, she tells them to move unless they don't want to get torched, and activates a mighty skill that creates a gigantic explosion, consuming everything within. After the blast relaxes, it reveals the gigantic hole it left behind. But even with that, there are still plenty of zombies left to defeat. One of them asks what they should do, as they do not have enough ammo, but Mineru feels confident, as she can use that ability one more time. Palm tells her to wait, as they need that skill for something else. She asks for what? Can he see those monsters coming closer by the second? Palm has judged that there's around 1 kilometer between this place and Debo, so there's no need to think about it. He tells her that he needs just 3 short minutes, and he swears to clear this gate. Debo and the others are also confused about the zombies not dying. He strikes and strikes, yet nothing happens. Eventually, one of them manages to grab Debo as he decapitates it, but Ralph comes in for the rescue, pushing the zombie back. Debo has had enough of these things, but Ralph tells him to stop complaining. He should get going and kill more of them if he wants to do something. Ibaru desperately tries to fend the zombies off too, but he gets tripped over and accidentally shoots a stalagmite, causing him to actually do some damage. Kiri congratulates him, and he acts like he totally meant that. But suddenly, something that was shaken up by the impact rushes out of the ground. The beast that seems to be controlling these undead. Debo tells him that he's a dumbass, completely eradicating the previous compliment he received. Mineru and the others fend off the monster as Palm charges up his mana, but his heart is just about to burst. He did not want to push himself like this ever again, but he has no choice at this point. It is still too early to circle up. It will only take longer if he tries to do it when he is not ready, so there is only one thing left that he can do. He has always faced such dire situations, even before regressing. Monsters that kept getting stronger by the minute, and his mana that could not keep up with them. When he reached the 6th circle, which was his limit, he had to figure out how to close that distance between him and the beasts. It was a gamble for sure, considering that mana stones were used for just circling up, were just concentrated life force of the monsters. But he thought that if he could consume the core of the mana stone, he could turn it into mana. In theory, it should recover what mana he used previously, and what's left is the outburst going on around him. It makes it flow within his blood, and reaches even the veins of his heart. And if his body does manage to withstand it, he can do something amazing. Mineru is getting pretty tired too, but Palm congratulates her for lasting so long as he launches a mighty fireball that consumed the dead in front of her. She looks at him as he tells her to summon that spell again, but she certainly did not expect to see him look like this. His group is getting overwhelmed at this point, and Ralph gets hit by the big monster with one of its tentacles, which immediately begins transforming his hand into a goopy mushroom. He now understands the secret of these undead, so he cuts up the part that was infected and tells the others to dodge those tentacles no matter what, as they will turn them into those disgusting zombies. Debo gets that, but their movements are all becoming slower and duller. At this rate, they will all die. He tells them to leave it to him and back off. If he doesn't do this, everyone will have to suffer. So he charges through, attacking the monster to the best of his abilities, but it eventually gets the upper hand by smashing a tentacle into him, and then using another to cut him up. Who was cut, however, was not him, but Kiri, who jumped in front to save him. Mineru prepares her skill, and Palm tells her to focus only on that. He will be dealing with the timing. Their objective for this is this wall, which they must take down. They have one shot at this, so they should begin already. Mineru uses a bullet smash, creating a gigantic bullet, and Palm begins rotating it with telekinesis, creating an impromptu drill. But he needs it to go much faster, so he turns it into a revolver. He actually needs even more momentum, so he screams at Mineru to keep it up, while using all the fire arrows accessible to him to push the bullet forward. The zombies manage to break through their defense, and on the other side, Debo is cornered, unable to do anything against his fate. Palm saw these monsters without cores, and his judgment became impaired because he was deceived. He followed the thread of mana leading to the main target, the real reason these guys seem immortal. The real owner of the core is controlling each of them, and he is their main target, the one they have to take down no matter what. Palm uses his telekinesis to push the bullet to blinding speeds for a second, completely annihilating the gigantic beast and its core. Everyone is shocked when they see this, and just as the zombies reach for them, they begin to explode in a brutal fashion, leaving only their bodies on the ground. With this, Palm has fulfilled his promise and cleared the dungeon. Mineru's parents abandoned her for a wad of cash. They were horrible human beings, but Leah was the one who protected her from them. She stepped up when nobody wanted to, and became her hero. One day, they reminisce on top of the Nautilus. Mineru surprised that it had been 10 years since the master took them in. Time sure flies by way too fast. Well, Leah was a genius recognized by the captain, so Mineru couldn't even compare to her. She just felt rushed all the time, like the distance between them is getting wider each time they train. Before she could continue, Leah hit her on the head and told her to be more confident, as that's her strongest attribute. Mineru told her countless times to not hit her like that, but Leah believed it was her privilege as a senior. She really doesn't need to feel rushed, as she would always be by her side. Debo asks Kiri if she's alright. Who's fine? Probably because of her new equipment or something. Ralph tells them it was his heal if that's not obvious enough. It's a good thing he even had mana for it, otherwise they would have died here. Debo is not sure about that, but suddenly, everyone spots a structure in the distance, which is a rock that Leah is tied to, already dead for a while. Mineru bites her lip as she comes closer, with Ralph guessing that she probably tied herself down before she turned into a zombie. Inside her pocket, Mineru finds a letter, which is directed at the captain. The Black Magician followers are back. They have infiltrated deeply into the Nautilus already. She has to go back and help them, but that's not possible anymore, as they can probably figure out already. All that she wants is for them to take care of themselves, and this next part goes to Mineru. The followers had everything planned, Prina and Catherick. They stayed with her for the longest time, but half of her party members were with the followers. She cannot even think of how many more are amongst them now. She should trust nobody. She also apologizes for not being able to keep her promise, but she will always be her sweet little sister. Outside, the guards have been taken care of by the follower assassins, who wonder why it's taking so long, but they should be confident, as one of them had the fragment of light with them, so it should be easy to kill them under that item's spell. Suddenly, the entire squad of assassins begins to get shot down from behind. Kieran already knew they would do this, so she skipped the conference she was supposed to be at and ambushed them. In total, they kill 46 assassins, but they still have to wait for the others to get out of the gate, making Kieran worry. Murath advises her not to worry. They didn't send that man with them for nothing after all. Kieran is still scared. If her second disciple does not come back, she will never be able to live with herself. Soon enough, they get out of the portal, with Mineru carrying Leah's lifeless body. They are all shocked to see her, and Mineru says that she has brought her sister back, like she always said she would. Kieran understands, and welcomes the both of them back. As noon falls, the people of the Nautilus gather for the funeral, which Debo is surprised by, as there are many people, but Kiri says it's only natural, as this is the funeral of the Eagle Eye. Mineru watches the ceremony with saddened eyes, and Debo wonders where the boss is. Inside of the storage area, Palm is chugging mana potions, fulfilling his end of the other deal he made with Kieran. She believed the condition was too demanding, but Palm said that it's necessary. Kieran was surprised by the amount of mana potions he requested. Does he realize how precious those are? After the recipe got lost forever, Palm was well aware, but that's why he was asking her. To him, it seems that it would be easy for her to procure so many. Kieran also didn't get why he wanted to help again, as their deal was over, but Palm simply said that they still got some things that are better done together. She was grateful he protected Mineru like requested, but that did not mean she trusted him yet. Palm told her to think of this as just a business deal then, and instead of the item she promised him, she will hand over two. In return for this, he will find all the Black Magician followers inside of the Nautilus. This is what he's doing now, but he swears this second life is not much easier from his first. After the funeral, Zio goes to Mineru and asks why she's moping around, but she just wants to be left alone. Zio tells her to go with those people. He really didn't mean to hear it, but he knows that Palm tried to recruit her. Things went smoothly thanks to his intervention, but the followers who killed Leah are still around. He's sure she wants revenge, because he wants that too. If he goes with Palm though, she will be fighting those guys on the front lines, and since he seems like a trustworthy ally, she should really go. He will take care of protecting this place, as he's pretty capable. Mineru is touched and smiles, but wonders if it's alright considering how weak he is. Zio tells her off, but Mineru thinks it's fine, since the captain is here. Inside of a hidden area, covered by trees, Kieran takes Palm into their vault, where they are met with guns pointed at them immediately, by talented people no less. Kieran waves the signal around and they open the gate, revealing their treasure trove. Palm asks her for an explanation of the items, but she is not a guide, so she should make that judgment for himself. And just to be clear, he is only allowed to take 2 items, as promised. Palm sees how cold she is, probably because of the offer he made to Mineru. Anyhow, this is much more than he expected. An onyx dragon staff, as well as a dominator pendant right next to each other. He also finds the guardian of the Dawn Angel ring. He was promised 2 items, so he should search for the most powerful pens first. Suddenly, he sees something, and immediately goes to it, making Kieran think that he has decided. Palm reaches for a bracelet, as he knows of it all too well. After the last day, when the followers began fighting on the front line, one of them was committing mass murder on the association members. The traitor of mankind, Reke. He managed to infiltrate the top positions of the association and began his betrayal at the most crucial moment, dealing the association a fatal blow. He was the symbol of terror to anyone with hope. He lost too many people because of that bastard. Is this perhaps where he got this item from? Without much worry, he decides that this will be his first item. Kieran is surprised he has a good eye for these things. But why this item? It doesn't really match up with his elemental type. As Palm walks to decide on the second item, he spots something glistening in the pile of gold. A ring he has never seen before, which seems like an ordinary ring. He reaches out for it, only for the ring to suddenly launch onto him. He screams out in surprise, making Kieran look at him, only to see the ring on his finger. She is surprised, but explains that item is not something she can give, so he should pick something else. Palm would normally just agree with her, however. The ring doesn't seem to be coming off no matter what he does. Beiju reports to the master that the Goldrich situation was resolved successfully, which he is happy to hear. But what about Palm? She apologizes as she shakes, as it was once again a failure. The master cannot accept something like this. They even use the damn fragment of night. Is this all that they are capable of? This is their last chance. If they fail him one more time, they will all pay with their own dirty lives. Inside of the Nautilus, Mineru packs her bags and gets ready to go, with Leah's pistol by her side. Zio is seeing Palm and his party out, with Ralph telling him to improve his gambling skills before they come back, if he doesn't want to lose another 4 million. Debo thinks that it's about time they get going, but Mineru rushes to the door telling them to wait. She heard there's a spot for her, so is it still there or what? Inside of a dungeon, a party is slowly being taken out one by one, with only the leader and another person remaining. They eventually reach a gate that they can close, with the leader closing it instantly, but the monster behind them throws his weapon, leaving him with no feet to run, just as the door closes. The other screams out and tries to get inside, but the leader only wants him to run, as they can do nothing against this undead horseman. Abbas is annoyed to hell when Palm comes back empty-handed, and confident too at that. He explains that it was an urgent situation which they barely escaped, making Abbas question why he pushed for it in the first place. Palm knows this will not entirely make up for this, but Mineru, who was the target of the followers this time, has joined their party. Abbas is surprised, as she's not known as the Gold Eye for nothing, but this also means that the followers are about to get desperate, so they are going to bait them. Abbas has had enough. Just how long does he have to play around with his little hidden games? Palm cannot tell him everything just yet. If they end up in a war because Abbas's vision tunnels on the goal of bringing Kanya to the ground, they will not be able to end things properly. If that happens, they will never get to the root of the followers. He knows that the entire merchant union is also running out of patience, so he has to hurry. He promises it will not take long, only to appease his anger at least for a while. Ralph is naturally mad that he brought another mouth to feed without his permission. He will have to spend more of his money as a result. Debo tells him that having more skilled people is actually better. And why do they have to get permission from him when he's not even the boss of the party? Ralph says that their fee for ownership is still going on. This guy is just a temporary party leader. Palm doesn't really care what he thinks. If he has complaints, he can show it through his skills, as he's always open for a duel. Ralph gets scared and then angry, as this is his money they are talking about. Debo can't believe that he's such a greedy bastard, but also asks Palm where he's going as he gets up. He tells them that he's got places to be, so no training for today. As they split up, the guards get mad, as they can't be looking after 2 people in 2 different spots at once. For now though, they should focus on that guy though. Kieran was confused about him not being able to take the ring off. Did it choose him as his owner or something? Palm did not know how to answer that, and since Kieran was not able to give permission, she told him to get permission from the owner. That's why Palm is now at the Cross Hunters, and he immediately asks if she's the owner of this ring, as he has come to get permission. He cannot take it off, so he just wanted to know if she minded him having it. Cheryl is surprised to see it, and they all know what not being able to take it off means. She explains that she cannot give him permission, since the real owner is not here, but Palm wants him to come. He doesn't even know how to use this thing, so he also wants an explanation besides their blessing. Cheryl says that this is good timing, as she also has a request related to the owner of that ring. He has to rescue Peru, the hero tracker. In the last day, humanity was pushed on the brink of extinction, but the 6 heroes appeared to provide everyone a ray of hope. First was Freed's successor, Evan. Next was Fate's adversary, Luminous. The legendary thief, Phantom, and the elven king, Mercedes, were also a part of the group. 2 polearm heroes, Aaron and Unwal, also provided their abilities. When these 6 heroes came back, humanity witnessed an overwhelming amount of power and the miracle they created. People began hoping again. They believed that the world would be saved once again, but nobody knew that the power of the 6 heroes who had risen from their seal was not stable at all. 800 years ago, during the battle against the Black Magician, the heroes' items were lost in the crack of time, and for some reason, they began appearing around various gates. The association could not stall enough time for the heroes to regain their powers, so this time, things have to be different no matter what. They must make sure to crafty, sturdy shields that will fend off the followers. They will become the bait that will lure the followers out. The various forces of the Maple World will stand together, creating a mighty alliance, and change history for the better. Inside of a desert area, Debo appreciates the view once again, and Palm guesses that their target is around here, so he tells his group to put these seals on their bodies. Upon doing so, the seal begins to radiate energy that spreads throughout. This reveals a gate that wasn't there before, making them wonder if this is some kind of sorcery or something. Palm knows that Piru is important. He's a hero tracker that can track down the hero items. This must mean that this is a hero item, so they will go to save him and get a much-needed explanation. The expanse of the second gate is massive. It's a Gothic-like structure that has a certain aura around it. The party arrives swiftly, as they clear the first gate in just 3 hours, which Debo believes to be some kind of record. It was pretty easy too, since those firebores were a piece of cake, but Kiri doesn't believe him, since he has ash on his face. Mineru is the most surprised about Debo's performance. Didn't he circle up recently? Debo confirms as such. This must mean that he's a genius who will reach the 3rd or 4th circle soon enough. Ralph doesn't like how excited he is, and Palm tells him to not hurry up. Unlike what most people tend to think, circling swiftly is not always a good thing. Debo wonders why he's saying that, so Palm explains that circling up means that all of his stats also get rapidly changed. If that keeps happening again and again without a break, his body will take most of the strain. One must maintain a balance between learning and his body. It might actually stunt his growth entirely if he circles up too fast. Debo is surprised, as he himself circled up twice recently, and he was fast with it too. Palm did not have much choice back then. It would have been better to have had a break of 2 months at the least. Mineru is surprised, as he's talking like he can just circle up at any time he wants. Before regressing, Palm couldn't get past the 7th circle. All the dangerous situations he was a part of pushed him to do it quickly, and ironically, the fact that it happened fast stopped him from improving. Now that he knows the future, he cannot stop at only the 6th circle. He needs to wait and circle up at the best time to reach the 7th or even the 8th circle. Kiri also agrees that they got to this place way too fast. Their goal is to find someone after all, not clear the gate entirely. Palm tells her to not worry about it, as he has already checked plenty of times. Debo doesn't really like how he puts that weird eye thing on and off again. Can he really see that guy? Palm confirms as such, as long as he's not dead. Suddenly he sees something that spooks him. 100, if not 1,000. It seems that they will be having company soon. Before Debo can ask what he means, an army of skeletons charges them with reckless abandon, forcing them to retreat. Mineru certainly did not want to see skeletons, as bullets will not work on their thin bodies. Kiri wonders when they will stop fighting undead things, and Ralph starts to pull something out, but suddenly, a voice tells them to duck. Before they can even do that, a flurry of arrows takes out the nearby skeletons, and the person uses a switch to make the bridge rise in the air, leaving the skeletons to their fate. Peru comes closer and can see that Palm is affiliated with the cross by that monocle, but they have to hurry now, and give him something to eat before he croaks. With that, he falls on his face, leaving Debo puzzled. After waking up, Peru explains that he got the hang of this place while he was stranded. He knows the behavior patterns of the skeletons, and even the devices set around here. The only problem he had is that he ran out of food 5 days ago, as there weren't any monsters besides the skeletons. And well, he doesn't like bone soup. Palm has a favor to ask of him, but when he sees him stuffing his face full of bread, he lets him finish, as he certainly needs it. Mineru thinks that it's a relief they found him, and since they found the exit gate too, they can just leave. There's really no need to take down the boss. Peru swallows his food, and actually has a favor to ask for them. For just 3 days, he wants them to be his bodyguard. There's a certain item he's looking for, and if he leaves with his hands empty, his friends would have sacrificed themselves for nothing. He wanted to explore even further, but he's no good in a fight, so it's hard for him on his own, and that's why he's asking for their help. He vows to find the item in just 3 days, and will even reward them for it. Palm asks how he can find something he couldn't find in a month in just 3 days. He personally doesn't have much time to waste here. Peru tells him it's different. He hasn't looked in the dangerous regions, and there's a place that he knows the item is at. The master thinks that this time, Palm has no chance of escape, no matter what he does. But a being suddenly appears behind him and asks why he is so sure. The master turns around angry, but his heart almost stops when he sees who it was. The being is quite disappointed in him, calling him Evoke. He thought that he was a useful pawn, but he cannot get rid of some lowly adventurers. How much longer does he intend to embarrass himself? Evoke bows down to Will and explains that he has no excuse. He will take whatever punishment he has for him, but he has plans to kill him that are underway. The only thing he asks for is a chance to redeem himself. Will understands. He will take full responsibility for this, but he wants to hear what this marvelous plan of his is. As the skeletons of the castle walk around, aimless in their journeys, a bullet kills one instantly, prompting the others to hold their shields to defend themselves against the incoming projectiles. After this, they charge into the room they heard the shots coming from, only for the door to close behind them, letting Palm's party and Peru easily traverse this place. With this path now fully blocked, the skeletons cannot get to them. Peru says that they do not have much time to waste. These devices are far from perfect, so once a path closes, another opens. So those guys will notice that soon enough since they hold some type of intelligence. Debo is sure that they will find the item he is looking for before it gets to that, but he really wants to see this hero item of his. Palm notes that this place is really different from the others, which is why Peru thought to come here first. Debo wonders who actually made this place, but nobody rightly knows. Kiri spots a plaque with a language she cannot read, although it must be something important. Peru recognizes this as a riddle. It's a hint to the item's location, and he tries to translate it. When one hears the musicians, behind the deep dark curtains, there is a shining actor who looks down upon everyone he meets. Those with meaning must follow that light. Mineru also finds a door, which has some drawings on it. Debo and Ralph also find doors with symbols on them, making Peru think that they are a part of the riddle. Some are straightforward, but some are hard to figure out. Since the riddle is said to follow the light, he tells Debo to put some mana in the symbol of his door. This actually makes the door open, but also throws out a flurry of flame, giving Debo a new haircut. Ralph laughs his eyes out at this, and Peru thinks more on the riddle. He thinks about the curtains part, and thinks the answer is the moon door. He tells Ralph to go and put mana into it, only for him to be rolled over by a giant stone. This makes both him and Dib want to kill Peru, but he swears he will get it right eventually. Kiri thinks that there's a trap relating to the symbol if they get it wrong, but the problem is how to solve it. Each symbol bears a different thing, and it's all confusing. Maybe the lighting one is it, since it's related to light? Peru thinks hard, and Poem suggests that they are interpreting the symbols incorrectly. Why don't they try to solve the riddle, and then look for something that fits the answer? He does not think the riddle interpretation is wrong. The deep dark curtains might be referring to the sky, and the musicians are the crickets crying in the night. Looking down on them might mean the moon, stars, or even the clouds. Peru gets an idea from this. The moon changes with the cycle, and starts to move too, but they do not disappear. This only leaves one symbol, and that is the X, which is actually a star. It seems that he is correct, as there is no trap, but Ralph and Debo are kind of mad. Peru tells everyone to follow him as they are close, but suddenly, someone attacks him. That someone being Beiju, who wants to take care of the item for him. Palm gets in her way before she can strike and pushes her away, allowing him to summon a fire arrow that seems to go through her. But Beiju used a teleportation skill to get out of the way. She is not so easily defeatable. Even more assassins appear, with a woman leading them. She begins despairing, as perhaps they should have waited a bit longer before attacking. They need that hero's item to make up for their mistakes, but this will work out anyway. Peru asks what's happening. They shouldn't have been able to follow them due to the illusion charms, which Palm is also confused by. He checked to make sure nobody would follow them. The woman knew that they were curious, and told them to ask that person behind them. Palm suddenly gets punched, causing him to fly into a wall and dealing major damage. Debo becomes extremely enraged, and asks what he is doing, but Ralph is just earnestly making money right now. While Ralph was at his residence, admiring his pile of gold he had been hoarding like a dragon, he suddenly heard a knock on his door, making him close the vault and hide it. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see the bodyguards, who he knew they were supposed to be on night watch. So, what are they exactly doing here? One of them told him to watch his damn tone. They are not his subordinates, but there is someone who wishes to meet him. Ralph felt annoyed at this. If that's the case, they should go and tell that person to buzz off, as he won't be beckoned on their whims. That person actually was right next to them, and Ralph was shocked to see Beiju, of the Kanya Merchant Union, who simply wished to talk. This is why he betrayed the party. Kiri is also extremely mad, but Ralph just takes it as a joke. She really is a scary lady. Debo, however, is extremely furious. How dare he betray them for a handful of coins? Ralph tells him that it's more than a handful. That's not his price in anything. And even the guards who switched to Kanya were promised 3 times their salaries. He asks Palm if he realizes how much money is actually on his head. It's 100 million mesos. How can any sane man say no to such a generous reward? Mineru begins to shoot at him, prompting him to beckon the assassins forward, as he has had enough of goodbyes. The strange woman charges Kiri, who asks if they really think things will work out for them. The woman is sure that they will, even if she has learned to dual-wield in Cygnus. She has habits that are pretty easy to read. She always uses her right hand for stronger attacks. Since she can read her like an open book, dodging attacks is nothing, and that guy right there is good at fighting 1 versus 1, but he starts making mistakes when he's against more than one opponent. She already knows enough about them to say that she knows them personally, so they should accept that they will all die here. Mineru shoots at the assassins, taking some out while others reflect her shots, but Beiju appears behind her, surprised to see Kirin's disciple around these parts. Mineru tries to shoot her, but she uses her teleportation skill to get behind her and begin to choke her with her chain, which begins to cut into Mineru's skin. Suddenly, an arrow saves her from this fate, making Beiju scream at Ralph to get it together, but he says that she should fight this bastard if she thinks it's so easy. He even broke a damn rib in that ambush. Suddenly, Peru gets ambushed, making him suffer a fatal wound, but everyone is too busy to help him. Fortunately, that was a mere illusion. The real Peru is actually at the mountain-shaped door, and he puts mana into it because he has an idea of what it actually is. With a sudden click, the gears inside of the castle begin to churn loudly, and with no warning, the floor completely disappears, making the assassins fall in with no chance of escape. Kiri screams at Debo to look right next to him, as there are giant holes everywhere. She grabs Mineru's hand and Debo tells them to hold tight as he uses his polearm as a crutch to stop. But eventually, the polearm comes out of the wall, forcing Mineru to use the momentum and charge into the hole, dragging the others with her. After they get inside, the door closes, and the floor goes back to normal, like nothing ever happened. The group tries to make sense of the layout, but it's a maze, as there are forks in the path that lead to nowhere and some that might actually lead to other places. Kiri notes that there were entrances in that hole all around, so perhaps they are all connected. If they are lucky, they will group up with Palm soon enough. But Mineru says that they shouldn't count on it, as they might be coming across the followers. Suddenly, Kiri steps on a hidden tile, making a gigantic metal fence appear between her and the other two, completely blocking them. Kiri tries to get it open while calling Debo a dumbass, but he swears it wasn't him. The gears turn again, and the walls begin to close in on the two, while Kiri desperately tries to get it open, but her attacks do nothing against the strong metal. Debo also tries slashing it to no avail, and Mineru immediately goes for the nuclear option and lets out a bullet smash. At first it seems to push the gate away, but the attack soon explodes, only to reveal that the gate has suffered not even one scratch. With the advent of the walls closing by the second, their minds become muddied, and they cannot think straight at all. Debo, however, does not give up, and uses his strength to push the walls apart to the best of his abilities. He cannot die like this, crushed like a damn bug. Mineru also tells Kiri to do something. She doesn't want to go see Leah yet. Kiri would like to, but what the hell can she even do? Debo sees that this is not working out, and tells Kiri that he has never forgotten that time when she jumped in to die in his stead. He does not like being indebted to people, so he was going to save her the next time she was in danger, but it seems like the cards have flipped on him. He gives up, so can she save him at least one more time? Kiri can't believe that he's joking even at a time like this, and grips her sword tighter. She tells them to hold out, as this machinery is powered by mana. Since the fence has an aura to it, there has to be a device that supplies the mana, so she will go and destroy it. They shouldn't even think of dying before he repays that debt of his. The assassins are diligently following Peru and Palm, who fly away on a flying nimbus, but eventually they reach a dead end, forcing them to make a sharp turn and lose even more speed. Palm uses an arrow to take the closest ones out, and Ralph told them already to not let their guards down. Beiju says it's fine. They are done for, even if they run, but unfortunately for her, a flame arrow pointed directly at her head begs to differ. She is forced to use the teleportation skill to get out of the way, and Ralph tells her to not die before he gets paid. An assassin throws out a kunai, forcing Peru to use a protection charm, but that's not the end, as the assassin also uses shuriken burst, making the blade violently shake. Before he explodes, Palm drags him out of there and puts him on the ground. There is no time for gentleness after all. The assassins circle in, forcing Palm to use a fire arrow to take some out. The others begin to throw tens of kunai at them, but Palm blows them up with a fireball. Even those that are close to him aren't safe, as he rips them apart with his magic. This makes the assassin stop for a moment, as this guy is truly a monster. After some desperate running, Kiri finally finds something that resembles the mana point, which she really hopes it is. She slowly approaches and feels an enormous amount of mana inside of it, meaning that this is definitely the place. If she gets rid of this, Debo and Mineru will be rescued. Suddenly, the woman from before closes in on her and uses a hidden strike to attack Kiri, who is powerless against it. The woman exclaims that her luck is out of this world. If she kills her, it's 2 for 1, as the others will also die. Additionally, she is the easiest to take out too. The Black Magician has truly smiled upon her on this day. Kiri tells her to move as she slowly gets up. She has no time to mess around, but the woman cannot do that. But she also has a name that she should use, so why don't they talk a bit? Kiri uses the rising sun and tells her to come already. She does not have time for idle chatter. The woman wonders why she's in such a rush, but whatever. She will kill her just as she wants to. The woman throws her blades at Kiri, who even as she blocks them, sees that some of them are fake. This distraction makes Kiri unable to discern between real and fake blades, allowing the real ones to come closer and closer. Suddenly, she feels a blade coming from behind, which she deflects, but it soon changes its trajectory while in midair, making Kiri think that she's dealing with a telekinesis user over here. Before she can wonder how to deal with her, she notices something strange around the woman, but this leaves her vulnerable to an attack. Even so, Kiri catches it in her arm and sees that what she's using is not telekinesis, but the use of invisible strings. She's controlling her blades with them. In other words, she can simply fling them right back. The woman acts surprised at first, but that was all an act, as she soon uses the 100 slaying slash to cut Kiri all around, and does not stop there, as she pushes Kiri around with another ability. She lands on some strings and says that she knew about her abilities. She's rather weak, but it's not too late to run away, so why doesn't she try to do so? Or perhaps her ego will not allow her to do such a thing. Since she's Fraudman, she was born into an impressive household. She must have been quite spoiled as a child. For her parents to send her to such a dangerous place, Kiri demands she stop acting like she knows even a bit about her, making the woman apologize, but she shouldn't be mad, as it will make wrinkles show more with age. Did she also not know that in this world, opportunities are not given to those who are born in situations that they had no control over? Isn't that the definition of unfairness? Someone like her experienced all the privileges of the high life just because she was lucky enough to be born into a reputable family. The worst thing about all this is that she is not even talented, like at all. In the past, Kiri was always hated by the other trainees, who told her to stay in the corner, as she was only here because of nepotism. Her party is chock full of talented individuals from what she's seen. Well, except for her. She does not have the experience of Ralph, the cunning of Mineru, or Debo's talent. Kiri interrupts her and asks, so what? She knows very well that she's weak. She is not even good enough to live up to the expectations of her master, not even to her parents at this point. But that does not mean she is stronger than her. She already told her to charge in, as she has no time for such childish behavior. The woman appears to get ticked off and becomes mad, telling her that she should know her place. She uses the blades she throws in an intricate manner, making them fall against each other. But Kiri uses Falling Moon to freeze some of them. The woman is surprised. This type of skill was not in her data, but besides that, her strings were also cut. She charges in with another set of invisible blades, but this makes Kiri remember something. After that child told her that, she went to her master with it, as she also believed she only got in here because of the family she is from. The master told her that there are people who will not see the worth of treasure, no matter how blinding it is, and she should not live for their stupid standards. She will only limit herself. Once she realizes the meaning of these simple words, once she will be able to trust herself with her life, she will become the strongest person in the world. With a sudden motivation, Kiri begins to deflect all the blades and discharges in, making the woman fearful, and she makes a blunder by rushing in with her blade, which Kiri also dodges. The master told her countless times that her power does not burn just her opponent, but within her stands the power of a star, who is ready to go supernova. Kiri suddenly creates a gigantic ball of flame, and then expertly moves in with blinding speeds, allowing her to cut the woman and the flaming ball in half. Kiri finally understands her master. She has realized that the version of herself she wants isn't the one that restricts herself, but maybe she realized it far too late. Even so, she is still going to keep going, as she believes in her friends and herself too. The assassins have lost Palm and Piru, making them mad that they cannot find them. They have managed to hide using a talisman, but they are just stalling at this time. Piru is fine, but Palm is on death's door at this point, his pupils dilated. Before all this, he took care of the assassins with relative ease, and Piru tried to help too, although he is terrible at combat. He threw a bunch of talismans at the assassins, who simply slashed them apart, making Piru helpless. But Palm helped him out. Although the mana consumption was beginning to take a toll on him, Beiju saw him distracted and lunged at the opportunity, hitting him with her knife. But he still had enough strength to summon a large blast which did not damage Beiju, but it did allow them to vanish out of thin air. Ralph was starting to get pissed off by Beiju, as she seemed too confident in her abilities, but she was like his, because she has poison on her blade, which is now eating away at Palm's insides. Peru is shocked when he sees the poison in the blood he just let out, proving that this is indeed a dire situation. Beiju tells Ralph that at most, Palm has only 40 minutes left to live, as this venom is a lethal poison that takes away someone's life slowly and painfully, only from a scratch. Ralph doesn't say anything, and Beiju tells everyone to split up, as there are 2 doorways they need to go through. Peru now carries Palm, faulting himself for what happened, as it's too much trouble than it's worth. He apologizes to Palm, but he says that it's not his fault. If he cannot overcome something like this, he would have died soon enough. This time, the teleport skill he saw is real, not some trick like with the twins. He tells Peru that he will be taking care of Beiju. He just needs to do his thing. Peru does not understand at first, but then sees the ceiling they came from, and a plaque under it, with a puzzle. If he can solve this puzzle, the mana will go through and activate the device. Peru swiftly gets to work in solving the puzzle, but Palm tells him to take as much time as he needs. He has some things to do after all. He uses the monocle to search through the entire complex, seeing anything of importance. Ralph tells the group of assassins that if they find him, they shouldn't kill him, as he will have the honor of doing so. But the assassins wonder why they have to follow the orders of a betrayer. Before he can answer, a beaming fire strike blinds them from behind. It's a fire arrow that begins to take out the assassins. Ralph cannot see where the strike is coming from, because it's coming from everywhere. He realizes that he is sniping the entire facility with that monocle. The fire arrow eventually reaches him, but suddenly disappears. Peru completes the puzzle in record time, telling Palm that the mana will soon course through, but Palm is completely knocked out. At around the same time, Kiri breaks the mana generator, making the mana cut off. But what's worse is that Ralph has gone past his illusions and found them. The others begin to hear something from in front of them, and sure enough, a tide overtakes them in seconds, and the entire castle begins to fill up, covering everything in its path. Beiju notices this sound too, as she waits for Ralph, although she's annoyed that he's not hurrying up already. He eventually arrives and tells her that what she's hearing is the sound of water coursing through this entire place. Soon it will be filled to the brim. Beiju was worried he would run away, but it seems he has proven himself somewhat. She is curious, however, what happened to the people she gave him. Ralph tells her that those weaklings died in the pursuit, so it's not much of a waste. What was she attached to every single one or something? He finished the job as promised, so she should show him the money. Only then will he hand over these 2. Beiju is glad to see that he's still alive, but Ralph only lets him be so because he wanted to ensure he will be given the money. Beiju throws him 100 million dirty mesos, as promised. With that, Ralph throws the 2 to the lions, as he has no need for them anymore. Beiju thinks that this is a pretty relaxed end for him since he messed with Kanya and the plans of the Black Magician. This is for her master, Evoke. She begins to butcher Palm with a smile, ending his life, but it's suddenly revealed that this is only an illusion, and Ralph charges in with a mighty punch. She gets out of the way with teleport, and before she can call him a traitorous dog, she is forced to dodge a flaming arrow that keeps following her no matter what. Beiju is extremely mad. How dare this mutt play with Kanya? Even though Palm is poisoned through and through now, it seems that he still has to finish him off. Palm lets out a revolver, revealing his position to Beiju, who knows that he's half dead, but he suddenly flies away on the Nimbus and prepares another arrow. Beiju only has seconds to stare at him, but can see that he appears much better than expected. The attack hits Beiju fully, causing a lot of smoke, but she still stands. She asks Ralph why when he is someone who would do anything for money. Ralph confirms that it's as she says, but if they win, the world will be destroyed. So the money he worked so hard to pile up will be as useful as toilet paper. Why would they logically ever help them? Him joining them like this was his plan with Palm, from the very beginning. He knew that they who were driven in a corner at this point would want assassins, so the money they even looked his way. The result was obvious. Beiju understands. Then hurting Palm during that first attack was all to fool her, right? Ralph tells her that he didn't actually hurt him. He doesn't have the title of the best healer for nothing. The moment he hit him, he also healed him, but naturally that would have changed if he actually hit him strongly. Anyway, thanks to this, he has obtained another 100 million, and now he gets to get rid of a rat too. Beiju begins summoning a dark mist around her, and tells him that he will regret coming to this decision. Kiri was taken out in the water blast, but Debo woke her up, allowing her to get above the water and breathe. Mineru wonders what just happened, but regardless of what, Debo knows it's not good. The water keeps pouring out of every hole without stopping. In about 30 minutes, this place will be filled to the brim. Kiri is pretty horrified, and just as expected, the only way for them to escape is through the ceiling. Because they destroyed the mana generator, however, that path will not open up. Suddenly, something big moves beside Mineru and splashes the water, making Debo look, only to see the statue that has been lying dormant come to life, looking straight down at them. Even when she was little, Beiju had a knack for killing. She did so to those who wronged her and damned them to hell, but even that would have been too gentle. Evoke appeared and told her that the fate of people like them, whose hands are filled with blood, cannot be better than hell. Her revenge had been completed, so her life was his to take. She moves in on Ralph and Palm, but finds that they are only an illusion, and many more are coming. She is getting annoyed by each illusion she destroys as they are just charms. Her real problem is that reality is bending in with those illusions. Piru tells Palm to finish the fight already, as he cannot keep this up forever. So he summons a bunch of fire arrows and tries to blast Beiju, who actually appears behind Piru, ready to take his life. Unfortunately for her, Piru blasts her away with an amazing gut punch, as Piru used a talisman to make Ralph look like him, who seems to be enjoying toying with her as she weakens. He dodges her next strike, but Beiju catches the chain and threatens to strangle him. Ralph refuses to go down like that and lets out a mighty strike, but Beiju dodges and succeeds in putting the chain to his neck. Unfortunately for her, Palm is right there to break it, allowing Ralph to hit her again. She is getting increasingly annoyed and goes after Piru first, since he's the most annoying. But he dodges, and Palm uses telekinesis to fight her remotely, moving at a speed that Piru has never seen before. They really are monsters. Ralph joining into the fight, and they eventually pin her somewhat, forcing her to use even more mana with another teleport, and the Dark Flare ability, which throws everyone away. This causes Beiju to suffer more damage than it was worth, making her vow to kill all of them. But suddenly, the water reaches them too, and the tide takes all of them away. Ralph expected this, and got up on one of the pillars, but this leaves him vulnerable for an attack, which Beiju takes full advantage of. Now in her enraged state, she does not stop at just one strike, and plunges her blade deep in his stomach, before dragging him inside the water like a ravenous shark. Their fight continues under the water, Ralph holding his own, but the poison immediately starts getting to him. He is forced to block the next strike with his hand, which almost reaches his head, but this allows him to use a dispel item that affects the entire area. Beiju can barely comprehend what just happened as she dodges, but she did not expect him to have a spell that heals and also removes any status effects. This is what he must have done for Palm too. Beiju teleports away before she can be hit, and prepares to strike, but Ralph suddenly gets protected by a magic barrier that allows him to easily attack through it. He uses a feint to make her dodge, allowing him to go for a grab, but even if that attack was dangerous, Beiju gets out of the way. Ralph apologizes. It was really hard for him to ignore all her boasting, and he wanted to take a closer look at her teleportation item. He moves in to finish the battle, the protective bubble allowing him to do so without worry. Beiju tries to go behind him again, but he expects this and incapacitates her with a kick. She always does the same thing, teleport behind him again and again. So while her moveset has been rather boring, this fight has been fun. Suddenly, Beiju unleashes a mighty flurry of power that completely breaks Ralph's barrier, allowing her to attack. But suddenly, her hand gets removed by a flaming arrow, and she already knows who it came from, since she's distracted. Ralph manages to punch her extremely hard, so hard that her teleportation item is shattered into pieces. Beige begins to despair. With so many injuries, she will not be able to carry out her master's orders, but she will not allow that to happen, no matter what she has to do to succeed. Palm sends a revolver her way, which she desperately tries to block, as she will not allow them to leave this place alive, even if she has to sacrifice everything. Her striking hand and even her blade shatter against the impact, but even as the revolver ends, she summons another blade and uses her mouth to strike. Palm is impressed by her will. However, he still has one arrow left. He shoots it at her, and with no way to block it, the half-alive Beiju is forced to stare at it. She remembers Evoke, and how he praised her every time she did something well. She goes forward, accepting his praise once again, and asks to be forgiven as a tear rolls down her face, and the arrow consumes her entire being. With this, Beiju, an important piece of Evoke's puzzle, has been killed. The others struggle with the gigantic statue, until Mineru uses her bullet smash ability to explode it and its entire surroundings. She thinks that it's over, but the statue was not affected in the slightest, and slashes down on her, creating a large wave in the water. Hopefully, Debo was there to help, by grabbing and taking her somewhere above the water. The statue has lost its weapon, but that doesn't mean it's out of the game just yet. Kiri begins using her freezing ability to create a platform that also begins to encapsulate the statue. She tells the others that defeating the statue is not what's important. They must find a source of energy to open that ceiling, and their best chance for that now, well, she doesn't have to say it because of how obvious it is. Mineru gets it and starts shooting the statue, and while it's distracted, Debo smashes its head, as they need the mana stone inside. They just need to make sure not to damage it, only break the armor and locate it. Before they can do that, however, the statue somehow grabs Debo's feet, incapacitating him and allowing the statue to go for a grab. Kiri screams at him to watch out, but he is too late with his reaction. Fortunately, a holy shield appears, and Debo knows that only one person can do such a thing. Ralph is glad to see that his son still needs rescuing as usual, and grabs him out of harm's way. Debo immediately calls him a traitor, but Ralph advises him not to talk that way to his one and only father. Debo tells him to cut the crap and let go, but suddenly, from another door, a mighty revolver crashes into the statue, proving that Palm is alive and well. Debo tells him to not break the mana stone, which Palm sees using the monocle. He tells Debo to hold tight, and grabs his polearm using telekinesis. He doesn't get why he did this at first, but the others do. So as the statue tries to grab him, they protect Debo and tell him to go already. He realizes that he's the main character for this part, and smashes his polearm into the statue's back, creating an opening that stays open just for him to go in, and then closes. Ralph notes that since it had a taste of his son, it should spit him right back out if it's done chewing. He smashes his fist into the statue's side, creating cracks all around, and allowing Debo to rush out with the core. The statue no longer has any energy to go off of, so it slowly begins to descend into the deep water, a dark shell of what it used to be. The water amount is getting bigger, and the ceiling closer, meaning that they do not have much time left. Debo tells them to hold out just for a little bit, as Palm will be back soon. He has used a spell to hold an amount of oxygen in a bubble, and is now swimming back to the generator. He knows that there aren't even 3 minutes left anymore. He only hopes that it's enough. The device has already been set up, so it will open instantly once he powers it up. There is no need to think about this. He must find the shortest route. He trudges the dark corridors using the monocle and swims as fast as his body allows him to. The water continues to rise, forcing the others to take one final large breath and hope it holds. Palm knows that he will be too late. It would take 5 more minutes if he takes this route, so he has to create his own path. He sees the generator, so he uses telekinesis to create a bubble right near the wall and uses flame orb to break it, which creates a large current. But Palm swiftly throws the core into the generator, and it immediately begins taking power. It breaks the core's shell and circulates the energy all around. The others can hear the gears turning, and sure enough, the floor opens, letting them get out. But Debo has started to grow a disdain towards castles. Mineru hopes that the statues will not start moving again, and Peru shares the sentiment. He didn't even know such machines existed. Debo wonders if Palm will make it, who has run out of oxygen, so he desperately tries to get to the open floor, but his body fails him, and he loses consciousness the moment he sees it. Suddenly, Mineru jumps in for him and shares her oxygen, allowing her to get him out. Palm suddenly wakes up inside one of his memories, where his friends are telling him to rest if it gets hard, as he did well. Even back then, he said these same words. He is all right, as he has made a promise to them. Palm eventually wakes up, coughing up water as he does so, and immediately asks if they saved him. Debo is glad that he finally woke up. He was worried since he took so long. Palm doesn't feel anything wrong with his body, but that's because Ralph has been using healing on him. Palm is glad to hear it, but wonders why Mineru is embarrassed and isn't looking at him. While they are walking out, Debo is told about their previous plan, but also understands that almost half of it was improv. He would have really liked to know about this beforehand, but Ralph tells him that it's like that saying, if one wishes to fool his enemies, he must do so to his allies first. And thanks to that, everyone took the bait. Palm wonders if it was really acting, as that first attack dealt on him felt like it had quite the emotion put into it. Ralph clears his throat and says that they should just walk silently from now on, but also wonders why they are taking the body of this woman, or whatever's left of it. Palm does indeed have a use for it. He must keep his promise to Gafor after all. Suddenly, Piru begins to run forward without warning, as he has finally found what he has been searching for all of this time. This is the hero item he was talking about previously, but Debo questions if it's real. He can't tell just by looking. Piru is certain of it. This is a Phantom storage key, the world's best thief. Phantom. Palm had heard of him before regressing, and of his storage that had amazing things. It appears that this is the key to said storage. Peru thanks them, as he wouldn't have been able to do it without them, but as soon as he picks it up, the entire castle begins to crumble, and Piru tells them to book it. Debo asks why he grabbed it without even thinking. Has he not learned his lesson from everything they have gone through? He apologizes, but they must go in that tower at once, as there is an exit that should be open there. Debo asks if he's sure, but before he berates him for not answering, a bunch of skeletons rush them from the hunt. Ralph takes the stage and uses the angel fountain to eradicate the unholy undead, who melt at the sight of this ability. Debo asks why he did not use this earlier, but it consumes too much mana, and that will also be 500 mesos per person. Before they can sigh of relief, the unholy horseman arrives and begins slashing at them, making Peru demand Ralph use that thing again. but that was the only time he could use it. The horseman does not give up, and under all that pressure, the ground collapses under them, but Piru saves them with a flying nimbus. The horseman does not give up in his quest to hunt them down and swims through the water below them. Palm tells Kiri to do it, and she uses her frosty ability to keep the undead horseman at bay, who screams out in rage. As a farewell gift, Mineru sends him a gigantic bullet, but the way in front of them is blocked. Palm gets to it and explodes the wall just as they enter, making the tower crack and begin to fall. Fortunately, it doesn't take long for them to find the portal, but at the same time, the tower begins collapsing, and with only mere seconds, they all jump towards the escape gate, which soon becomes destroyed by the rubble. Will immediately feels Beiju's energy fading as she dies, so he presumes that this was another failure on their part. Evoke truly has no excuse for this, and will take responsibility for this with his own life. Will agrees he will take his life at any point now, but before that, he wants to show him something, and the more the audience, the better. Evoke is surprised by the two that just came in, and Will says that it's about time they switch up the players. In a lord's manner, his butler tells him that there is still hope. The young master is still alive in the gate. He is probably waiting for a rescue team, and since they are not a full team, 6 more people will be able to enter the gate. He will form a rescue team at once, with his permission. The Lord trembles as he thinks of his son, Jack, and what he is doing now. The first people that get info on this are the cross hunters. The son, Jack Rich, was a part of a party with tons of items and bodyguards, which is to be expected of a son of the richest man, but there's no way they would have one to an orange-ranked gate like that. Cheryl wonders if Kanya had something to do with this. She certainly did not expect them to sink their teeth into the #1 merchant association. Are they not afraid of any backlash? It's all too suspicious, so they should contact the Goldrich first. Sherlin hears some commotion coming closer to them, wondering who it can be. Peru tells Palm that no is no. He doesn't even know what it does, so he will not let this slide. Upon seeing Peru, who is refusing to give Palm the ring, even though he cannot take it off, she rushes to him with happy tears, but gets stopped by his screaming. Peru wants his damn ring back from this thief, and Palm tells Cheryl that he brought his little idiot back. News about Jack Rich gets spread everywhere, mostly because the person who succeeds in rescuing him will get 150 million mesos. Everyone is going crazy to offset this, and naturally, Ralph got this info first and showed it to everyone, and he wants to go since there are only 7 slots left. Unfortunately, Palm is gone at this time, making his desire to save people as a healer is fading away. Debo is sure that that's why he wanted to save people, instead of the cash he would make. But why are they in the slums again? There were a lot of stores in the other markets too. It's not like the boss wanted to go somewhere specific. Ralph has plans of his own here, and well, he will see when they arrive. They walk up into a dusty store, making Debo question if this is really the place. But Ralph knows the owner, Gary, and asks him how much longer he's going to keep his customers waiting. Gary recognizes him, making Debo wonder if they are friends, and if they will get a discount or something. Gary is actually glad to see him. It's been so long he thought that he died. But this is the first time they're seeing each other since he ripped him off, right? Ralph doesn't remember it, making Gary wonder if he should cut it up right now and feed him to the pigs. Ralph explains that he had his reasons for doing it, but he's here for something else today. He shows him a bunch of money, which Debo recognizes as Palm's money, which changes Gary's personality completely, as he truly missed his brother from another mother. He asks what he's looking for. Anything he wants, he can get, except the things he can't, of course. Ralph wants to get his hands on a strengthening scroll. He probably still has some of those, right? Gary reveals a bunch of them, but Debo doesn't get it, as those seem like just some regular scrolls. Gary wonders if this guy has fake eyes or something, which is precisely why Ralph tagged along with him. But Debo has never used a scroll before, so how the hell is he supposed to tell them apart? Gary puts it simply for him. They are items that have a chance to strengthen other items by set chance. There are no better insurances in the gates, and the one he is holding right now actually has a 100% success rate. Scout's honor. Ralph calls crap and asks if he's really going to con them now. He should move aside, as he wants to see what's behind him. Debo asks if a 100% success rate is not great, which Ralph confirms. Whether a strengthening scroll is good or not is determined only by how low the success rate is. If one does not use that many at once, they will need a scroll that has a low chance of working, for the highest possible gain. Gary defends himself, as he has to make a living too. He just can't sell what he doesn't have. Things have shifted a lot since the start of all this. High-ranking scrolls are now considered military equipment and are illegal to sell. Ralph says it's a real shame. There was no real use to come here after all, but he did need those scrolls. So what should he do with his money now? He planned to buy a whole lot of them, but it seems he has to take his business elsewhere. Gary stops him and says that he should let people finish before deciding on things. Ralph's smiling because he knows that he got him. The Archmage Freed is known by many names, be it Dragon Master or Draconic Mage. but the most important among them is the master of time magic. However, he did not show up on the last day. 800 years ago, before the Black Magician was about to get banished, he used his power to curse the 6 heroes, forcing them to be time-stopped. However, Freyed, with the sacrifice of his contracted dragon, Afrian, was unaffected, and since he was the sole hero, he wandered the world, looking for a way to free his friends. Even after eons of walking, he could not find any solutions, and subsequently vanished into the unknown, nobody knowing where he went. That's all Peru knows. He certainly made some arrangements for it, and that's one of the only remnants of his existence, the Ring of Freyed. Palm is shocked. Besides this being a legendary item, it might answer his most dying question: why did he regress? Since he was a master in time manipulation, he could do that. But how could someone from 800 years ago achieve such a thing? If he was alive, why was he not seen? Cheryl will no longer doubt him since he was chosen by Freed, but she would like to know something. Why is he fighting the followers? Palm has his reasons to not disclose his full motive, but he wants to save everyone important to him, no matter how much it may cost. Inside of her usual training spot, Kiri is hard at work, but Debo comes around and asks if she's not tired doing that thing again and again. Kiri is surprised to see him, since she did not see him earlier, but he explains he was with Palm, as he needed to tell him something. Actually, he has a favor to ask of her. Could she come with him tomorrow for something? The next day, Debo eagerly waits for Kiri, who apologizes for being late. Mineru held her up for quite some time, even though she told her she doesn't like this style. She only hopes this doesn't look too weird on her. Debo says that she looks fine, which she is glad for, but they should get going. Inside of the bushes nearby, the party wonders, Ralph wondering why he has to care for this brat's dating life, but Mineru tells him it's vital for every party member to be healthy mentally. When Mineru found out about Debo's invitation, she spit out her drink. Kiri told her that he only wanted her help in picking out a gift for his sister. He probably never got her something since they did not have much money. Mineru believed that that was an excuse, but Kiri ignored her and also invited her, as she's also not much into gifts. Mineru asks why she would go with them, but Kiri told her already. It's to pick up a gift. Mineru couldn't believe how dense she was, so she helped her in dressing up. The first item Debo finds is a pair of brass knuckles. They look pretty useful. Dinev should be able to use them well enough. Kiri also suggests the sword behind him, since it looks easy to handle. They look around the shops like this, looking at things that are mostly weapons, but Kiri reveals she was nervous, as she's never done something like this before. It's easier than expected. She began her training from a young age and hardly took a break, so she did not walk around the streets without some armor or at least a weapon. Debo listens and suggests that they walk around the explosives next. Mineru can't believe these idiots. They aren't doing anything. They are both beginners. They should be thoughtful of their audience, which is not only them. Mineru is mad that it's obvious they like each other, but they are making zero progress. One of them doesn't even realize it, and at this point, they will stay lonely forever. Divin agrees that's why people call her brother an idiot all the time. Ralph is shocked by her presence, as he did not feel her at all before she spoke. She purposefully whined for a gift to get him to do this, but she actually hopes he doesn't get to come home tonight. That's too fast even for Mineru, but it's true that they look nice together. Ralph agrees, and wonders if that's how they looked back then too. Before he can get into his touching backstory, Mineru washes it away as nobody cares. Palm believes that this is a waste of time, which Mineru expected, as he probably does not care for things like this. Palm actually does, but he is preoccupied at the moment. He did date once or twice before. Mineru sheepishly asks what happened, making Ralph jealous that she doesn't want to listen to his story, but Palm says that it was in the past. That woman is not even alive anymore. Wait, maybe she is alive now, but it doesn't really matter now. Mineru wants to know more. Dinev is ecstatic to see her brother get closer to Kiri, and Ralph feels left out. The day ends, and the two eventually find a gift, which Debo believes his sister will love, and Kiri is glad to help. With that, she gets going, but Debo tells her to wait suddenly. He tries to say something, but then just thanks her, and hopes to see her tomorrow for training. Kiri smiles, and asks him to let her know if he ever needs her help again. When Debo comes back, Dinev opens the door with a smile, but Debo is more confused by the fact that the entire party is here. In the past, a group of people attempted to protect something important from a follower, but he was too powerful for them, and easily took them out with his dark magic. He finally got to the item he wanted. This was Freed's sealing stone, which held the power of time. He finally has it within his reach. With this power, he will fulfill the plans of the Black Magician. Unfortunately, the stone was just that, a mere stone. The power within had been seeped long ago, making the follower rage, shaking the entire building. The follower eventually calmed his rage, but he knew what this meant. Someone had already turned back time, and he had to find them, no matter what. Inside the Goldrich Merchant Union, An announcement for anyone who has signed up to be a part of their merchant unions is being made. They shall all stand by their positions, as they will soon announce it in 30 minutes. One of the candidates wonders why the others just don't give up this time. The skill gap between them is far too clear, right? One of them hears her and says that it's nonsense. Why don't they decide who is stronger right here and right now then? As they bicker, Marco twists his mustache and thinks that this is what things are like among the third circle. He has only one chance for this, so he must choose carefully. Suddenly, they are all distracted by someone carrying a pretty large object behind him, that someone being Palm. The Goldrich Merchant Union's owner is called Goldrich, of course. He's renowned in all the land as the wealthiest man in the world, to the point that it's rumored he has the financial power of an entire nation. Marco walks him towards Goldrich, who is admiring his fountain, but immediately turns his direction to the door as they enter, and asks if he's the Gafford boy who's looking for him. He truly must be underestimating them then. Palm introduces himself and tries to tell him the reason he's here, but Goldrich already knows. He wants to be a part of the rescue team, but he will listen closely while he still has the patience. This is not something Gafford will sink its teeth in. Palm apologizes, but he's not here to represent Gafford, making Goldrich shoo him away. How dare he enter the estate as a mere third-rate adventurer? Suddenly, Palm slams the giant thing he had on his back, prompting Goldrich to tell him to leave before he calls for the guards, but Palm just wants him to have a look before he decides anything. Inside of the box is Beiju's body, which Goldrich recognizes as a Kanya executive. Does he realize the magnitude of what he has done? Does he intend to start a war? Palm says that if it comes to that, sure, but the Goldrich Merchant Union will also be a part of it. Suddenly, the door opens again, and someone enters, saying that he will explain since this involved them too. Goldrich is shocked to see them, and before all of this, Kiri and Palm went to that person, who could not believe what they were saying, that there are still followers still holding on. Palm went further and said that it's more than that. They have infected the roots of the entire world, even Cygnus. The man asked if he could bear the responsibility of what he just said, but even he couldn't deny it, as everything that he found, which was rather strange, made sense with this explanation. The man explained that he doesn't trust him, but he will trust Kiri's judgment, which Palm didn't care for. That's why he asked Kiri to come anyway. What he wants is simple. He intends to erase Kanya from the world, even the records, in 3 days from now on. This is Cygnus Knight's captain Michael and Kiri's master. He tells Goldrich that this is no longer a problem between the merchant unions. This is now officially a war against the followers. He tells Palm to do it, who reveals the follower tattoo on Beiju's forehead, and tells Goldrich what it is, who is shocked to hear this. If this is true, Kanya really is a follower organization. Palm is about to make him an offer he can't refuse, so he better listen carefully to him. After this, Palm and his party go to the bar, where Debo and some others are enjoying themselves a little much, making Mineru wonder if it's fine to let them do this when tomorrow is an important day. But Palm says it's fine. A day's rest will be good. They have prepared everything, reinforced their items, and trained plenty too. It's a good thing to rest before a fight. I'm sure everyone will agree. A very drunk Ralph sees the two of them talking and wonders if they are dating. But before he can give them any advice, Palm socks him in the nose as he got way too close. Ralph was just trying to joke, to loosen things up a little. Palm tells him that he reeks of sweat. He should go and take a bath, making Ralph give up. But he also has a question. Why did he decide to join Jack Rich's rescue team when he already knows that it's a trap? Mineru is also curious. Wouldn't it have been better to join the raid that Kanya is doing? Palm actually has something he's got to find. He doesn't know how credible this info is, but he heard that Jack found a map that leads to Fried's inheritance. He thought of it as a baseless rumor at first, but the fact that the followers are going for him means that it holds some amount of truth. He cannot let the followers grab that map, since the inheritance is probably something of huge value. That is, if they haven't already taken it, so he can only hope things will go according to plan. Inside a dark room, close enough nearby, a skull tells a man about Palm. He's 20, from Lilith Harbor. He had a debt to Gafford and worked as a slave for 3 years as a result. He awakened as a first circle about 2 months ago, and reached the second circle 2 days after that, meaning that he has the potential to circle up even further. He will go now, as everything rests in his hands. The next day at the Jack Gate, the other adventurers are denied entry, but this is different than what they were told. It was already decided, and he decided to support their party. The guard he's speaking to, Royce, tells him that there's nothing he can do. The decision to cancel selections of outsiders was abruptly given to everyone. He does not know why, but at this point, they just have to wait. The adventurer doesn't get it, and what about the money he paid him to ensure their entry? Suddenly, Palm's party arrives, with Marco telling them to make way, but they are confused. Royce asking who these people are. Marco explains that they should understand the current situation without bickering. This makes the adventurers confused, but slowly they get it. These guys are going in and not them. They weren't even here during the party exam. Who do they think they are? After they enter, Debo is pretty mad about the entire place, as he has seen this exact architecture too many times, so they do not get bored of it. Mineru says that they have more pressing issues. Ralph and Kiri are not with them. They are trying to enter, but they can't, as the gate has reached max occupancy. Ralph asks if they didn't tell everyone 6 people could enter. Did anyone else go in before them? Marco doesn't believe so. They had guards set up to stop such attempts. But under the circumstances, Kiri also believes that it's a trap. Inside the gate, the follower and another person await the others, with the white-haired man noting that it's great they got in. But how are they going to meet up? He asks Mudria if she has heard enough, but she calls him a fool and tells him not to call her by her name. Has he grown bored from all that whining earlier? If everything went as planned, those people should be waiting for them on the 2nd floor, so they should at least do a bit of stretching before they meet them. The Minotaur stands ready to face them, but Mudria wonders if it will even serve its purpose. She actually has a pretty good idea. She will take it alone. The man tells her to not push so hard, but the Minotaur charges, making Mudria think that it's coming to greet them. She truly appreciates the gesture, so she will show them something interesting. Her chained iron ball begins to let out a dark light, and the fight ends as soon as it begins. Mudria sees that the man is impressed, which he can't deny. It's his first time seeing such an interesting ability. As they leave, she says that she's leaving the rest for later. Things will get much more interesting soon enough. The Minotaur stands there, its veins showing around its eyes that seem void of any soul. Mineru wonders if those Kanya bastards sneaked inside, making Palm say that they should err on the side of caution. But this isn't bad. He did not expect it, but things have gotten more interesting. Debo thinks that it's too quiet. He does not see any attacks yet, which Palm also finds as a problem. There is not a single living creature inside of this gate. Even the monsters seem to be gone. Just what happened? What could they be planning for them to do this? At the Kanya Merchant Union, a bunch of Cygnus Knights arrive, with Kasim leading them. The receptionist asks if they have an appointment, making Kasim apologize for coming so suddenly, but he was wondering if they had lost this, perhaps. Before the receptionist can even react, the others behind her get cut up as they reach for their weapons, and Kasim tells her to not resist, as they will consider her a cultist. With that, the Knights go on a rampage inside of the Merchant Union. Unfortunately, they lost the important ones, with one of the Knights suggesting that they had intelligence on them coming. Kasim doesn't like this, and tells them to search every nook and cranny. They have to find them no matter what. Somewhere else, Will hopes that Evoke does not resent him, but he has given him enough chances already. Evoke denies hating him. It's an honor for his useless body to be used by the Black Magician. Inside a tent, Abbas explains to Rakan and Goldrich that they have control of the area near the dock. There is no way they can fall back now, so they should send their forces to the 3-way intersection. Goldrich knows that it's almost ending, but this is extremely nerve-wracking. The entire city stands in flames, and somewhere deep beneath the earth, Michael takes care of an abomination with a single strike, making the knight next to him damn Kanya forever doing such a thing. The ones they have killed up until now were all powerful monsters. If Goldrich hadn't gotten that intel sooner, they would have roamed the streets. Michael thinks she's right. These monsters are absurdly powerful, but at the same time he feels that something is off. This is a pretty big facility, yet there's not a single employee. He doesn't even have time to finish his thought as even more beasts attack. Inside the gate, Jack cowers into a corner as he wonders where the monsters are coming from. If the guards hadn't sacrificed themselves, he would have surely died, but he doesn't want to do that. He has so much to live for. Suddenly, Palm arrives and tells him that they could hear him whining from 2 rooms down. Jack is scared and draws his blade, but Palm kicks it away and likes that he's at least full of energy. He shouldn't be nervous, however, as they are here to rescue him. To prove it, he gives him his father's necklace, making Jack very glad. But is it really just them? Palm asks if they needed more to carry him, but that's not it. 3 people are not enough for this place. Palm sees him acting strange and looks further into him, but doesn't spot a tattoo or anything unusual. With that, the party thinks of leaving, but Palm suddenly feels a surge of energy coming towards them that cuts one of the pillars as it rushes towards them. This was summoned by an assassin, who has many more besides him. Debo asks where their manners are as they almost got blasted by that thing. Suddenly someone from above asks what manners, and Palm can feel an incredible amount of mana from him. The white hair man lands down and notes that since he's talking about manners, he must not be scared in the slightest, which suggests they are not weak. They should see if Will's worries were unfounded or not. With the advent of the white-haired man engaging the party, Will tells the others to begin, and instantly explosions happen all throughout the city that seem to come from some inconspicuous boxes. Inside the dark facility, Michael is trapped by a portal, and he tells the others to fall back before he gets transported elsewhere. He cannot see anything in front of him, but suddenly someone approaches, his dark self, who is ready for a fight. Racken can't believe it. 3 of their companies have wound up dead, and Captain Michael is missing. What the hell is happening? Besides that, they also get the news that extra reinforcements have appeared on the enemy's side. Goldrich knows that this can only mean one thing. There is a rat on their side. As they worry about what to do, someone kills the guard that was standing outside, and Marco believes that it's a hassle to only deal with a few people. But they should not worry, as everything will be over soon. Goldrich can't believe it. His own right-hand man was the snake this entire time. Everywhere, the stench of death wreaks havoc as the 2 sides continue to battle. Kiri has arrived too, helping the civilians leave the city, but she soon gets ambushed by one of the followers. Fortunately, Ralph is there to help her, who thought that she was getting better at this. Kiri can't believe it, that they are indoctrinating children too, but Ralph just believes that's what kind they are, blinded by an obscure faith. Even when they were attempting to scout him, they said that they would grant his deepest wishes if he only helped in undoing the seal of the Black Magician, even if it meant they had to reverse time. Kiri can't believe it. That's a godlike power, but Ralph doesn't actually believe it. The world isn't so easy that things would just work out. If that Black Magician is as powerful as advertised, why did he get locked up? Everyone knows that this is some nonsense. They are just utilizing the weaknesses of humans, as he is sure there are many people who would turn back time. Goldrich asks Marco why he is doing such a thing, but the reason is quite simple. His frail daughter had to die early in her life because of some unfortunate incident. He was promised by these gentlemen that she will be brought back to life, and he is willing to do anything for that. It was an honor to serve him up until now, but this is the end. Abbas gets in front of them, allowing Racken and Goldrich to get away, while apologizing to him. Marco screams at the assassins to go after them, but Abbas stops them with a flurry of blows. They really underestimated him, but it's fine, as he was looking for a way to exercise. Palm recognizes that man as one of Will's subordinates, but did he really expect to scare them with that bravado of his? Suddenly, Mudria arrives and apologizes for not giving a proper explanation. She will introduce herself again. She is Martyr Mudria, at their service. Palm is shocked when he hears that title. The Martyrs are the secret legion of 100 chosen. Their identities are kept a secret. But why are they all the way here? Mudria tells him that he causes trouble for them with every step he takes. People he cannot even comprehend have taken an interest in him. Debo wonders what they are even talking about. They should stop the chatter and get to fighting already. Mudria doesn't like how impatient he is, but did they perhaps notice the lack of monsters in this gate? She will introduce them now, so it doesn't seem unfair. From the iron ball, she lets out all of their damn souls, which transform right back into minotaurs that charge the party from all directions. Mineru wonders why they are obeying the followers' orders, and why there are so many. Palm tells them that these creatures are brainwashed, so they have no choice but to fight. Palm also tells Debo to not use his weapon, but before he can tell him why, he gets blasted by a green strike, throwing him into the wall at ferocious speeds. The Minotaur is not done, however, as he charges a confused Debo, but he gets blasted by Palm, who tells them to move, as he will take them down all at once. He uses a mighty arrow and crafts it into a revolver that takes out most of the Minotaurs, and when he notices the assassins attempting to run away, he uses telekinesis to turn the revolver and take them out. It also goes near the party, but the show is nothing short of amazing. This is the true power of a spell used in tandem with telekinesis. The white-haired follower finds this interesting, and using a ring dispels the blast. Mineru did not expect this. Does Palm's magic really not work with them? The man sees their reactions and asks what's wrong. Did they expect him to just lie here and die? They should all struggle a little harder, as he wants to see the extent of their powers. It seems that he is also a telekinesis user, just like Palm, so it's time for the real battle to begin. Rakan wonders if they should signal everyone to retreat since the front lines fell, but Goldrich tells him that they must hold. There's a plan that not even Marco knows nothing of. When Palm suggested it, he thought he was doing too much, but if they hold out for at least 30 minutes, he's sure they will win. Suddenly, they are stopped by 3 charging assassins, prompting them to turn around, but they seem to be cornered. Rakan wants to proceed with that secret plan of his now, as it won't be of any use to them dead. Before the assassins can strike, they get blasted by Kiri's ice ability, with Ralph telling the 2 that they are having a sale on their mercenary services. Are they perhaps interested? The assassins turn their attention to the 2, but even if they attack all at once, the assassins prove to not be a challenge. Kiri activates her Solunar time ability, just in time for an assassin to remember that they are a part of Palm's team, but it's too late, as Kiri deals with the rest all at once. She tells the 2 that they saw the assassins come here and follow them, and Ralph also confirms they will take their pay afterwards since this is an urgent situation. Before he can reveal their generous and discounted price, a blast that takes half a building down shows up out of nowhere, with the person who did it mad that it's only his minions that he's seeing. Ralph doesn't like being called that, but he did not expect to see 3 merchant union leaders in one place. This is quite the rarity. Evoke feels it's a shame. He wanted to rip Palm apart limb from limb, but he supposes the others will do about the same. As his group gets struck again and again, Palm becomes increasingly more confused, as he has not heard of someone being so advanced in telekinesis, even in his past life. He wonders if the rumors about him were false, or perhaps is he trying to lead him into a trap. There is no way that he is this weak, right? Palm and the others seem to get struck by the two gigantic pillars, but they soon get out with an explosion, as they are riding one of Mineru's bullets. The assassins swiftly rush towards them, and Debo thinks that they are safe, but suddenly something flaps its wings and crashes into them, forcing them to fall. Before he can even wonder what did that, Debo gets grabbed by the large beast, which drags him further into the gate. Palm tries to rescue him, but his arrows are all blocked by the white-haired follower. Now he has found his answer. Is he perhaps afraid of him? He drags Palm away to fight him alone, leaving Mineru alone. However, she soon gets struck by Mudria, who tells the assassins to stop stalling and kill them already. They immediately do her bidding, leaving Mineru in a precarious situation. The beast continues to drag Debo through the pillars, its rage remaining unquenched. Ralph continues to dodge Evoke's whip, but he soon gets in a position where he can't do that anymore, and gets grabbed, making a bunch of dark energy surge within him. Evoke hopes he will not let go, as he will make sure that he will have an eternal rest. As he drags Ralph into the air, Kiri jumps in and cuts the whip, making Evoke summon a bunch of pillars around her that immediately energize to strike her. Surprisingly, she's still alive, but her buff is completely destroyed, allowing Evoke to move in with a dangerous look in his eyes. Rakan hears the explosions, and asks when that stupid plan of theirs will proceed. At this rate, they will all die. Goldrich says that it's not time yet, but soon enough, everything will come together. Suddenly, someone arrives right in front of them, and wonders what their genius plan is about. At the same time, Ralph and Kiri are pushed to the brink, and Evoke sees that their healing abilities are no longer useful. It's about time he ends their miserable lives. The dark strike surges towards the two, but suddenly gets destroyed by a blue light, and the one who cast it knows this is not custom to say when one first meets someone, but this is goodbye. His strike creates a blinding light, but soon reveals that Evoke has a hole in his abdomen. The man apologized. He meant to send him away without pain, but it seems he missed by only a little. The man then moves on to Kiri and asks why she's here. She sure knows how to get around, it seems. Kiri recognizes him as Kasim, with Rakan and Goldrich being very glad to see him. Kasim explains that he will protect the merchant union. It seems like they aren't in good condition, so they should just lay down. Kiri says that she will fight too. The master told her that if anything happened, they should work together, so she would fight too. Kasim can't believe someone as lowly as her is talking back, but Evoke soon wakes and notes that they shouldn't worry. They will be together in hell soon enough. He laughs as they turn back to look back at him, but even as Kasim charges in, the dark figure he has summoned simply blocks his attack. Evoke gives his entire being to his master. In return, he requires permission. The master grants it to him, making Evoke burst out into a being on a much higher plane. A demonic spider! Palm continues to fight, but he is on his last legs as he is extremely outnumbered. He tries his best to attack, but the assassins block his every move, allowing the white-haired cultist to easily overpower and grab him. He should stay still for a second as he will not kill him. He just wants to have a really nice talk. Palm is mad. He was known in the entire world for his telekinesis. He will not just lose to nobody. He lashes out and tries to hit him with the rocks, making the white-haired cultist believe that this is really pointless. But Palm is not done, as he summons a fireball and asks if this is pointless too. The white-haired worship is just about done with him, so he simply destroys the fireball, leaving a dark mist behind. Palm is shocked, which the cultist did not expect. Perhaps he is not in the future he knows of. He tells the assassins to leave, as he needs to talk something privately here. But upon not getting it, he simply summons a shield and fills the entire area with melting poison, which begins to consume the assassins, who are powerless against it. Before the cultist can speak, the brand he has on his arm begins to glow, as the master has been watching him and is not pleased at all. The cultist understands his frustration, but this is something he must do for the sake of everyone. Palm is shocked to see this. This is probably why the followers can't betray their masters. Unfortunately for him, the cultist just breaks the tattoo into pieces and reveals his true allegiance with the tattoo inside of his eye. Will is in hysterics, mad beyond his ears, and demands a good explanation for all this from none other than Commander Arcarum, who has returned from the past. Palm has never seen something like this in his past life, but the cultist begins to explain. They are all subjects of the Black Magician. This is basically a faction fight. They have a common goal of resurrecting the Black Magician, but the way they go about it is different. Basically, they are enemies and allies at the same time. A strange thing, is it not? Palm understands now that's why the followers did not show themselves until the final day. But what is it that he wanted to ask of him in the first place? The cultist explains that there's something he's searching for, the sealing stone of Fried, the hero. A long time ago, Fried created the sealing stone to stop the black magician. The stone was imbued with the strong power of eternity, but even if made for sealing, if they can use its power, they can turn back time for those who have passed to bring them back. This is the most surefire way to resurrect their true master. For years they have been tracking it down, and they found it, but it was nothing but a shell of what it once was, meaning that someone has used it. Their priority was to find the person who used it, which wasn't really difficult, as he stood out. The 100-man gate, the multi-layered hate, and the grave of the eagle eye. He couldn't tell if he was a fool or only greedy. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was the one who used the sealing stone. Palm has never heard of this guy before, but his attack from earlier, even if not without much force, was much more precise and controlled than before his regression. However, it was deleted in a second. If he's not giving it his best now, then this guy is the best telekinesis user. Palm asks who he is, which the cultist expects to hear. It's a shame, but in the near future, he's probably going to die. He's not saying this expecting pity. He's suffering from an incurable disease, but that's enough about them. They should get to the point. Honestly, he's alive only thanks to him. Because of the things he has done, Will is trying to get rid of him. And since those two old guys don't know how to get along, he had to step in to mediate. Back then, his body was breaking down, and he probably noticed, but he was already blinded. That is when Archiram came with a sweet offer. He gave him a chance, but it's not to cure his disease. It's just a temporary solution. He used time magic to stop the disease's progression. Palm is surprised to hear about time magic, but the cultist continues. He promised to stop the clock on his life while he's under him, and that he would give him a new body once the black magician is resurrected. Palm now understands why he betrayed Will, but this makes him dangerous, as he will do anything to get what he wants. The cultist tells him to not overthink. His mission is to save him from Will's plan, and to give him one last chance to join them. Why does he even fight? For justice. When they consider all the people he has killed without even considering their lives, even if they were to die in the future, does he then align himself with selective justice? If not, then there's something he must want, so he should think twice. The black magician is a greater being than he anticipates, a godlike entity. He can get anything if he follows him: immortality, authority, even resurrection. Does he know how the commanders of 8 centuries ago still live? The black magician gave those who swore allegiance to him flesh that does not age. All that he wants is right in front of him. As long as the black magician resurrects, he only needs one condition. He needs to kill all those who know of him and help him with his plan from now on. Poem asks if he really wants him to kill his party members, which the cultist knows how it sounds, but he's sure he understands since he's so meticulous in his planning. It's better if nobody knows about him. Palm doesn't understand why they need him so much. What are they planning? The cultist couldn't tell him, he's just following orders. But if he does help them, the revival of their true master would be without issue. He shouldn't even think of this, as the answer is already there for him. Either he joins, or he dies. Palm remembers all that he has gone through. There were people who still shone despite the world ending. Those who spoke with hope and took the burden of the world unto themselves. People who were important to him, however, he lost each and every one of them. A horrible ending, where he lost everything. However, this time he has a new party, skilled without connection. He can rely on them at any time. Those who will be sacrificed in his stead too. What is he truly doing this for? Poem finally realizes, and the cultist asks what he's doing. Does he truly wish for death? Poem tells him he does not care for justice or revenge. He just wants to protect those he cherishes. The cultist understands that there is no reason to keep him alive any longer. Debo desperately tries to get away from the brutish creature, which seemingly knows where he is, and tries to crush him with its hands. But he gets out of the way and charges in with his polearm, only for it to simply deflect against the creature, leaving him open for a vicious punch that sends him flying into another room. As he begins to vomit up blood, he damns the creature for being so sturdy. How the hell can his polearm just bounce off like that? He has no choice. He doesn't even know how to use this. But this is an emergency. Ralph was mad when he heard that he spent 300 million mesos on it, and asked where the hell he had that kind of money anyway. Palm told him he borrowed around 200 million from the Gafor Merchant Union in the party name, which made Ralph even madder, as things like these should be discussed. All of this, for just one singular item too. Palm told him to relax. He wouldn't have done it if he wasn't getting anything out of it. This is an item that was used by a great warrior back in the day. That warrior fought alone, carrying the entire world. Naturally, it all depended on how he used it, but there's no doubt that it would be perfect for him. Debo tries to attack with it, but he simply gets slapped around, making him even more confused about what to do with it. He is forced to run away again, thinking about what to do against a monster that is immune to his attacks. He needs a weapon, something that can really hurt it. Out of nowhere, he spots an assassin's corpse and rushes to it, only to find a measly shield. In a last-ditch effort, he defends himself, hoping for nothing, but suddenly the beast is blown away by a mystical power. Debo spots the emblem of a shield popping up on his bracelet, but there are 4 more. What is this item? The beast lashes out in anger, but Debo gets away and spots another corpse, where he picks up a sword, making another bead light up. With this power-up, he easily slashes the beast again and again, but now he understands. A symbol appears on the bracelet based on what weapon he's holding, and with it, he has increased attack force. Additionally, the number of jewels shining increases as he fights, meaning that he receives even more power boosts. With this, he's certain he can rip through this beast with ease. With 4 of the 5 beads, he confidently charges in, but the beast suddenly speeds fire in his direction, forcing him to block. But this breaks his sword, allowing the beast to let out even more strikes that all blow up at once. The beast laughs as the explosion occurs, but Debo tells it that it's over, as all the jewels are now in color. It's time to return the favor. The beast tries to hit him again and again with the fireballs, only to miss each time as he expertly dodges. The beast then resorts to its hands, but Debo slides below and begins cutting it again and again. With this combo attack, his power rises beyond anything he has ever seen, and with just one slash, the fight is over. The beast's head falls as Debo regains his composure, proving his strength. Jack continues to run away from the adamant assassins, who are attempting to strike him down at every notice. Even if their attacks get close enough, Mineru deflects the attacks and fights back, telling Jack to get it together already. He has to see his father, right? Even with those words, he bolts away, making Mineru quite mad, and it doesn't help that the assassins are after her now. Really, nothing is going her way. Jack continues to run away until he eventually finds the exit gate, making him think that he's saved, but he suddenly trips, making him drop a potion given to him by his father. When he first got it, he was not sure whether to take it, as it's really valuable, but his father insisted. Jack felt that he did not need it, but he is the party leader, so his father told him that he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. That is what it means to be a leader, to make sure that everyone from his party comes back alive. Now, Jack damns himself. He does not have the right to be a leader. The moment there was conflict, he ran away like a dumbass. He cannot do this. Even if he uses that potion, he just can't. The assassins charge Mineru adamantly, and she fends them off. But Mudria charges from above, first attacking with her foot, and then with her chain, which breaks the pillar behind Mineru. She hits Mudria with a powerful attack, but because of a reflection ability, she is the one to get hit by it, causing considerable damage. Mudria apologizes as she did not mean to scare her so much. Mineru attacks again, only for the attack to go right back at her, making her lose even more blood. Mudria apologizes. She seems rather shocked, so she will take the liberty of explaining things. She wants to know something though. How does it feel to take one of her own attacks face first? Mineru wonders what she's talking about, but then finally understands, with Mudria confirming it. This is Deflect, the power that has been granted to her. Even if she keeps attacking, she will be the one hurt. As long as she has this, she's invincible. Mineru tells her that a skill like that means nothing, but she's out of mana too. Mudria notices this and finds her boring, so she throws her chained ball at her, making Mineru fly into a wall. Since she's basically dead already, Mudria sends the assassins to deal with her, and blood flies around, but it's not Mineru's, as Jack has jumped in front of her. Mudria is amused. She thought that he left everyone behind and ran. Jack admits that he was not able to protect his party members. He's not as skilled as the others. An assassin pierces him with his blade and calls him an idiot. He already knew this and came back anyway? Does he have a death wish? Jack doesn't rightly know. He doesn't get why his body is moving like this either, but he knows that in order for him to change, he must face them head on. He breaks off the assassin's blade and stabs him in the eye with it, making the others confused. Was he hiding his strength all of this time? Mudria tells them this is not it. It's Extreme Gold, a legendary potion that increases the HP and mana of the consumer for 30 minutes. She made a blunder, as she never expected them to have such an item, but it's to be expected from the gold-rich union. However, even with this power boost, it's clear as day that his skills have not improved at all. In that case, he's as weak as before. Jack agrees. He does not deserve such an item. That's why he split up his bets. Suddenly, Mineru takes out the 2 other assassins with potion in hand. She can't lie, she's rather impressed, but now, it's time for them to flip the script. Jack believes in her, believes that she can defeat these bastards. The last of the assassins charges in, thinking that this is easy pickings. But Mineru throws the bottle in their faces and annihilates them. She notes that they are trying to kill a young master here. Can they bear that sin? The attack completely annihilated Mudria's unit, with one of them even begging her for help as he dies. But she shows no mercy and kills him off. This is quite interesting, But nothing has truly changed as she still has her skill, which she can do nothing about. Mineru knows that this is not over, so she ties up her wounds and prepares for the real battle. Mudria launches multiple steel balls at them, forcing them into awkward positions. But Mineru still finds time to attack. Mudria is not worried though, as she can unjustly deflect them. But suddenly, the bullets hit one another, causing an impact that takes out a pillar that almost crushes Mudria. She begins to wonder if she just missed, or if this is on purpose. But there's no way this fool thought of that. Mineru just smiles, and hits her not with bullets, but the debris of those pillars. Jack notices this too and is amazed, wondering how she's doing it. But upon closer inspection, he understands. Mudria has the ability to deflect any damage, but that only works if she's attacked directly. So if Mineru just destroys stuff to attack her directly, she can deal actual damage. Mudria is becoming annoyed, but Mineru told her already that she's going to win. Mudria knows that she has to get away from those walls, as without them, she is nothing. Mineru tells her that there's no escape. This entire place is a minefield for her. Mudria thinks she can tank this attack, but Mineru was not aiming for her, but for the ceiling, making a large stone slab fall directly on Mudria, among others. Jack thinks that it's over, but Mineru suddenly notices the stones rumbling and tells him to get out of the way. But it's too late, as the entire area becomes a shrapnel as Mudria explodes. She dams them again and again as she used a bunch of life force, but it seems they got away. Now that she knows her dirty tricks, that woman's attacks will not work on her, so she will begin hunting them once again. Jack has grabbed Mineru out of the explosion, but she took the brunt of it, so he decides to carry her and leave this place, as they cannot fight anymore. Mineru says it's fine. She has one last trick up her sleeve. Mudria begins smashing around in rage that they are hiding like rats. It's only a matter of time until she finds them. As she smashes a pillar, a bullet suddenly appears, and Mudria rightly tries to deflect it, but it goes through and hits her. She's confused beyond her wits. How the hell did they do this? She attacks what she believes is Mineru, but it's just an illusion, leaving her open for a few more attacks. Mineru thought she would get it by now, so she shows her that she used the Summon Crew skill. This is a rare skill that allows one to summon their friends, but this was Eagle Eye's skill. How can Mineru have it? Mudria backs away slowly while dodging, as this is way too dangerous, but the bullets are getting to her. Even if she blocks some, 4 more appear in their place. She must find Mineru before she gets killed, so she begins trashing about as she runs, as this skill does not have much range. Eventually she gets it. The safest place for her would be a place where she can use her clone as a shield. She's right behind the clone. Sure enough, after breaking a pillar, Mineru is revealed, and Mudria moves in for the kill, but Jack suddenly blocks the attack, as even he can do such a thing if he knows where the attack is coming from. With this advantage, Mineru and her sister can end this, letting Mudria have a powerful attack that she cannot hope to survive. With that, she falls to the ground, and Jack wonders if this is really the Summon Crew skill, as it's supposed to summon a clone without consciousness. But it seems like this one is speaking to Mineru somehow, like she knows who she is. Outside, Evoke continues to cause havoc, pushing Kasim back further and further, so he tries to attack the main body. But Evoke lets out a pungent web that sticks Kasim in place, and even takes his blade away. Suddenly, however, Kiri comes in to help, freezing all that web and breaking it. She's a bit late because she was helping the merchants, but since this one is going to be tough to deal with, she will help. Before she can say anything more, Kasim punches her away, as he doesn't want the help of a damn Nepo baby. With that, he continues his fight with Evoke, demanding that she sit back and watch. The Elder finds Evoke's visage appalling. It seems he has lost himself. All reason within him is lost. Can he really fight Cygnus Knights in that condition? Will tells him to not worry. He has shared a bit of his power with him. And although he might be from the Cygnus Knights, that boy is a 6th circle. And since Evoke was similar to him before the transformation, this much should suffice. Anyway, doesn't he have something important to worry about? The Elder is surprised he caught on, but he needn't worry. It might all be over soon. Michael is still fighting his dark visage, their blasts shaking the ground harder and harder. Michael knows that this is all a part of their plan, meaning that the knights really are in danger. His dark visage sees that he's not paying attention, so he attacks from above, creating a large explosion as they clash blades. He seems to be worried about his students. He's too obvious and a hypocrite. Has he already forgotten about Atan? With a blade more powerful, Michael is cut by the visage, who besides opening up his body, opens up some old wounds too. Atan was his father. He loved him more than anything in the world. He received unconditional love from him, and his greatness too. That was all fake, however. Family? Love? As if. He too wanted to take him away for having inherited the blood of the Knight of Light, and blinded by greed, he killed your real father, and kidnapped him. He's just a demon wearing a disguise. He is the mighty Michael, the sole heir of the Knight of Light. Because of the noble blood within him, he is fated to live a life surrounded by greedy pigs. Does he expect honesty from them? He is truly naive. There is no way for him to escape this cycle. He will have to acknowledge it and become cold. It's time he opened his eyes and finally became an adult. Michael notes that he talks quite a lot. He's already dizzy from his attacks, but his talking is annoying as hell too. He gets it. This is some kind of mind space, his role being to confuse and waste time. The Visage calls him a fool for not realizing it. He's the honesty he buried so deep within. But Michael refuses to listen. Does he truly believe that he's guided by naivety and honesty? Just ridiculous. He is right though, there are only greedy pigs around him, but he uses them too. He does not fight losing battles, and does not sign negotiations that would put him under. In return for fulfilling that greed, he has learned a way to plant courage in the hearts of those who search for it. A way to forgive those who resent him. A way to fix broken relationships. And a way to protect those he loves. This is the proper way to live as a human, which one will never achieve with money. Despite what she was told, Kiri continues to fight, Evoke trying to hit her all the same. Kasim thought he had made himself clear. He said that he would do this alone. As he charges in though, his strike gets blocked, proving that this was not a weakness, but a trap, and he was caught right in it. He cannot hope to dodge, so he takes the full brunt of the high-power beam. Ever since he became a knight, he trained with all that he had, and did not give up even when unconscious. All he wanted was to be acknowledged by his master. However, on the day that he brought her, he knew that he had been abandoned. He could not stand it. Why? Why do such a thing? Why did he take in a piece of trash with no skills? What made him even madder was that she was even more talented than he was, and shaken by fear, he lashed out. He asks himself now, what was he to his master? Just a stepping stone. Kiri tries to get the boulders away, vowing to get him out, but he tells her to get away before that bastard finds them. Kiri refuses as she will not give up. He's her goal. Does he not get how hard she trained to surpass him? She wants acknowledgement from him even more than her master. She has yet to show what she is capable of, so she refuses to let him give up like this. Through this act, Kasim's eyes finally open. She has always been like this. Eve, since the day she was brought by the master. She had always been following him. He gets up, and Kiri notes that she will stall for time as he leaves. But Kasim refuses to leave her. She just needs to stand behind him, and that's an order. As they charge in, he asks her to cover him wherever she can, and she does just that, letting Kasim blast through without issues. When he is attacked, Kiri moves in to help, but she's too slow and gets hit a few times. However, their continued assault is taking a toll on Evoker, who sees an opportunity when Kiri misses an attack, and prepares to blast her out of the area. But Kasim jumps in, saving her. He remembers once when he got back his grades, he aced them once again, but he still said he can do better. Michael was disappointed that all of his teammates were doing terribly. They only got D's at best. Did he do it all on his own again? Has he still not understood his teachings? Kasim felt betrayed then, but now he understands. He cannot do things alone. He has to work with the others to achieve true strength. He manages to cut through the beam, but his blade shatters under the pressure, leaving him wide open for Evoke's gaping maw. Kiri throws her blade at Kasim, who catches it and prepares a mighty strike. Finally, he will show everyone just what he has learned. Evoke can only stare at the mighty strike that descends upon him, lighting up the entire area in a holy light. Kiri is amazed. So this is what Kasim can do. She already knew it, but she's so far from getting near his level. He throws her blade back and assumes she's not feeling proud of herself. He still doesn't think that she deserves to be called a knight, so she just needs to stay close behind him, just like she did today. Kiri smiles and agrees. Abbas is on his last legs, as the assassins are overwhelming him with their numbers, and since he's already down, they move in to finish the job. But suddenly, Ralph moves in and takes out the two assassins with two swift strikes. He announces his arrival valiantly and heals Abbas, noting that he should stop being dramatic. The attackers are shocked. How could he heal such a lethal wound in no time? Is he really that great of a healer? Abbas thanks Ralph for coming in to save him, but he notes that he should thank Rakan, as he seems to really care about him. He sees about 30 assassins. Is he ready? Abbas is prepared to give it his all, but suddenly, Ralph tells him to book it if that's the case, leaving quite an anticlimactic air around Abbas, who does follow, but calls him a bastard. Will is not pleased. How could Evoke lose after receiving his glorious blessing? The Elder notes that he's putting it like he did not see this coming. Will asks if he's trying to anger him. He advises otherwise. If it weren't for that contract, he would have done something. The Elder already told him that it is not time for them to reveal themselves. For the resurrection to succeed, they must preserve their magics, although he agrees that it ending like this would be quite the shame, so he will help just a little this time. Cheryl and the others are fighting valiantly, but they are happy to see that the Cross Hunter Director Squad is almost here, meaning that this fight is won. Unfortunately, a mighty cultist descends upon the battle, believing it to be all a huge mess. With not even the slightest warning, He erects a mighty barrier around the remaining fighters, trapping them within with no chance of escape. Kiri is confused and looks around, leaving her open for an attack from Evoke, which Kasim saves her from, and tells her to get a grip. Evoke doesn't understand. This is all so strange. Why are they still amongst the living? As they run, Ralph explains the reason they had to run away. He has no mana, barely had any to heal him, and he's barely running too. Abbas thinks he's of no help if that's the case, but Ralph tells him not to be so mean to his savior. He really shouldn't worry about the gigantic group of assassins hurtling themselves toward them. It's all part of his genius plan. Suddenly, the wall appears right in front of them, leaving them wide open for the assassins to decimate. Ralph believes it's early, but they've got no other choice now. They've all done some great chasing until this point, so he wishes them luck. The thing Ralph gave Abbas begins glowing brightly, its essence surging from within. With no warning, the light emanates even harder, and they both disappear from this place, making the assassins wonder where they even went. Abbas crashes ass first, and wonders what is going on, but then sees Rakan and Goldrich standing above him, making him even more confused. Goldrich is glad they are both fine. What he experienced was a teleportation stone, which teleports someone to a target location within a limited distance. It's a pretty expensive item, and not many people use it, since it requires mesos every use. Ralph explains that this is why he stalled for time. Since this is such a valuable item, he thought he would wait for the best time to use it. Suddenly, he realizes where he is, and is jumping for joy, quite literally, as he takes a dive into the pile of gold coins. Rakan asks what their next move is. The 30 minutes he was talking about have long passed. Goldrich knows, but he's not really sure. There must have been some kind of problem holding everyone up. Honestly, they should all run away while they still can. Ralph asks how they ever could, and leave behind all these gold coin, all these people. Goldrich explains that there are only a few teleportation stones left. He has already teleported them to those on standby outside, so they should leave and plan for the next opportunity. Rakan doesn't understand. If there are more of those stones left, why doesn't he come with them? Goldrich sheepishly explains that he has something to do. There should be at least one person left behind to greet their incoming guests after all. The Crosshunter squad attempts to destroy the magic wall, but all their efforts are for nothing, as there's not even a scratch after countless strikes. The soldiers ask Gorektor what they should do, who thinks that such a powerful barrier can only be summoned by someone on the level of a captain. He has a few guesses as to who it can be, though. He turns to his soldiers and tells them to find a different route. They must enter this perimeter no matter what. He just hopes that Cheryl holds on for long enough, as he has promised to save her. She looks up at the cultist, and guesses that he's the one who set up and is maintaining this barrier, turning the tables on them completely. Without backup, they are fated to die, and if that wasn't enough, she only has 8 shots left. Suddenly, the cultist speaks, finding this city quite lame. Are Will's subordinates really struggling against such losers? With no warning, a shot aimed at him hits, although he just brushes it off, only focusing on who shot it. Another swiftly comes, giving the cultist enough information to strike, leaving a crater in the aftermath. He calls his attacker a fool, but a shot suddenly appears from behind, and all the other shots are bouncing around, threatening to strike at any moment. The cultists do not know what type of measly attempt at survival this is, but it's no use. He lets out another large attack, leaving the area completely leveled, allowing him to see Cheryl in full view. She's pretty annoyed that he's so hard to kill. This is clearly not going to be easy. She continues this game of cat and mouse, only attacking when she's in an advantageous position. Even with this, she has to run away the moment the cultist attacks. And since this is her last magazine, things are looking dire. The cultist has had enough of her games and is bombing the entire area, so she's forced to strike once again. But one of the cultist's ghosts suddenly attacks, as she is wide open. Franco knows where they all hid. Surely it's behind this door. He did not even consider the possibility of a teleportation stone, but unfortunately for him, this hide-and-seek game is over. He's glad to see that he's still the same fool as before. But really, was this treasure storage all that he could muster? What a disappointment. Goldrich doesn't want to hear disappointment coming from a traitor. Franco understands his frustrations. He can insult him as much as he needs to, but since he's alone, it seems like the dogs of Gafor have betrayed him. He shouldn't worry about his treasure, as he will make sure it's put to good use after they butcher him. Suddenly, Rakan unleashes a mountain of gold upon them, forcing them to retreat and swim against the tide. Rakan asks what if they are dogs? At least they are not the ones that need a harsh beating for biting the hand that feeds them. Goldrich is pretty embarrassed, but he requests to show these goons how the Gafor Merchant Union uses their hounds. Out of nowhere, Abbas and Ralph appear, and since the assassins are held in place by the gold, they easily wipe the floor with them. One of them somehow manages to wrestle himself free, however, and immediately goes for Ralph, who just kicks up a precious stone to use as a shield, blocking the attack. It seems that he wanted to make it rain before he died, which he can understand. As all his men are taken out, Franco tries to get out, but Abbas suddenly grabs him, asking why he's not as confident as when he charged into this place. After they tie him up, they demand a confession from him, vowing that they will be a little nicer during the trial if he speaks up. Franco can't help but laugh. They seriously think that law would still be a thing after today. They should wake up to reality, as they will all die here. Suddenly, a woman begins speaking to Goldrich through his communication device, explaining that they are at the pickup point, so they request usage of the premium high-efficiency teleportation stone. Ralph wonders what that is, so Goldrich tells him it's the same as a teleportation stone, but it allows for much more range, making it a priceless item. He had it sent to reinforcements through someone he trusts, and it was set to teleport to his location. That's why he had to stay behind. Frank can't believe it. Does he seriously think he can turn the tide with only a few reinforcements? What a foolish ploy. This is not something a few mercenaries moved by a few coins can do. Goldrich tells him that he doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. Does he not see who is standing in front of him? This is the might of the Goldrich Merchant Union's power. He will show him today how flexible the coin really is. Evoke is fully revitalized, grateful that his master has shown him mercy. He prepares to strike his two opponents, who are on their last legs as is, but suddenly, it begins to rain, and heavily at that. Goldrich reveals that he has too much money for his own good, which is why the answer has been decided already. That is why he did this. He brought to them the true origin of the fear in this world, the ocean and its mighty mistress. Kirin immediately orders her men to fire, preparing to unleash a mighty flurry of cannon fire. The assassins drop their weapons as they see what's above them. Some try to run, but this is a fruitless effort, as the cannons reach every part of the area. If that wasn't enough, the tide finally crashes to the ground, carrying the Nautilus with it. The cultist only cares to see if his attacker is dead or not. He presumes so when he sees her in the water, but either way he tries to make sure by hitting her one last time. But one of the cannons immediately hits him under the guise of Kirin. He's still not dead, so they prepare to fire again. But the cannon refuses to move, as something is keeping the ship in place from the bottom. With this, the entire ship becomes webbed up, and it's revealed that it's Evoke, who is adamant on destroying them. This gives the cultist an opportunity to attack, making the ship shake and move as the waves crash into it. They know that at this rate, they will be doomed, and the cultist proves that by charging up one final bellowing attack. As they try to make a plan, someone suddenly arrives, emanating a blinding light of hope as he charges in. The Elder sees his bond break and knows full well what happened. That bastard is back. Evoke can barely figure out who is attacking him before it's too late, the incoming attack leaving him limbless. With the ship free, Kirin orders them to move at full speed, but the cultist has already charged an attack that would overtake them no matter how fast they run away. Before he can unleash this strike, though, he's suddenly shot in the arm, making him lose all the mana he poured into the attack. This was done by none other than Cheryl, who was apparently faking all along. Kirin doesn't like it when she has debts, so they charge up the cannons with maximum output and shoot the cultist at the same time. He realizes his demise and calls out to Archiram in his final moments. The barrier begins to rapidly crack and lets out the fury of the sea after breaking down, covering the entire area in water. Kasim is holding out for dear life as he drags an unconscious Kiri, but his grip eventually fails him, and he slowly descends into the water. Suddenly, though, a hand grabs him out. It's none other than his master, who recognizes that he has changed. He knew that it was wise to believe in him. Kirin happily tells Goldrich that the operation was a success, which he is quite happy to hear. It seems that it's his turn now. He'd better speak up now because there's nobody left to get him out of this. Palm tries to take care of the cultist, but he keeps dodging and attacking from behind. He thinks it's too bad. Close-range combat abilities and his combat sense are something he would not expect from a third circle. He now understands why Archiram would want him. However, this is not nearly enough. He wants more. Palm can barely dodge this next strike and tries to counterattack with a throwing knife, but the cultist dodges and punches him in the side. Truly, his learning skills are lackluster. Actually, he would have loved to see him fight without an arm. So how about they test it now? Palm tries to take him by surprise with that same knife, but the cultist simply pushes it away. He is attempting stealth because he can't see, right? Honestly, his creativity is quite lacking. He hurls a bunch of boulders at Palm, who does the same, with the ensuing clash making the fragments fly at deadly speeds toward the ground. The cultist congratulates him for his tenacity, but Palm wonders how he's doing all of this without sight. He cannot save mana at this point, so he has no choice but to gamble. He uses his gadget to see that the cultist's body is exuding a very high frequency, but it's actually not his body, but that ring. The frequency collides with objects, giving him awareness of his surroundings, and he's using telekinesis to expand it too, meaning that he doesn't have any blind spots. If that's the case, he creates a telekinesis room to restrain his vision, which the cultist believes is quite smart. However, this barrier will also get in his way if he wishes to attack. Sure enough, Palm tries to get him with a bullet, but the cultist simply redirects it back at him, as his reaction time is far better than what he could imagine. It looks like he took Palm's hand out, but this was just a mirror image, and now that he looks around, there are multiples all around him. He takes one out, only to find that it's a dummy made of rock, something he did not expect. The cultist gives him this. This was a smart plan, but sooner or later, he will run out of mana, and he will no longer be able to create the dummies. Sure enough, Palm is already running out, blood coming out of his system in response. The cultist can hear him suffering like this, but he needn't worry, as he will end it quickly. He creates an explosion that takes all the dummies out, before dashing behind Palm and letting out a powerful blast, pushing him back. He descends on Palm and notes that he must be suffering from mana shock, which is a shame, as he was having fun. He can't call this a normal gift, but he will show him something interesting. This is a concentrated sphere of pure magic using telekinesis, which should be impressive to him, right? Before he can unleash it, Palm tries to take control of it, which scares the cultist to his bones, as how did he summon the strength to do this? How is he stealing his magic? Palm tells him not to be so surprised, as they will accompany each other in the afterlife. With no way to protect himself, the cultist gets blown up, but Palm has suffered a critical blow too, as his whole body is becoming corrupted. Unfortunately, it does not seem to be over, as the cultist has survived, now revealing his true colors. He tells Archiram that this man will not join them no matter what. He must be eliminated before he becomes a bigger threat. Suddenly, he is forced to block an incoming bullet, and Mineru asks if he doesn't feel bad when trying so hard against someone who is almost passed out. It's about time he changes playmates, and they offer themselves up for that position. The cultist is enraged to see them live, more so by the fact that they dared to come here. Mineru prepares another shot in response, but before the cultist can tell her that bullets won't work on him, Debo appears behind him and sends him flying. He looks at Palm, who is definitely in mana shock. If they don't get out of here and treat him fast, he will definitely die. The cultist is surprised they do not learn from their mistakes, but Daibo is more surprised by how resilient all their enemies were up until now. The cultist has had enough of their measly attempts at survival, so he's going to rip them to shreds. He begins putting his mana into the weird orb he just pulled out while also blocking Mineru's attacks. But suddenly, Archiram appears and tells him to stop. He let him run amok for a little, and he's already going off the rails by trying to circle up without permission. Mayo apologizes, but Archiram tells him the plan was already a failure. He should return before the gate entrance is surrounded. Mayo notes that Palm is still alive, but Archiram says it's no matter. They will meet again anyway. Their choice would have been a foolish one from the beginning, if he were to die in such a place. Suddenly, someone else appears, the person they have fought so long to defeat, Mudria. Now she understands. He was working with Archiram despite being the subordinate of Will. It seems that he has betrayed their master, which is an interesting choice. If things have turned out like this, she doesn't have to worry about who is an enemy or who isn't, and just kill them all. In response, Mayo grabs the pillar Jack and Mineru were standing on, and smashes it on Mudria, but it seems that it was too late, as her soul is already seeping out of her. He knows what this is, and he knows that he cannot do anything against it. Even he cannot handle this, so he's leaving. It's all up to them now. Debo asks what the hell is going on, but Mayo just tells them to be careful, and to let Palm know when he wakes up, that the offer he made still stands. Well, they will probably die, so he's wasting his breath. Mineru shoots him with a large bullet, but Mayo simply catches it and returns it back to them, forcing them to dodge. She tries to shoot again, but Debo tells her that this is dangerous. A mighty being crashes down on her, but he steps in to make sure that its strike is blocked. Daibo can't believe it. He thought he defeated that thing. It seems that the beast he defeated has gained new life through Madria's spiteful soul, as they merge to become a being of pure malice. Jack tries to wake Mineru up as the beast tries to pounce on them, but Daibo jumps in to rescue them, urging Jack to get moving already. He tells Jack to take care of those two while he holds this thing back, with Jack knowing what this means, but he cannot do anything more than this, so he apologizes as he runs away. Daibo is glad that he can finally go wild again and charges in at full speed. As Jack runs away, Mineru wakes up, wondering where they are and what happened to Daibo. She begins budging and fussing as she refuses to leave him behind. How is she supposed to go back to her family if she abandons a teammate? Before she can say anything more, a tear from Jack drops on her head, and he apologizes, as this is the best he can do. He didn't want his sacrifice to be for nothing, but this is all he can do. Palm sees himself somewhere else, in front of a chessboard, with a man who knows that he's in danger. He invited him to his space only for a little while, as he wanted to talk with him for a long time. His body is slowly dying from mana shock right now, and soon, he will die. The same goes for his friends, by the way. This gate is way above their pay grade. Outside, Mudria has resurrected that beast with her very soul, upgrading this yellow gate to at least blue gate level. Soon, his dear friend Daibo will die. The fight he began to save everyone is actually making their deaths happen even faster than in the past. At this rate, he will not even be able to prevent the last day. Palm is weary. How does he know that he has regressed? Was he the one who did it? The man wonders if it really is so. Jack knows the path back down to the last corner, but unfortunately the gate has been left in utter shambles, no doubt by that cultist bastard. Mineru tells him to get it together. Even if this exit gate is destroyed, another will appear soon enough. Unfortunately for them, a mighty strike appears behind them, with Daibo being sent flying. Jack asks if he's alright, but upon looking closer, his heart almost stops. Palm has seen this, with the man noting that who made him come back is not important. He saw what happened outside. He shouldn't worry about Daibo, as he's still alive, but not for long. Palm asks for help, but the man can't intervene directly. Palm tells him if he was the one who made this regression possible, if he did that to prevent that hellish future, then he has a duty to help him. The man is surprised he has this kind of attitude when asking for help. Does he even have an idea of what to do after? Palm doesn't care, but the man warns him again. This will be his last chance. Palm smashes the chessboard in anger as he doesn't care what it takes. The man sees the conviction in his eyes and decides to help him, changing something within him. It's subtle, but he should feel his power. Now it's time to wake up to the reality that he chose, to his power that he can only hope he will endure. Suddenly, Palm rises to power, with an all-new power in his hands. He tells Jack to stay back with the others, as he will deal with this threat. He moves toward the beast like it's not even there, and suddenly unleashes a mighty strike before using telekinesis to cover the beast in hard boulders. It attempts to escape, but Palm fully encapsulates it, seemingly ending the fight here. Unfortunately, this was not enough to contain the hatred of this beast, and it lunges towards Palm after breaking free. He simply raises his fist up, with the man being impressed, as he did not give him much power, but he's handling it perfectly. This causes him to smile, as he knew it. If it's him, then it's finally possible. Jack is left stunned, and Palm asks where Daibo is. They make way for him. He's alive, but they must take care of him immediately. Mineru asks if he's fine. When they got here, he was in an extremely bad state. Suddenly, Palm falls onto her, with Mineru immediately becoming flustered, as she's not ready for this kind of it yet. Palm is just glad she's okay. He thought he was going to lose everyone again. He's very glad that they are all alive, and she's to thank for it. Mineru is touched, but it's only natural, as she does not intend to die in such a place. Palm just smiles and slumps to the ground, immediately falling into a coma. Mineru tries to wake him up, but he shows no signs of doing so. Some time passes. Rakan is stuck in his office, having to sign tons of papers. This is the third day he's been stuck here. After the end of the war against the Black Magician followers, Lith Harbor was in chaos. The fact that the Khania Merchant Union, second of the top 10 unions, was composed of Black Magician followers, was a shock that affected the entire world. It seemed like the Merchant Union leader Evoke had died in the war, but his corpse has yet to be found. Even though Franco was interrogated to try and find the culprits, he was only on their side to resurrect his daughter. He did not know anything else. After this debacle, the Cygnus Knights Michael and Kieran of Nautilus began tracking down the followers. The simple fact that these two powerful people were taking action gave the citizens of Lith Harbor hope and helped them return to their lives. The strict surveillance continued, however, because of the possibility that the followers were still infiltrated. Kiri tries to bandage up Daibo, who is not standing still because she's doing it so harshly that she's opening up old wounds. Ralph notes that it's been 3 days since Palm has fallen into a coma. He would like to help, but his spell won't do anything. At this point, they just have to wait. Debo's sister brings them some food. While Ralph notes that it seems to be decided, Mineru and Palm are finally going out. She immediately asks what he's talking about, but he just thought she confessed judging by how close she's sticking to him. Mineru is just worried as a friend, and finds them weird. Why are they not worried? Debo notes that it would be wasted. There's nothing wrong with sleeping when tired. Does she really think the boss would die from something like this? Palm is basically invincible at this point. Palm wakes up and notes that he's not the monster they think he is. He would have liked to see them more worried, as even he gets hurt sometimes. Debo feels he's not wrong though, is he? Palm guesses not, but he's quite hungry, so he hopes they save some for him. Rakan cannot take this paperwork anymore. It's endless, and he wouldn't have even come here if he knew it would come to this. Abis suddenly busts through the door, which Rakan was waiting for, as he desperately needs his help. But suddenly, someone else pushes in. It's been a while since they last saw each other, and he heard about someone who is really interesting. Palm, was he called? Palm apparently doesn't remember how he saved everyone. Even when Mineru tells him about his mysterious power, he remains extremely puzzled. Kiri notes that Jack said the exact same thing. Maybe he possesses a hidden power, like Daibo. Mineru asks if he really doesn't remember anything while blushing, which makes Palm also remember something. but then he forgets. He feels like he was going to say something, but he doesn't remember much at all, except that he for sure met someone important. Ralph notes that he needs to know something that is vital to everything. It happened late last night while he was sleeping. They decided to all stay in this house to protect him, and while he woke up, he saw it. It seems that a pirate was trying to do something indecent to him. Before he can say anything more, Mineru knocks him out with a punch and notes that they should let him rest and eat now, since he just woke up. As he eats, he speaks plans with Daibo, and notes that they will go to Orient next. Daibo is glad that he still made plans while knocked out, but then actually understands what he said. Does he really want to go to the kingdom in the Nihal Desert? That place is absolutely filled with dangerous monsters. He should change that plan, as he doesn't want to go. Suddenly, someone knocks at their door, and Daibo's sister opens it, only to find a bunch of people. An elderly man enters, asking if they are the Palm Party. Daibo asks who he is, but Ralph knows. He is the man who raised the new merchant union in the top 10, and the person who's king in the Gafor merchant union. Daibo asks who he is, and Ralph tells him to shut his mouth, as this is the owner of the Gafor merchant union. Gafor. He sits down while excusing himself and looks at Palm, as he recognizes him as a man of leadership. He will be direct. He wants him to head to the Orient Kingdom. Daibo looks at Palm in shock, and he smiles. There is a reason that the Gafor Merchant Union was able to become as big as they are now, and that reason is sponsors. The Gafor Merchant Union was sponsored by the Orient Kingdom, and thanks to this, they were able to rise in the ranks quickly. The reason Gafor had not appeared until now was that he was always going back and forth between Lilith and Orient. Gafor and Orient are basically stuck together, and that's when they asked Gafor for a favor they could not reject. It was about taking the throne. With the upcoming battle of the throne succession, it was time for Gafor to come to their aid. As he tries to give him a good deal, Palm refuses, as he does not want to go somewhere that dangerous. Rakan tells him that he cannot refuse. This is an order, and he should consider it an honor to serve the merchant union like this. Palm asks why he doesn't volunteer himself if it's that much of an honor. The risk is way too high for honor to be the reward. Rakan tells him that he's spoiled, but Gafor thinks he's just good at negotiation, which he expected. He will give him 5 chances to prove himself, a most generous opportunity. If he can raid 5 gates he lists now, as long as within his capacity, he will give him whatever he desires. He hopes that he has his interest now, and he swears on his name that he will keep the promise. Palm notes that he is definitely a man of high status. Gafor takes it as a compliment, and Ralph is amazed by his boss's commerce abilities. Palm asks for the schedule, and Gafor appreciates that he's quick to understand. There is no need to stall. They will be leaving as soon as they are all ready. Daibo is not taking the sea too well, as he loses his lunch pretty quickly while on board. Mineru does not understand what is wrong with him. Did he always get seasick like this? She's pretty sure he was fine on the Nautilus. Daibo doesn't know. Perhaps he drank too much last night. But if that's the case, why are they okay? Mineru gloats, as it seems he cannot take just a little bit of booze. He's such a child. Seeing how much he lets out though, she is getting kind of worried. Ralph approaches and notes that he will get puke all over his new clothes, so he should let his father pat his back. Daibo immediately turns towards him and lets it rip, making Ralph immediately punch him. They should not be mistaken, as this is not domestic violence. His son was tired, so he decided to make him take a little nap. He also needs to be washed, so who can help him with it? Mineru refuses, as she has nothing to do with this, and they should not approach her. Palm hopes they will get to Orient sooner than expected, as this idiot really needs a break. They have some amazing equipment thanks to the support of the Goldrich Merchant Union. However, he has a gnawing feeling inside of him, like something is wrong. Mineru asks what he's thinking about, but he refuses to tell. Ralph guesses he has a hangover too, but Palm tells him to not get conceited. Eventually, they arrive at the port city, Zeta. Even though there are countless port cities in Nihal, crossing the vast desert requires a lot of effort, and potentially one's life. That is why people chose to cross the ocean, which made ships the natural mode of transport around here. With this, port cities of the Nihal Desert continued to grow naturally, and the biggest of them all is Zeta. Ralph takes in a breath of fresh air and is extremely happy, as he can smell the gold from all the way here. Mineru is surprised how big this city is, almost kingdom-sized. Kiri asks Daibo if he's fine, but he refuses to admit that something happened, so they should press on. Someone rushes towards them to welcome them, and thanks the gods that he is not too late. He was sent by the Orient branch of the Gafor Merchant Union. His name is Cesar, and it is very nice to meet them. Daibo shakes his hand and notes that he's quite the looker, but why is he all alone? He explains that there are not many people in this branch, as they may have guessed, but they should go, as he will guide them. They arrive at a pretty dilapidated building, and Cesar explains that this is their branch. Ralph finds it quite disappointing, and Cesar apologizes, as they are quite small. Daibo tells him that Ralph did not mean that, and since it's so hot, they should head inside, right? As he uncovers the door, he reveals a very tall man who's staring daggers at him. This is the Arient branch manager, Salaman. Cesar introduces Palm and his party, and Salaman introduces himself too. But if he's honest, they appear much weaker than the rumors made them out to be. Cesar notes that these people were picked by Gafor, so should they not be more respectful? Salaman suddenly strikes him down, and Daibo crouches down to his level before asking Salaman why he did it. Salaman ignores him and wonders why Gafor sent such weak amateurs to him. Does he really not understand the situation they are in now? He does not trust what he has not confirmed for himself, even if they were recommended by Gafor himself. Do they really think that they, a bunch of Lilith unks, will amount to anything in their Arient? Daibo calls him a bastard and asks if he wants to find out while they were picked, as he clenches his fists. Palm comes forward too, and asks the same thing. Salaman wants to test their skills first. Only then will he consider them. There is a yellow rank, a maximum of 28 people, and 3 scarred gate. He wants his party to enter it with absolutely no help from the outside. Cesar is puzzled, as they cannot clear a gate of that magnitude by themselves. Salaman does not care. If they cannot do this, they will only get in the way later. Palm asks if that really is all, which puzzles Salaman. Palm asks again, is that all? Salaman sees that he is confident, but there is one more condition, to finish this within a week. Kiri finds him to be quite rude, to throw them such a test, and also demand they finish in a week. Salaman understands. Instead of saying that they can't do it, they act like he's rude. Palm also wants something in return, 10 million mesos to be exact. Salaman asks if he's out of his right mind. Who does he think he's bargaining with here? Palm tells him not to get conceited. They are in Orient because Gafor sent them, not because he cares about his issues. They will do what they were paid to do, and if he does not like it, then they will stop here and return to where they came from. Who does he think will suffer more if they stop working with Gafor thanks to his actions? It seems like their finances are not as bad as they were told, and he can get that, so they will return. Salaman finds him interesting. He's threatening him, so he must be out of his mind. He's cocky and outright rude, but not stupid. He likes those terms of his. Does he want extra on top of that too? For every day they finish faster than the allotted week, he will give him 5 million mesos. If he manages to beat it in a single day, he will pay 30 million too. Has he gotten his interest now? Palm is now very interested and tells him to lead the way. With the plans made, they get to walk the arid desert, but they cannot take it anymore. Who made a gate appear in the middle of a damn desert? Palm tells them to get up, as they are almost there anyway, and Daibo wonders how he's not sweating at all. As a matter of fact, Kiri isn't either, and she should be boiling by now since she's wearing steel armor. She explains that she's fine, but Daibo doesn't believe her, and pats her on the shoulder, as the Cygnus Knights must be trained in this kind of thing. How amazing. He then feels absolute frost overtake his hand, which puzzles him. Kiri explains that this armor has an item built in that controls the temperature, depending on the environment she is in. It was a royal gift of honor, given to Cygnus Knights. Mineru thinks it's not fair that she has such a good item, and Ralph believes she should share. As Kiri apologizes for not thinking about it, Daibo suddenly embraces her tightly, which makes her blush. Unfortunately for her, he is doing this because he wants to enjoy the cold too, and she's hogging it all for herself. As they bicker, Ralph and Mineru look at them with glee on their faces, but Ralph guesses that she wants to do the same to Palm. Before he can utter those words, she socks him a good one, and says that they should focus on finding the gate, as there's a time limit. Palm just tells them that the gate was right in front of them, and was here the entire time. Not wanting to get embarrassed any further, Mineru rushes in, but suddenly, something ascends from the sand. As a beast lunges at a surprised Mineru, Palm instantly takes out the beast, as he knew that just walking to it would not be easy at all. It seems that these things do not want to let them in. These are the fields, but Palm's team is more than ready. Salaman goes to his king, who asks what has happened with Palm and his party. Salaman explains that it's been about 2 hours since they left, so they should have found the gate by now. The king remembers that there were frills around the gate, and Salaman confirms as such. The king thinks they should be able to handle them since they are third circle adventurers, but what he wants to know is if they can really clean that gate in a week. Salaman notes that they are as extravagant as the rumors made them out to be, but whether they really saved Jack and hunted Balak is not confirmed. Perhaps they were just a bunch of exaggerated rumors. He thinks it's rather early for them to trust them simply on Gafor's message. They will keep an eye on them anyway. The king understands. If they do struggle with this gate, then there is no point. But he sincerely hopes that they do not disappoint him, as he's the last chance he has. Daibo rushes in, dealing with the fields easily, and Ralph does the same, rushing in to aid Mineru. The ones that try to take Palm out are the shortest lived, as he blows them up before they even realize it. Daibo is surprised the monsters in this desert are so easy to defeat, but Palm tells him to relax, as things have not begun just yet. They are about to enter the gate, after all. Ralph notes that they should hurry. If they clear it in a day, they will get that sweet bonus. Palm explains that they will finish in 12 hours, which puzzles Ralph, but he's ambitious, and he likes an ambitious man. The others bicker as they feel Ralph's greed is too much, but Palm simply enters and waits for them to follow. Time passes and Cesar suddenly rushes to Salaman, who is pretty busy, and cannot wait for him to catch his breath. It seems that Cesar's words were not needed, as Palm has come back. Salaman is disappointed. They are worse than he anticipated. He assumes they did not even get into the gate since they came back. Did they give up that easily? To talk all that trash and still come back like this? Do they really have no shame? Palm suddenly throws something at his feet, the Yellow Gate's raid item, which Salaman fully believes is a fake. There is simply no way they finished in half a day. He should at least put some effort into his lie. Just how much do they look down on them that he thinks this will actually work? Palm wants his reward, but he understands. If that thing is fake, he will give them 100 million mesos. But if it's otherwise, he wants his reward. Does he want to bet? Salaman is about to punch him, but Cesar tells him to look, as this is not a raid item, this hawk symbol. It's a medal of honor given to the royal knights. He remembers, this was given to the knights who went on the gate raid and did not come back. If he brought this, that means Palm really did it. Palm is glad he recognizes this, but it's normal to recognize it. Since he's the king, Salaman immediately grabs him and notes that he crossed a line. He already sounded like a fraud, but what's all of this now? He's comparing this lowlife to Prince Kashan? So what if he recognizes that badge? If he's the prince, then he's the king. Cesar explains that he just knows a lot of stuff that others might not know, all because he took on some odd jobs here and there. Palm easy impressed. He did not expect for him to find such a pathetic excuse. He grabs and holds Salaman's arm as he says this, but he knows that he's lying because of his hands. A person's hands tell their story. The location of their blisters and the way they formed, the shape of their muscles. It's all there, but his hands are soft and clean, for someone who took odd jobs. Ever since he came here, he has seen all kinds of hands, especially Salaman's. His are definitely not the ones of a merchant, but of a soldier who has fought for dozens of years. Salaman notes that this is natural. They are an Orient. You are basically offered to fight to survive this place. Palm agrees, but the other clues came from the other guy. Earlier, his acting was natural. A violent employer and a violent employee. It's a tale as old as time, but something was different. For someone who is not used to this kind of thing, it's hard to hide loyalty. Salaman stares the boy down and asks why they would hide such a thing. It's just ridiculous. Palm notes that there are plenty of reasons, for example, trying to trick people into fighting in the succession war. Salaman immediately draws his blade and prepares to cut him down, but Cesar tells him to stop. Now he understands why Gafour sent him. He must say, he had high expectations at first, and he far surpassed them. Indeed, he is the prince, Prince Kashan. He sits down and asks Palm how he found out so fast. He explains that he had been questioning things ever since he was sent here. Gafour sent them here after all. He thought that there must be some sponsor here. He suspected him the first time they met, as the Prince of Orient is known for being beautiful, and guessed he might be it. Kashan is glad he's as smart as he is skilled. He needs people like him. The next gate's rank is yellow. It can hold 99 people. Other adventurers that he chose will go with him. He must work with them and get the will that is at the gate. They will have a week, and if they succeed, he will give them 60 million mesos. Palm refuses, which puzzles Kashan, so he asks why. Palm notes that he wanted to test them. At first he thought it was to test their skills, and they were compensated, so he had no right to complain. To bring an item back within a given time period is different though. It's the same as the test, but at the same time, even if they clear it, they might get assassinated. And this is not a mission from the Gafour Merchant Union either, but from him. The moment he accepts, he will be on his side. Kashan understands he wants more money, with Palm telling him that he has no reason to side with him because of that great risk, until the reward is worth it, that is. Kashan asks how much he wants, and Palm will judge after his offer. Salaman is angry at him, but Kashan understands. He will divide all the unique rank items among them. Sound fair? The items are categorized in their own ranks, from rare all the way to legendary. The unique rank is the same as the phoenix feather and penetration monocle he has, but for him to divide it between them means that he considers them essential. This is still not enough though, so Palm demands legendary gear. Salaman asks if he's insane, but Kashan wants to be clear. He will bring him what he wants in 1 week, or he will have his life. Palm leaves with this promise, and Salaman asks if he trusts him. Kashan says he has no choice. He will only be taking the same path as the other princes if he does nothing, and will be killed by that damn woman. That woman already knows he's planning something. She doesn't know what, but as his mother, it's her duty to discipline him. Mineru exclaimed, "What? Prince Kashan?" She then wondered if Cesar, the third prince of the Aryan kingdom, was merely acting. She questioned whether he was truly Gafour's sponsor. Palm told her not to speak so loudly, as it was a secret. Daibo asked Palm if it was okay to tell them, and Palm replied that he should know since they were going to be seeing him often. Kiri then remarked that Gaffor's sponsor, being the prince, was much grander than she had expected, while Ralph wondered if a prince would only pay them $30 million for their recent mission. Palm announced that the reward this time was a singular item for each of them, and one legendary item. Ralph shouts that he is the perfect candidate to lead the nation, while Kiri notes that he really is a prince. Palm explained that's why he wanted to make an offer to them, for him to have the legendary item. Mineru grumbled that Palm was making it seem like they had already completed the task, to which Daibo countered that it was not a negotiation, but simply a declaration. Palm stated he would compensate them for it by circling up all of them. Inside the castle, the guards keep watch of a drunken man, who asks Kashan if he brought what he asked him for. This is Abdullah IV, Arian's kingdom king. Kashan confirmed as such, and then presented him with a dragon's heart, asking him to achieve immortality with it. The king expressed his pride in Kashan, calling him his son. In response, Kashan asked the king for a favor, to which the king told him to go ahead. Kashan proposed that since a dragon's heart is a symbol of longevity, they should hold a festival for a week, and asked the king to permit the festival. The king seemed to consider the idea of a festival. Kashan thinks that the king and queen would manage all the events, giving him a chance to go to the gate. The king asks his queen what she thinks, which shocks Kashan. The queen smiled, saying she didn't know, and that bringing an item he ordered was only a duty. She felt like repaying that with a festival was a bit much, and questioned if there was really a need to spoil him. This is Areta, the queen of the Ariant kingdom. Kashan thinks that the king changed after she came. He's no longer wise and is a shell of his former self. In order to bring Areta down from her throne, he must clear that gate. Kashan argued that Ariant had always celebrated major events with festivals, adding that this one would honor the king's long life, and questioned if he truly believed that wasn't a reason for celebration. The queen told Kashan that she was just expressing her own opinion, as he was being too sensitive, and added that he could become a king in the future. She then told him to look at himself, whining for a festival, and asked if he really thought the people would respect him if he acted like that. Seeing his shaking fist, she permits it, even though he is immature. She knows he's loyal to the crown, so she will hold that festival for a week. He wonders what she's plotting to change her mind like this, but she simply found his game interesting and wanted him to do his best. In the end, he is still in her palm. In the desert, after dealing with a bunch more lizards, Daibo asks if they weren't supposed to raid the gate with others, with Kiri also not seeing anyone else. Palm stated they were the last ones to arrive, and that the other 4 were already inside. Daibo then suggested they catch up since they needed to clear the gate within a week, but Palm insisted that their circling up was the current priority, and that they wouldn't be too late. Mineru expressed her disbelief, asking if it was truly possible to circle up within a week and clear the gate. Ralph then questioned if they were sharing the reward items with the others, and wished they were all dead. Palm told him that's not something a healer should say, and reminded him that they were the only ones promised those items. Mineru sighed and wondered how they were supposed to circle up since there were only feeble monsters there, and he was only at his 3rd circle too. Palm forgot to tell them, but he had already circled up, making Daibo ask when. Palm explains that it happened during his fight with the follower. Mineru feels saddened. He might be able to, but she can't pass this wall. Suddenly, Palm shoots a flaming arrow towards them and tells them not to worry. He will force them to circle up by fighting him, with everything they have got. Otherwise, they will certainly die. Ralph took to running and asks why he would risk his life for a measly circle, so Palm told him he would give him 100 million mesos if he held up for 10 minutes. With this, Ralph immediately took a stance and told him to come. Kiri declared she had to break through her limits to become stronger, and that she would do her best. Mineru agreed, stating she couldn't return to Nautilus in her current state. Daibo agreed, but if he doesn't circle up, he will expect some money too. Palm smiled and told him he would take responsibility as he charged in. Palm keeps unleashing attack after attack, not letting anyone let up or even approach, even when they try to attack from behind. Kiri questioned if Palm was a bandit in a past life, wondering how he could be so incredibly fast, and then urged everyone to attack together since he only had one body. She also shouted at them to keep pushing him. Palm asks if they really think this would work and unleashes a torrent of flame on them, making their attack fail. With this distraction, Mineru unleashes a huge attack on Palm, which seemingly hits, but she had hoped for too much. Palm is saddened. If this is all their power amounts to, he's disappointed. Mineru groaned in frustration, exclaiming that the same old methods weren't working, and wondering what she was supposed to do since it was a literal hellfire if she got too close, yet she couldn't break through if she was too far. Palm then explained that the reason for her failure was that she was wasting her energy on pointless things, He continued by saying that if teamwork was previously about sharing each other's duties, then what they needed now was to come together and act as a team. Palm, seeing their reluctance, told them that if they didn't want to do it, then he would have no choice, and added that they would just have to get beaten up until they realized. Daibo, in frustration, told him that he doesn't care, and they should forget about circling up. Ralph urged everyone to follow him, shouting that there was an escape this way, and Daibo exclaimed in surprise when he saw a third gate. They all charged in, Mineru blocking Palm's fireball just enough for them to enter. Palm didn't expect for them to take so long to notice. He brought them here nicely too, but there is a reason why they had to leave. Because now, he can take care of this. Daibo expressed his relief, saying that they were safe, while Mineru suggested they make a plan before Elpam arrived, adding that the gate breaking down should delay him a bit. Ralph then commented that if they considered this a 10-minute endurance, they would get their 100 million mesos. As they spoke though, a gigantic, weird-looking scorpion tackled them, forcing everyone to charge in and attack from different spots. As Daibo hits the scorpion though, his axe gets stuck, allowing the scorpion to throw him away with a fiery attack. Ralph can't believe that they are against fire once again, but Mineru saves the day with one of her gigantic bullets. She knows that for sure this worked, but unfortunately, the scorpion just breaks her bullet and sends everyone flying. Ralph exclaimed that they had barely managed to survive, even though they had practiced the same exact thing with him. Daibo added that they couldn't get close because of the heat, as his defense was too great. Daibo then smiled, stating it was great for practice against they-know-who. The scorpion unleashes a hail of fire, but Kiri suddenly let out a bunch of ice, which even took over the scorpion. With this opportunity, Ralph and Daibo attack together, allowing Mineru to unleash another bullet smash, but it gets stuck too. She knows she doesn't have enough power to do it alone now, so she allows Daibo to charge in and push the bullet right into the scorpion, but somehow it's still alive. They are very glad for it, because now, they can practice even more. After the long battle, everyone is tired. Kiri expressed relief, stating that the monster had refused to die, and it had taken them too long to kill it. Mineru groaned about the intense heat, thinking she was going to die from it, and mentioned how it made her thirsty, and that she needed some water. Daibo hands her some water, while noting that sharing is caring, then winking. Mineru wondered what was wrong with him, and Kiri replied that she didn't know, as he had been like that since earlier. He called it the dignity of a third circle adventurer, or whatever. Ralph mentioned that Daibo had just barely managed to make it to the third circle, questioning why he was being so dramatic. They are all fourth circles here, other than him. Because of this insult, they immediately start brawling, making a dust storm around them. Kiri notes that Elpam is late. Mineru then replies that it feels like it has been more than enough time for him to have reappeared, adding that she doesn't see the other adventurers either, and wonders if they met up in the second gate. Mineru then wonders what he is even doing. It seems Palm has taken care of the other adventurers, and quite violently too. As the festival continues, Salamon asks Kashan why he's in such deep thought. The festival is not over, so he should enjoy it. Kashan expressed his current unease. He had a feeling that the queen had some kind of plot for allowing the festival, but so far, nothing had transpired. It would be a good thing normally, but this anxiety is overtaking him. Suddenly, the queen arrives, noting that she permitted the festival, but he's not enjoying it. Kashan inquired about her purpose, and the queen replied that a mother needed no particular reason to visit her son. She simply wished to congratulate him with a beverage. The queen noticed that Kashan was upset, telling him that he was acting quite nervous over a mere drink, to the point that someone might think she had poisoned it. She then brought up some rumors she had heard, and inquired about his new adventurer friends. The queen confessed her concern, saying they seemed like newcomers, and she was worried they might get lost in a sandstorm. She reassured him not to worry, however, as she had already dispatched people to welcome them. Kashan can't believe it. She knew from the very beginning. It's not that she wasn't doing anything, she already did. Moreover, she probably sent those bastards too. There was once an assassin squad that erased a whole city in a day. People say nobody saw them. However, it is known that Arita uses them whenever she pleases. This festival was bait. She sent assassins after them, knowing everything. As they talk, a man comes with a message from those who went to greet the adventurers. Poem finds it peculiar that he didn't see any sign of a struggle on the corpses, concluding that they must have perished before they were even attacked, and wondered who could have done such a thing. The real problem is that he's the only survivor in the gate. Considering these bodies, there has to be a culprit. Suddenly, two beams charge him and continue attacking, making him fall back, but another appears. Under this much pressure, he releases a flaming domain all around him, but his attacker simply dashes into it and attacks him. Palm has time to block this attack, but he wonders why it didn't work on them. Are they who he thinks they are? The most powerful assassination organization of Ariant, the Assassins? One of the assassins thought to himself that there was no point in him talking, as they already knew everything about him. He then added that they all had fire resistance items, and that he was basically powerless without his fire magic. They cannot lose this battle, so he will struggle until his final breath. Suddenly, Palm asks if they had their fun, and traps them with him. It seems that they came equipped with fire resistance and dark sight for stealth. Very nice. This would have been bad if they had come earlier, but unfortunately he's already a fourth circle. He lets out a poison attack that takes over the assassins, killing them in an instant, all thanks to his ring. The queen is fuming. She doesn't understand how the assassins failed. Apparently 5 people left the gate, and they are the adventurers, the ones Kashan hired. Kashan inquired about what was wrong with her, and then stated that his friends must be perfectly safe. He then sarcastically expressed his extreme gratitude for the queen's excellent care of his friends. He hadn't expected it at all. As an expression of his undying gratitude, they should hold a toast. After getting back from the raid, Kashan and Palm have a private conversation inside the guild. Kashan asked if he had brought the valuable item. Palm confirmed he had, explaining that they had discovered the note within the gateway. Kashan praised his efforts, saying that fate must have sent him for assistance. Palm stated he couldn't simply hand over the item to Kashan, to which Kashan reacted with astonishment. Kashan then speculated that the assassins were more formidable than he had initially assumed, and that he had gotten entangled in these troublesome matters much sooner than expected. Palm then retorted that they needed to uncover the assassins' identities to respond properly, and it all starts with this letter. Kashan relents and tells him that the letter he is holding is a promise made by the other princes and him. He recounted that Queen Arita had systematically eliminated Abdullah VIII's sons upon her rise to power. In response, his brothers formed an alliance against her, and a testament was created in case she were to kill one of them, so that the will would serve as proof. Kashan continued, explaining that if one of his brothers or he found the proof, they were to use it to depose Arita from her position of authority. He clarified that both he and Arita required the letter. She needed it to conceal the truth, and he needed it to oust her and rebuild Orient. Palm deduced that Arita must have been the one who sent the assassins. Kashan, appearing astonished, expressed his shock upon hearing what had happened, though he was relieved to see him alive. However, Palm informed the prince that the letter was worthless. He found something rather interesting from the assassins, the mark on this hand. Kashan recognizes it, but Palm tells him further, if the assassins the queen sent possess this symbol, then she herself is a follower of the Black Magician. Will finds her service disappointing, and she is ashamed. She really did not expect Palm to eliminate the assassins. Suddenly, a coarse voice joins in, noting that he knows him very well. The queen is shocked when she looks up, as Evoke is still alive. Evoke implored the queen for one more chance, claiming he knew a surefire way to kill someone. The queen, enraged, dismissed the idea as absurd, scolding him for having already failed once. Under Will's voice, though, who tells her to work together with him to fix it, she has no choice but to relent. Evoke thanks Will, as now, he will surely kill that bastard. Kashan, shocked, exclaimed that the queen was the great magician's follower. Palm then informed him that the followers had already become established in Orient, and warned him that the moment he used that letter, he would be the one to perish, not Arita. Palm reflected that Kashan had died before his own regression, recalling that he had revealed Arita's identity using the will, and he assumed that the followers must have ambushed him. Kashan, realizing the situation, remarked that it was already too late. Palm then told him to leave, explaining that with Arita and the other followers as his enemies, there was no longer a secure place for him in Orient, and only death awaited him there. It would be wiser to look for a way to survive and disregard the letter. He then suggested that if he were to renounce the throne, perhaps Arita would lose interest. Kashan says he's right. As he's burning the letter, this will not be of any use, but he cannot back down like this. Kashan lamented that even as they spoke, citizens were suffering from Arita's oppression, and that if this continued, Orient would have no future. He concluded that even if his enemies were worse than the followers, he had to take action. He will never give up on his nation. He tells Palm that he can leave, but suddenly, Solomon bursts in and notes that the palace announced they will reveal the prince's tomb gate. Kasha is naturally shocked. Kashan recalled a legendary adventurer who was once known as the Emperor's Army, the fourth prince, Saleh. He was a prince who had explored countless gates, and because of his martial skill and popularity, he was considered the most suitable candidate to be the next king. However, one day, Saleh entered a gate and never returned. They've been hiding it all this time, so why reveal it now? Salomon notes that the king said the prince who would clear this gate would be chosen as heir. Palm tells him immediately that this is a trap. She's going to kill all the princes who enter. It's pretty obvious. Even under Salomon's suggestions, Kashan still believes he has to do it, no matter what. Palm suddenly tells him that he will help, which confuses Kashan. Palm notes that he's likely also a target, so they are on the same ship. However, he also has other intentions. Palm concluded he couldn't let Kashan perish as he had before his own regression. He recalled how, in his past life, the followers had used Arian's port as their headquarters, allowing monsters to proliferate everywhere. He then resolved that it was worthwhile to have hurried here. He verified that Kashan is a good man, so he needs to help him. That's why he promises to make him the king no matter what. Later, all the princes gather up in the castle. The king acknowledged everyone's presence. He informed them that, as they were already aware, his time was short, and he would enter the portal through the prince's tower. He concluded by giving the candidates a final command to enter the gate, clear it, and return with Saleh's remains. The second prince, Mukesh, says that traditionally, the princes have a competition on education and martial arts to decide the rule. They never chose an heir like this. The first prince, Gulshan, agrees, as this is rather sudden. The king notes that Arita said they needed change, and Kashan wonders if it's alright to upheave a tradition so important only on the whims of a queen. Kashan and the fifth prince, Sanjay, both agree that he should reconsider, but the sixth prince, Ashad, is glad for this change, and if the king wants to change it, what's stopping him? The king emphasized that his words were tradition itself, and the contest would continue as usual. He warned that the date was a week away, and that if they gave up, they would never get another opportunity. He concluded by saying it was up to them whether to form a party or not, and that they simply needed to possess what was necessary, before exclaiming that he was going to see his beautiful queen. The other princes wondered what that witch was planning now, but Kashan told them that she's after their deaths. They cannot compete against each other like this. Their goal is to bring down Arita. There is no reason for them to fight. They must work together to dethrone her for good. Sanjay, however, didn't believe him. Sanjay, the fifth prince, expressed his disdain, telling them not to mention collaboration or acting amiable. He believed they all thought they were the only ones fit to become king, calling all of them hypocrites. He too could rule Ariant effectively and overthrow both his father and Arita on his own. Kashan wanted to go after him, but the first and second princes stopped him, as they wanted to help him. The second prince knows that he's been preparing to fight that scamp all this time. This is actually a chance for him, a chance to be acknowledged by the whole country. He is a wise man, unlike the rest of the princes. Kashan thanks them for believing in him, and the first prince said it's only natural. But how powerful are his new adventurers? Kashan tells them not to worry. He already hired the best possible adventurers to help them. As he was inviting them, Pom said that they had already been prepared, so it didn't matter. But only they and the prince would be going into the gate. Salaman exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the ridiculousness of the situation. He insisted that this was a crucial matter, and questioned how they could solely rely on a handful of individuals, adding that the royal guards would also be participating. Pom observed that the prince was not an adventurer, meaning he required constant protection, but he also noted that if the royal guards, unable to perform their duties, encountered trouble, they would only become an impediment. Pom inferred that if Arita knew about Kashan's plan, there must be betrayers within the palace. He concluded that even the royal guards were likely no exception, so it would be best to abandon them entirely. He then added that he had already informed Prince Kashan about this. Salman, however, wants to check and immediately attacks. Kashan demands to know what he's doing, but Salman just apologizes, as he needs to teach this arrogant child a lesson. It appears that he's a fourth circle now. Palm understands why he was so confident, but if they can get through Daibo, then they can join. Before he can even have a say in it, Daibo gets jumped, but it doesn't take long for all the guards to get taken out. Salaman doesn't understand. He's only a third circle. Ralph notes that the royal guard is not weak, it's just that they are too strong. Salaman is not done yet, but Kashan tells him to stop being childish, and asks Palm what they should do next. Palm announced that he and his allies would risk their lives to protect the prince. However, he stressed that the prince also needed to be capable of defending himself in the event of any sudden conflicts. Palm then told him that his companions would train him. Mineru asks if he's sure. How can they possibly train the prince of a nation? Kashan, however, pleaded with them. He has sworn to regain this country, and cannot be picky about his methods when the people of this nation are suffering and depending on him. He is prepared for anything, if it's to keep the promise he made. Palm likes that answer, and so they get to training. Kiri teaches him the sword, how to hold it, and maintain his position. Daibo teaches him to suffer a constant barrage of attacks, while Ralph makes him learn the importance of keeping an eye on his opponent. After a bunch of training, Kashan still wants more, but Mineru doesn't know what to say, considering his condition. Kashan doesn't care. He wants to become stronger so as not to be a burden. Palm reassured Kashan not to worry, explaining that he was only training for the absolute worst-case scenario. If nothing happened, Ralph would always remain by his side. Palm noted that Ralph is their party healer. He explained that even if the prince was in peril during a fight, Ralph would be able to immediately provide a protective shield and heal him. Palm then added that Ralph was also a talented combatant, so if he were in charge of the prince, it wouldn't bring the other party members down. Kashan is amazed by how many talents Palm has under him and handed Ralph some money, with more to come, as a token of gratitude. Ralph immediately fell on his knees and accepted the reward, disgusting the others. Somewhere else, a bunch of dark figures learn of the succession raid, but this means that they will have to forward their plans and teach them a proper lesson this time. They will assassinate the king and send a message. One of them notes that they won't be any different than Arita if they do that, but the others have agreed. Either way, they only have two missions: to push away the dogs of the palace and purify this once great country. The second Prince Mukesh declares the start of the battle for the crown, with the first Prince Gulshan telling Kashan they are pulling back from the competition, but believing he will do great enough for both of them, and Kashan affirms his intention. The third prince and his allies walk through the city square, with Kashan smiling confidently and stating they will succeed. As Palm's group walks away, the sixth prince Ashad questions what he can do with those fools from Victoria Island, then states there is no need to waste energy, as two guards stand behind him. Ashad confidently asserts winning this battle because he has hired the strongest adventurers in Ariant, the Scarlet Scorpions. The prince then dismisses Kashan as not a threat at all, determining the only competitor, really, is the fifth prince, Sanjay. Kashan's older brother reveals Sanjay has hired the strongest warriors in the area, revealing them as the Karsa tribe. He observes that their brother looks like he is trying really hard, and the other prince assures him that while it will be hard, yet they believe in him. King Abdullah IV appears high above the tower, acknowledging that all have waited for this moment, commanding them to see who will clear the prince's tomb and take the reins of Ariant. The king identifies himself as Abdullah VIII before ordering the immediate start of the battle for the crown. The others find him quite distracting, to say the least. Still high above, King Abdullah sends down maps to guide the princes on where to go, urging them to use their strength and wisdom to take the crown. Daibo looks at the falling map, questioning if this is a map, while Kiri asks what this is supposed to mean, wondering if anyone gets it. Ralph, inspecting the map, states that he is not getting it the slightest, although he is pretty smart. Prince Ashad stares intently at the red map, noting the visual elements of a bleeding person and a flower, and wonders if the image is symbolizing the safflower since it's red like blood. He realizes that safflowers only bloom in one place, in Ariant. He concludes that the tomb must be at the blood-red plains. Prince Ashad laughs, claiming this challenge is way too easy to be testing for real wisdom, then commands his party to let's go, leading them away. Prince Sanjay states that he actually thinks Kashan is his only competitor in this trial. Sanjay then urgently asks Kashan to make it safely to the gate, as he walks away with his own party. Daibo observes that everyone is leaving and asks Palm what they should do. He questions if the other princes get the riddle's meaning or something, before calling out to his boss to see if he is listening. Prince Ashad arrives at the giant yellow portal surrounded by red flowers, exclaiming that there it is, and that he was right. Ashad's companion notes they got here first, and the prince proudly states that is of course because he is the smartest and wisest out of all his brothers. Ashad clenches his fist, thinking he is going to prove to his majesty that he is the most fit for the throne. Prince Ashad raises his arm over the portal, commanding his soldiers to go into the gate. However, his companions are already dead on the ground, leaving a surviving figure to gasp in shock at the scene. Prince Ashad lets out a yell of shock as a vicious crimson attack strikes him, leaving a trail of blood and gore across the panel. His attacker is immediately hit by an arrow, making him question the meaning of committing such acts against his own allies. The attacker then recognizes the shooter, naming him Sejan. Sejan's arrow shatters in the sand as he declares that their goal is to bring Ariant back to its former glory, not senseless purging, urging his ally to not forget that. The archer's ally, Ereska, is seen clenching her fist, blood covering her hand. Ereska, standing near the corpses, conveys that the use of lethal force is the most efficient way to warn the palace, affirming that Sejan is aware of this. Sejan then raises a moral question about what differentiates them from Arita if they take such means. Ereska counters, questioning Sejan's intent to just let the competition raid the gate, and if he ignores the possibility that it is all Arita's scheme. A scythe-like blade is seen slicing through the branch of a tree near the bright yellow portal, immediately exploding in a crimson blast. Ereska and Ashad react with a shout, moving away from the blast zone. Prince Ashad exclaims in shock about the gate. Sejan, realizing the situation, concludes that Arita knew they would try to interfere with the raid and prepared ahead of time, determining this to be a fake gate designed to kill the princes and all of the Sand Shadow unit. Sejan expresses concern that there should be more fake gates with traps like this, and suggests that instead of fighting, they should focus on a different objective. Ereska, acknowledging the point, confirms she gets it. Ereska then asserts that they should find the real prince's tomb. Ereska and Sejan move towards the injured Prince Ashad. Ereska declares they are getting moving, and will take the prince just in case. Ashad cries out in confusion and desperation, pleading for them to wait as he didn't do anything. Elsewhere, Prince Kashan lets out a yell while charging a lizard-like beast. The prince fiercely swings his scimitar, slicing through the monster. Daibo congratulates the prince on a nice shot and also exclaims that they found the gate. Kashan did not expect the Malgur Oasis to be the prince's tomb. He wonders how Palm analyzed the drawing. Palm thinks that the drawing had no text, just a darkened sky, a fallen warrior, and a red flower. It might have looked like a simple drawing to the uninitiated, but that black sky, that symbolizes the day the Black Magician invaded Orient. That day, Warrior of Orient fought back fiercely, and the fallen warrior on the map symbolizes the valiant heroes who died. The red flower, their blood. Putting those things together, he got the place where Orient's warriors fought the day the Black Magician attacked, the Malgur Oasis. He doesn't tell Kashan all this, and chalks it up to luck, with Kashan glad he finally seems more human. They all get going inside, but Palm wants to tell Kashan something before they go inside. He decided to become king on his own, and he needs to wield his blade properly from now on, no matter the opponent. Even if that opponent is one of his own blood. Kashan understands, and they enter the portal, transporting them to a forest-like area that is attached to a sort of natural bridge. Daibo thinks they got here first, but Ralph notes that someone might already be here. Kiri suggests they be more realistic, and be careful for now, as the throne is the thing at stake here. As they speak, a mysterious man looks down on them from high up a tree, and suddenly brings a flute to his mouth, before unleashing its sound all over the forest. The party hears it too, but the flute attracts the attention of a mad, poisonous mushroom, who is now charging at them. Daibo can't believe he is seeing one of these bastards again, and asks Palm to do that trick again. But Ralph assures him that he has an antidote to this thing, and it's only 3 million mesos. Unfortunately for them, things don't just end at one mad mushroom, as dozens flood the area, causing the party to flee on the bridge. As they run through, Kashan tells everyone to look in the front too, as another horde of mushrooms are coming from there too, completely trapping them on the natural bridge. Palm calls out Daibo, who just lets his inhibition go and smashes a bridge in two, causing the mushrooms to fall, but so do they. They all hit the water hard, the current dragging them to an unknown place. Somewhere else, Sanjay, who is also in the forest, gets informed that Kashan's group is in. It is as he predicted. He's sure the trap they set will lead them to struggle. He hopes he won't die from just this, because he has prepared tons of exciting things for him to do, and with them, he will prove that he's the better fit for the throne. Daibo yells in frustration, stating they just lost the enemies, and now the creatures are on them again. He questions how the monsters know where they are. Mineru looks at him, questioning his intelligence, and asking if he still does not get it. She asserts that someone is controlling these monsters with that flute. Kiri is seen running through the forest, yelling the name of the Palm, telling him to use the penetration monocle. She commands Palm to show her where the flute is. Palm is seen using his enhanced vision, which manifests as a blue wireframe glow across the forest. He thinks that he is looking, but cannot find them. The strategist considers whether they are hiding themselves with a skill. Ralph screams in panic, commanding them to look in front of them, noting there is no way out. Mineru scoffs, stating that is not a big deal, as she prepares a powerful flaming attack with her gun. Mineru unleashes a massive, fiery blast, urging her comrades to just trust her. The crimson energy rips forward, striking and tearing through the horde of mad mushrooms. Daibo screams in terror, yelling that something is going on. He questions why it is always them getting into these terrible situations, as a monster looms over him. Somewhere else, Prince Sanjay is seen standing over a clearing littered with the bloody corpses of monstrous beasts, with his party standing nearby. He thinks he did not expect things to go this way. Sanjay reflects that Kashan will not survive as long as he does not find his identity, lamenting it is a shame he cannot watch it firsthand because of the danger. Prince Sanjay continues his thoughts, saying that if Kashan dies, then it will just mean that is the limit of his skills. Daibo screams in disbelief as he and the party are surrounded by monstrous mushrooms in the protection bubble. He questions if this is possible, asking why the enemies will not decrease at all. The mercenary wonders if there is a mushroom farm here or something. Ralph yells that there is no end to the enemies, stressing they need to think of a way to turn the tables. Palm responds simply, stating that there is a way. Palm raises his hand, channeling a bright yellow light, and declares they should just kill all the monsters that come to them. Kashan looks up at him with wide, sweat-covered eyes, uttering a sound of confusion. Palm unleashes a massive explosion of light and force, blasting the surrounding mushroom monsters and sending debris flying. Meanwhile, the figure in the tree continues playing the flute, creating red sonic rings that ripple out through the air. A monstrous mushroom lets out a terrible scream as it charges in. Kiri is seen reacting, a faint blue glow around her head as she says they have no choice. Palm announces that the core of the monster is in its chest, commanding everyone to kill it in one go. The entire party, including Kashan and Kiri, is charging forward with glowing blue shields surrounding their heads. Kashan yells in shock, questioning the strategist's plan and asking if this is just a waste of their energy. Palm, with his staff glowing brightly, yells that they are not ready yet and commands them to hold on. He explains that an opportunity will not present itself if they keep fighting. The masked man, responsible for the flute's sound, is seen watching the horde of mushrooms below. Palm states they need to wait for their opponent to show himself. The mysterious hooded man is seen trying to blow the flute again, but Kiri intervenes, sending a bright red bullet of energy hurtling toward the figure. The attack splits the tree behind the cloaked man, who jumps out of the way, dodging the strike. Mineru stands ready, sighing that she finally found him. The warrior then yells a curse at the man, calling him a perverted stalker. After dodging, the cloaked man is seen putting the flute to his mouth. Daibo charges in, yelling in rage, and questions if it was the man. Daibo demands to know if he was the one who had been screwing them over all this time. The eyes of the cloaked man widen in surprise. Daibo connects his attack, striking the man with a furious, glowing orange slash that scatters dark debris and blood. The impact of the attack shatters the wooden flute into pieces at the same time, and Prince Kashan yells a desperate command for the enemy to wait. After a moment, he looks around with wide, surprised eyes, questioning if they stopped. Daibo smiles and yells that it is over now, proclaiming that he took care of the opponent. Kiri observes the scene, thinking he succeeded. Daibo also exclaims that the mushrooms stopped moving too. He asks if this is because he destroyed the flute, then says the action was nice. Ralph yelled in shock, questioning if Daibo destroyed it and asking if he was out of his mind. He stresses they could have put that item up for auction. Daibo screams in response, cursing Ralph and his damn money, asking if he is serious. Ralph responds with certainty, saying of course he is, stating that money is all he thinks of. Prince Kashan observes his companions. He thinks they do not act like people who could have died just a few seconds ago, questioning if they are used to this kind of danger. Palm warns the party not to let their guard down, stating there is a long way to go. Daibo, looking intensely confident with a golden glow surrounding him, tells him not to worry. He asserts that no matter what awaits them, they are ready. The party proceeds through the bright yellow portal, only to find themselves back at the starting location on the stone bridge, with a deep waterfall flowing below. Daibo stares ahead, his eyes wide with a look of intense shock and realization. The masked man, who was earlier struck by Daibo, is seen putting a new flute to his mouth. He unleashes a fresh wave of red sonic rings that ripple out through the forest, indicating the control over the monsters has been restored. The new sound wave immediately overwhelms the party. Mineru clutches her head in pain. Daibo groans, questioning if this is happening again, stating he feels like his eardrums are going to burst. Palm is seen preparing an attack. He thinks he cannot believe this is happening, noting that impossible things keep on happening. Palm observes the situation, thinking about the repeated location and an enemy that will not die. He ponders that if they do not manage to kill him this time too, then what are they supposed to do? As Palm is deep in thought, his snail companion Mono suddenly appears next to him, gently touching his cheek. The strategist looks at the creature, uttering its name in surprise. Daibo clutches his weapon, laughing weakly and swearing under his breath. He questions if this is a dream or real life, as a large demonic mushroom monster looms directly over him. The massive mushroom monster is suddenly struck by Palm's fiery arrow, which explodes on impact, leaving an orange ring of energy as the creature is destroyed. The monster's hand stops mere inches from Daibo's head, who stares in shock. A monster's gaping maw is seen one last time before a massive spiraling vortex of energy engulfs the surrounding area. All the mushroom monsters are swept up in the blast. The portal's residual energy fades, leaving the forest clear, with everyone shocked that they disappeared. Palm, with Mono resting on his shoulder, holds his staff which glows with a clear orange light. He corrects the party, stating the threat did not disappear. The strategist then reveals that it never existed to begin with. As Daibo looks on in confusion, Palm looks down with intense eyes, stating they fell for it like fools. He explains that they were tricked by an enemy controlling the monsters with a flute that never even existed. The man who was playing the flute is seen crumbling away, revealing him to be an illusion. Palm continues his explanation, stating the same goes for the secondary gate, as well as the mad poisonous mushrooms that were chasing them. He strikes the ground with his glowing staff, revealing that it was all an illusion created by the totem embedded in the earth. Kiri looks on in shock, questioning if the totem is an item. Palm confirms this, explaining that it gets people high with a scentless, tasteless smoke and makes them see illusions. He concludes that is what they have been seeing all this time. Palm concludes his explanation, stating that in other words, ever since they entered the gate, they have been looping the same location, seeing illusions. Kashan, Mineru, and Kiri all look shocked at this revelation. Palm smiles with his eyes closed, stating that it was all thanks to Mono that he realized the truth. He explains that Mono was the only one unaffected by the totem. Palm reveals that his companion used its special trait of detecting items to show him where the totem was. Daibo sighs in relief, stating he really thought they were going to die. He thanks Mono for the help, and the small companion lets out a sound of acknowledgement. Kashan tells his companion he does not know if it was one of his brothers or Arita that set the trap, but it was very thoroughly prepared. He acknowledges that they have wasted too much time here, stating that at this point in time, his brothers are probably far ahead. Kashan states they will need to push themselves to catch up. The prince then agrees with his own statement, believing that no matter who their opponent is, they cannot afford to fall behind anymore. The party rushes off quickly, leaving the destroyed totem and the cloaked man's crumbling remains behind them. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Prince Sanjay looks ahead, stating this is the third gate, and that it should just be the boss remaining. One of his cloaked guards reminds him there is something they have to find before that. Sanjay questions if the guard means Prince Saleh's remains, and the guard replies in the negative, specifying something else. Prince Sanjay yells in surprise, demanding to know what his guard is talking about. The guard tells him not to worry about it, assuring the prince that it will not interfere with clearing the gate, as the rest of Sanjay's party stands ready behind him. Prince Sanjay clenches his jaw, sweating as he thinks that these guys will not listen to him at all. The narration shifts to a memory in the past. Two men are talking about Prince Sanjay, stating that the young man needs something to show he is capable, unlike his brothers who gave up on him already back in the day. Sanjay is seen sitting alone, drinking in the corner, thinking about how foolish they sound, and guessing they got scared. Prince Sanjay, eyes wide with rage, thinks about those idiots. He continues thinking that they gave up on the throne just because of Kashan. He calms himself slightly, but acknowledges the thing that ticks him off the most is yet to come. His memory continues with Prince Kashan smiling, reaching out a hand, and asking Sanjay if he will support him too. Sanjay, still drinking from a bottle in the corner of the room, thinks to himself that as if he will ever let Kashan become king. Then Queen Areta enters the scene, noticing Sanjay drinking alone. She comments that he will catch a cold if he keeps sitting on the cold floor. Prince Sanjay looks up with an angry expression, muttering Queen Areta's name. He sharply questions what brings her to his room, stating he did not even let her in, and commands her to please leave. Queen Areta responds calmly, saying that Sanjay is so cold, and she has come to cheer him up. She then asks if he does not think he should start preparing now. This enrages the prince, who thinks she believes he will not be able to take the throne either way. Sanjay slams his drink, sending red liquid splashing everywhere. Queen Areta explains that Prince Kashan is bringing Ghafor's team, and while they are country bumpkins, their sheer speed is impressive. She states that if a party that strong helps him with the gate, it will be Kashan who becomes king, not Sanjay. Queen Areta leans in, whispering, that is not what she wants. She tells Prince Sanjay that she thinks he is a better fit to become king than Kashan. Queen Areta points to a memory of Sanjay as a child, being surrounded by people pointing fingers at him. She recalls that he was hated for being of peasant origins. The queen observes how he tried really hard this time for the sake of Ariant, showing a memory of the prince shirtless and furiously training with a dagger. Queen Areta smiles slyly, claiming that no matter the birth origin, Sanjay's genuine love for Ariant is what makes him the best fit for the throne. Prince Sanjay confronts Queen Areta, asking if she just needs a puppet to control like his father. Areta denies this, telling him not to say that, and asserts she only wants to help him. She offers that if he needs a skilled adventurer, he should come see her. Sanjay looks down, chewing on his lip, visibly affected by her words. Queen Areta walks away, leaving Prince Sanjay alone to think about the conversation. He thinks that she just complimented him, but he can clearly see the intent beaming from her words. The prince reasons that if playing along means being able to stop Kashan from becoming king, then he is willing to play along. The focus returns to the present where Prince Sanjay is talking to his masked guard. Sanjay thinks that is why Areta put the Karsa tribe on him, noting they are skilled but arrogant. He tells the guard that the boss is all that remains, commanding them to stop dragging things out and let us go. The masked guard cuts him off, stating they cannot proceed. The masked guard insists that getting this item takes priority. The guard explains that it is something the master, correcting himself, Queen Areta wants. Prince Sanjay screams at his guard with a furious expression, reminding him that the same Areta left the guards to him. He asserts that in this gate, he has the same authority as Areta. Suddenly, Prince Kashan appears behind Prince Sanjay with his group, yelling the name of Areta in shock. Kashan, with his scimitar drawn, states that he didn't think he would side with her. Prince Sanjay looks back with a frustrated, angry expression, commenting that his brother made it through all those traps. Kashan confirms this, stating Sanjay used quite an interesting tactic, but confesses that if it were not for Palm and his friends, he would have died. One of Sanjay's guards, a muscular woman with a large axe, smiles and observes that the opposing group must be pretty skilled. The masked guard states they have no choice and commands 3 members to fight Kashan's party. The guard directs the rest of the group to look for the item. Palm announces that he is going to chase after the remaining enemy party, commanding the rest of his group to protect the prince. Daibo yells in surprise. Prince Sanjay overhears, stating his happiness that Palm is not going to fight, believing they are no threat if he is gone. Sanjay promises to make his brother think he would have been better off having just died in the trap. Prince Kashan charges at his brother, yelling in anger and demanding to know why he is working with Areta. He questions Sanjay about their oath to take Ariant back from her, with a dark swirling aura surrounding him. Prince Sanjay calmly responds to Kashan, stating that nothing has changed. He declares that he will take Ariant back, but will do it in his own way, clarifying he only needs Areta for that plan. Mineru and Kiri are seen preparing to fight, looking up as one of Sanjay's massive guards effortlessly picks up an entire tree trunk. The large guard hurls the enormous tree trunk directly at Kashan's party. Kiri is seen charging forward, her sword ready to meet the attack as the rest of the party rushes in. Kiri is seen slashing with her sword, slicing the massive tree trunk in two with a bright golden strike. Mineru glares with determination, charging up a fiery shot and yelling at everyone to get out of the way. Mineru unleashes her fiery shot, but one of the massive guards intercepts the attack with a bare hand. The enemy crushes the energy blast, shattering the projectile with pure force. The large guard charges directly at Prince Kashan, raising his massive fist for a powerful attack. Mineru screams out in terror, calling for her highness. Kashan moves to intercept the large guard, bracing himself for the massive punch. Daibo and Ralph rush in to assist their prince, but Daibo yells in surprise and pain, questioning how the guard is so damn strong. Kiri is seen leaping into the air, ready to strike the guard. She channels intense, glowing energy into her sword, yelling as she prepares to land a powerful blow. The muscular female guard intercepts Kiri's attack with her own axe, yelling a defiant challenge. Kiri is forced back by the collision of weapons, which emits a shocking red energy. Mineru attempts to help her companions by firing a rapid volley of shots, cursing and commanding the enemy to stay still. However, a third guard, cloaked in dark green, attacks her from behind with a spear, catching her by surprise. The green-cloaked guard smiles, commenting that Mineru is pretty fast for someone who wields a gun. Mineru grimaces, managing to block his spear with a small curved dagger. Prince Kashan looks back at his struggling companions, yelling out for everyone. Prince Sanjay charges in, clashing swords with his brother, and noting that it is just the 2 of them now. Sanjay has gotten what he wanted, a 1 versus 1 with his hated brother. Thank you for watching. See you next time.